คุณคิดว่าสิ่งนี้คืออะไรสาหร่ายขนม1 ถุงหรือว่าซูชิแต่ผมคิดว่ามันคือมาร์กหน้าน้ำหอมสนีกเกอร์น้ำอัดลมอันนี้ไม่แน่ใจเครื่องประดับส่วนในน้ำแฟชั่นหรือว่าโคมไฟคุณยังคิดว่าสิ่งเนี้ยคือสาหร่ายอยู่หรือเปล่า
ตอนนี้คนยังเยอะอยู่ไหมครับ
น้อยลงทำไงให้คนเยอะขึ้น
นั่นเลยครับ
อยากได้
ถนนแล้วมันแคบอยากให้ถนนดีๆครับ
This area of Bangkok is a destination for leisure, for local people to come and relax, and also for tourism, international tourism.
อยากให้อนุรักษ์ไว้มากกว่าเดิมๆอย่างเงี้ยคือเราจะเห็นตึกเก่าๆจะเห็นอะไรที่มันภาพเก่าๆเราจะรู้ว่าเอ้ยนี่นะยุคสมัยก่อนที่เรายังอยู่อยากว่าให้มีคาเฟ่แมวจะดีสุดอยากจะมีที่ไปออกกำลังกายแบบไม่ต้องไกลไม่ต้องไปถึงสวนลุมเพราะว่าคนเจริญกรุงส่วนใหญ่จะไปออกกำลังกายสวนลุมเลยใช่ไหมคะซึ่งมันไกลออกไปอยากมีสวนสาธารณะ
การนำเรื่องของความคิดสร้างสรรค์ไปพัฒนาหรือฟื้นฟูเมืองถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งบทบาทแล้วก็ภารกิจสำคัญที่ TCDC กำลังจะทำต่อไปในอนาคตนะคะเราต้องทำงานร่วมกันกับผู้เชี่ยวชาญหลากหลายสาขาแล้วก็ดึงเอาส่วนผสมที่ดีที่สุดของทุกคนเนี่ยมาร่วมกัน
โหมดปัญหาที่เราคิดว่าน่าจะแก้ได้ได้รัวใช่ไหมคะ
อันนี้ได้ผมว่าอันนี้เสื้อรถไม่เพียงพอไปหาลูกศิษย์ลงกันได้
ไม่มีพื้นที่สีแล้วต้องใช้เส้นนี้สายนี้ใช่ไหมเก็บขยะคะน่าจะเก็บได้จิตสำนึกได้ค่ะ
จุดที่น่าสนใจนะครับก็คือพื้นที่ว่างครับบนสตรีทเมเจอร์อะไรเงี้ยที่ทำให้ดู
แล้วต้นแยกเลยว่าตรงไหนที่สุด
แต่นี้ก็ใช่ครับหรืออย่างเงี้ย
TCDC เองจริงๆแล้วเราชวนทุกคนมาร่วมกันค้นหาศักยภาพของย่านเจริญกรุงที่ยังอาจจะซ่อนอยู่อาจจะยังมองไม่เห็นเราสร้างคำถามนี้ขึ้นมาแล้วเราก็ชวนทุกคนนะคะมาร่วมค้นหาโอกาสของย่านด้วยกันโดยมีวัตถุประสงค์เป้าเดียวกันค่ะคือการพัฒนาพื้นที่สร้างสรรค์เจริญกรุงให้เป็นพื้นที่สร้างสรรค์ต้นแบบของประเทศไทยค่ะ
คุณเชื่อในพลังความคิดสร้างสรรค์เหมือนเราหรือเปล่าถ้าเพียงเปิดโอกาสให้ทุกคนได้เรียนรู้เข้าใจและเข้าถึงพลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนสินค้าและบริการ สร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนผู้บริโภคพลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนสังคมพลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนประเทศมาร่วมกับ TCDC Commons ในการลงทุนครั้งสำคัญเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการผลักดันพลังสร้างสรรค์ในสังคมไทยสร้างแหล่งชุมนุมนักสร้างสรรค์เพื่อการเรียนรู้และสร้างประสบการณ์เพื่อบ่มเพาะคนรุ่นใหม่ให้เข้าใจวิถีแห่งความสร้างสรรค์ TCDC Commons เปิดโอกาสให้คุณเป็นผู้ให้และผู้รับด้วยการลงทุนเพื่อการพัฒนาคนเพื่อคืนกำไรสู่สังคมและสร้างคุณค่าอย่างยั่งยืนเพื่อเปลี่ยนสิ่งรอบตัวของเราให้ดีขึ้นในวันนี้และอนาคต
New Original ก็คือการตีความการใส่ความคิดสร้างสรรค์ในยุคสมัยที่เราอยู่เข้าไปผสมผสานกับสิ่งที่เรามีอยู่แล้วให้มันเข้ากัน
It's a nice project to have internationals in Thailand to meet with the new creative people to strengthen relationship between cultures
การสัมมนาครั้งนี้นะคะผู้ที่เข้ามาฟังเนี่ยก็จะได้รับประสบการณ์หลากหลายจากผู้เชี่ยวชาญแล้วก็ได้รับทราบถึงมุมมองต่างๆทั้งจากทางสหราชอาณาจักรรวมถึงจากประเทศเพื่อนบ้านของเราแล้วก็ในประเทศไทยด้วย
คำว่าทอล์กมันเคลียร์อยู่ในตัวอยู่แล้วค่ะมันคือการพูดคุยการสื่อสารระหว่างคนที่เข้ามาฟังกับคนที่ขึ้นมาพูดต่างคนต่างได้แฟร์ๆเป็นการเสริมซึ่งกันและกันค่ะ
ตัวเวิร์กช็อปเนี่ยมันก็เหมือนกับเป็นสิ่งที่นำความรู้แบบของบ้านเล็กๆอะค่ะหรือว่าความรู้ของชุมชนหรือว่าความรู้ของหน่วยที่เป็นหน่วยจุลภาคหน่วยเล็กที่สุดอะเอาไปขยายต่อให้กับคนอื่น
คำว่า installation เนี่ยผมมองว่าในมันน่าจะพูดถึงประโยชน์ใช้สอยแต่จะ art installation หรือ design installation หรืออะไรเนี่ยก็อยู่ที่นิยาม
ป๊อปมาร์เก็ตนะคะเป็นพื้นที่ที่จะให้ดีไซเนอร์และคนที่รักงานดีไซน์มาพบปะกันมีการแลกเปลี่ยนรวมไปถึงการตกลงซื้อขายกันส่วนคนที่มาซื้อก็จะได้เห็นว่าสินค้าที่มันมีอยู่ณตอนนี้ของเชียงใหม่ค่ะมันมีการพัฒนาไปถึงขั้นไหนในเรื่องของงานดีไซน์
ในช่วงดีไซน์วีคเนี่ยจะเป็นช่วงเวลาที่ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดีไซเนอร์หรือคนทั่วไปก็ตามใช้โอกาสเนี้ยในการทำงานร่วมกันคนเองก็มีปฏิสัมพันธ์กับเมืองด้วย
คุณแน่ใจได้อย่างไรว่าสิ่งที่เห็นคือสิ่งที่เป็นแน่ใจหรือว่าความเป็นไปได้อยู่ใต้ขีดจำกัดเสมอแน่ใจไหมว่านั่นเป็นเพียงทางออกเดียวถ้าแน่ใจเราขอให้คุณลองเปลี่ยนเปิดมุมมองใหม่ ใช้ประโยชน์จากศาสตร์ที่หลอมรวมพลิกแนวคิดเพื่อต่อยอดสิ่งที่ทำแล้วคุณจะเห็นว่าทางออกไม่ได้มีแค่หนึ่งทางออกไม่ใช่แค่จุดจบแต่อาจเป็นจุดเริ่มของสิ่งใหม่ที่ยิ่งใหญ่ร่วมค้นหาเส้นทางที่พาคุณไปสู่ความเป็นไปได้ไม่สิ้นสุด Exit สู่ความจริงรูปแบบใหม่ CU2016 ตุลาคมนี้
ขอเชิญแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านโปรดยืนเพื่อร่วมน้อมเกล้าน้อมกระหม่อมถวายอาลัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรมินทรมหาภูมิพลอดุลยเดชขอบคุณค่ะเชิญนั่งลงได้ค่ะ Thank you everybody please sit downสวัสดีค่ะแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านสื่อมวลชนนะคะและผู้ที่รับชมผ่านระบบถ่ายทอดสดนะคะจากทั้งทางบ้านนะคะ TCDC เชียงใหม่แล้วก็มินิ TCDC สถาบันการศึกษาส่วนภูมิภาคทั้ง8สถาบันนะคะได้แก่มหาวิทยาลัยนเรศวรนะคะมหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏเชียงรายมหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏอุตรดิตถ์มหาวิทยาลัยอุบลราชธานีมหาวิทยาลัยมหาสารคามค่ะขออภัยมหาวิทยาลัยเทคโนโลยีราชมงคลอีสานวิทยาเขตสุรินทร์มหาวิทยาลัยสงขลานครินทร์วิทยาเขตปัตตานีค่ะแล้วก็มหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏเพชรบุรีด้วยนะคะวันนี้นะคะก็เป็นตัวแทนจากศูนย์สร้างสรรค์งานออกแบบนะคะมิเชลซีเกรฟเดลี่ก็นับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรวันนี้เป็นวันที่2แล้วนะคะก็อยากจะรับหน้าที่เป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการนะคะงาน Creativities Unfold 2016 หรือ CU2016 นะคะก็เดี๋ยวขอพูดเป็นภาษาอังกฤษสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะ Good morning ladies and gentlemen and members of the press I would like to welcome you all to the second day of our international symposium for Creativities Unfold 2016 or CU2016 There's going to be many more speakers for you today so please enjoy ก็ภายใต้แนวคิดนะคะ Exit สู่ความจริงรูปแบบใหม่กับงาน International Symposium นะคะก็ได้รวบรวมนะคะเหล่าผู้มีอิทธิพลทางความคิดจากหลากหลายแวดวงทั้งในและต่างประเทศนะคะมาร่วมถ่ายทอดประสบการณ์แนวคิดและผลงานต่างๆนะคะที่เกี่ยวข้องกับความก้าวหน้าทางเทคโนโลยีดิจิทัลซึ่งก็เป็นส่วนสำคัญนะคะที่ก่อให้เกิดความเปลี่ยนแปลงทั้งในด้านเศรษฐกิจและก็สังคมค่ะก็ก่อนที่จะไปฟังคำบรรยายนะคะจากวิทยากรท่านแรกก็อยากจะขอพูดถึงนะคะเรื่องสำคัญเกี่ยวกับ Exit อีกเรื่องหนึ่งค่ะคือสมมติว่าถ้าเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉินนะคะเราจะมีทางออกอยู่2ทางด้วยกันนะคะจากหอนี้ก็คือประตูที่อยู่ด้านขวาของทุกท่านนะคะและก็ประตูที่อยู่ทางด้านหลังที่พวกท่านเดินเข้ามาค่ะแล้วก็ทางหนีไฟนะคะจะมีอยู่2จุดด้วยกันค่ะจุดแรกนะคะจะอยู่ข้างๆกับลิฟต์ค่ะเมื่อเดินออกไปจากหอนะคะลิฟต์อยู่ทางด้านซ้ายแล้วก็ทางหนีไฟจะอยู่ทางด้านซ้ายของลิฟต์อีกทีนึงข้างๆกับโต๊ะรปภ.ค่ะส่วนทางหนีไฟ อีกหนึ่งทางนะคะจะอยู่ข้างๆกับเวิร์กช็อปของ TCDC ซึ่งอยู่ตรงข้ามกับพอเราเลยค่ะก็ถ้าเดินออกไปก็เดินตรงข้ามไปก็จะเจอเลยนะคะแล้วก็ให้สังเกตดีๆสมมุติถ้าเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉินนะคะหวังว่าคงไม่เกิดในวันนี้ถ้าเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉินจริงๆก็จะมีป้ายทางหนีไฟขึ้นมาด้วยนะคะด้านบนก็สามารถสังเกตได้เช่นเดียวกันค่ะแล้วก็อีกเรื่องนึงนะคะที่จะขอความร่วมมือในวันนี้ในการนั่งชมนะคะก็คือรบกวนนะคะอุปกรณ์สื่อสารทุกชนิดช่วยปิดเสียงให้ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ห้ามถ่ายวิดีโอใดๆทั้งนั้นนะคะในวันนี้แต่ว่าถ่ายรูปสามารถถ่ายได้ค่ะแต่รบกวนช่วยกันห้ามใช้แฟลชนะคะวันนี้ก็ขอบคุณมากนะคะที่ให้ความร่วมมือแล้วก็อีกเรื่องหนึ่งนะคะถ้าสมมุติเอาภาพนิ่งไปเผยแพร่ในโซเชียลมีเดียหรือที่ไหนก็ตามฝากช่วยกรุณาแฮชแท็กพวกเราด้วยนะคะแฮชแท็ก CU2016 exit ด้วยอย่าลืมคำว่า exit ด้วยนะคะ EXIT ขอบคุณค่ะแล้วอีกเรื่องหนึ่งนะคะสายข้อมือที่ได้รับตอนเข้างานเนี่ยค่ะสามารถเอาไปใช้เข้าที่ TCDC Resource Center ได้ด้วยนะคะวันนี้เป็นวันสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะก่อนที่พวกเราจะย้ายไปอยู่ที่เจริญกรุงค่ะก็ขออนุญาตแปลเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนิดนึงนะคะ So the theme for this year is called Exit. So I would also like to explain a couple of exit areas in case of an emergency today. If there's any fire emergencies or any kind of emergencies, there's 2 fire exits. There's 2 ways of exiting out of this hall. One of those doors are to your right, and the other door is where you came in. So all the doors opposite from where I'm standing. So once you exit this hallway, there's 2 fire exits that you can get to. One of it is on the left of the elevators, which is located on your left when you exit the hall. And the other exit is located right next to TCDC workshop. So that's located right opposite from this hall. So basically, if you're facing the way I am, it's opposite from where we are now. So those are the 2 fire exits, just be aware. And if there's an emergency, there'll be little fire exit signs blinking on top of you as well. And I would also like you to not turn off, can you please turn all your phone devices to silent mode? Thank you. And also no video is strictly prohibited, so no filming, but you can take photographs today, but please no flash. So thank you. And another thing, if you're going to put out any photos on social media, we would really appreciate it if you can hashtag us as well. Hashtag CU2016 exit. Thank you. And one more last thing, the wristband that you have on your wrist, you can use it to get into TCDC Resource Center as well today. So please make good use of it. Today is our last day for TCDC to be here in Emporium before we move to Jen Grung. Hopefully we'll see you guys there as well when we move. ก็ตอนนี้นะคะกลับมาเรื่อง Q&A บ้างนะคะเรามีระบบ Q&A แบบใหม่ค่ะสำหรับคนที่ไม่ถนัดยกมือในที่คนเยอะๆนะคะแล้วก็จะมีระบบ Q&A ที่สามารถเชื่อมต่อจากอินเทอร์เน็ตในมือถือคุณได้เลยนะคะเพียงคุณเข้าไปนะคะที่หน้าของ TCDC นะคะก็คือ CU2016 นะคะก็เชื่อมต่อได้เลยสมมุติถ้าคุณไม่มีอินเทอร์เน็ตอยากใช้ Wi-Fi ที่นี่ก็ใช้ได้เช่นเดียวกันนะคะก็จะมี Wi-Fi นะคะชื่อว่า guest@TCDC ตามนี้เลยค่ะและ username ก็คือ CU2016exit นะคะแล้วก็ password CU@2016 so I'm just saying in English, if you want to ask questions through our website, you can do that as well by going to www.cu-tcdc, and these are the Wi-Fi name, username, and passwords if you need to use the Wi-Fi. แล้วก็พอเข้าไปในเว็บไซต์ของเรานะคะ URL www.cu-tcdc.com จากนั้นก็คลิก add to home screen นะคะแล้วก็จะปรากฏนะคะไอคอน CU-tcdc ค่ะที่หน้า home screen ก็ให้เลื่อนไปคลิกที่ Q&A นะคะเมื่อท่านเข้าไปคลิกที่ Q&A แล้วนะคะก็จะตั้งคำถามก็ให้เลือกวันที่และชื่อวิทยากรที่ท่านอยากจะถามคำถามนั้นๆนะคะแล้วก็คลิกที่ enter ได้เลยค่ะพอคลิกที่ enter this Q&A นะคะก็จะปรากฏช่องนะคะเพื่อให้พิมพ์คำถามเมื่อพิมพ์คำถามเสร็จแล้วก็ให้คลิกที่ ask นะคะระบบก็จะมีให้เลือก2อย่างคือให้กด submit ก็คือ submit เข้าไปนะคะหรือกด cancel เพื่อยกเลิกค่ะก็แล้วแต่เราจะเลือกนะคะแล้วก็ TCDC นะคะขอสงวนสิทธิ์ในการคัดเลือกคำถามที่จะถามวิทยากรนะคะแล้วก็อีกอย่างหนึ่งค่ะสมมุติถ้าเราเห็นคำถามของท่านอื่นที่น่าสนใจเราก็สามารถโหวตคำถามนั้นๆได้เช่นเดียวกันนะคะก็คำถามไหนที่ได้คะแนนโหวตเยอะสุดก็จะได้รับเลือกมาถามวิทยากรค่ะแล้วก็ตอนนี้นะคะมินก็คิดว่าหลายๆท่านก็คงพร้อมแล้วที่จะฟัง วิทยากรท่านแรกของเราในวันนี้นะคะซึ่งท่านแรกของเราในวันนี้ก็เป็นรอง Creative Director Studio ART+COM นะคะในเบอร์ลินประเทศเยอรมนีและก็เป็นผู้ที่มีส่วนร่วมในสื่อแขนงใหม่ๆนะคะแล้วก็มีผลงานออกแบบที่โดดเด่นในเรื่องการเพิ่มประสิทธิภาพการออกแบบฮาร์ดแวร์ซอฟต์แวร์กายภาพและกราฟิกด้วยผลงานของเขาก็ได้รับรางวัลมากมายนะคะจาก Royal Society of Arts, Nesta, Art Directors Club of Europe, D&AD นะคะ Arts Electronica แล้วก็ ZKM แล้วก็อีกหลายๆที่เลยค่ะแต่ว่าตอนนี้นะคะอยากจะขอเรียนเชิญ starting off today's event please welcome Mr. Jussi Ängeslevä เรียนเชิญค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือ
Morning, everyone. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This is I have pretty high bar today because we had such a wonderful conference already yesterday, and I've been having a sleepless night trying to figure out what to talk to you about today. Maybe I say a few words of introduction, and I say hello to all the universities out there who are also listening to the presentations today. So I'm here supposedly giving you some inspiration, but I must say that I'm oftentimes in the receiving end, and I've been so inspired by all the new information, new knowledge, new insights that I've received here already. So hopefully I have something to give back to you. This is what I often feel also in my daily work. I'm based in Berlin at the University of Arts and at ART+COM, and also in London at the Royal College of Art. And the university works is often the case that as much as I try to help the students are also very much inspiring about new things. And the kind of thinking between disciplines, between technologies, creative work, between academia and industry, that's sort of my home base, which is in between the kind of traditional disciplines. So what I want to do today for the next 58 minutes and 37 seconds is to try to talk to, I have two things to talk about. One is the sort of a transition about the processes and ways of communicating and telling stories in the digital media, in space, in physical media. And the other one is addressing more like a product design, looking at new ways of making things where algorithms meets machines making things. Something like this. And then the first part is focusing on the studio work at ART+COM, and the second one is about my work at the university. So without further ado, I'll get started. The studio ART+COM, we are about 50 people, plus then 50 to 100 depending on the time of the year and the number of projects running. So we have lots of freelancers, but the core team is a little bit over 50. We are doing many different kinds of things. So if you look at our website, we have 3 doors to enter the studio. One is about arts, the other is communication, and the third is research. And those are 3 different doors, but they lead to the same room. So we are a team, and now I'm here talking as like representative of the 50 to 100 people. So I always feel a little bit bad because I become then the face of this team, and the innovation and new creativity like this, it always happens as a teamwork in my world. So you cannot be expert in all the fields necessary to make the kinds of things that we're doing. So this is just to give you a little impression that we are making exhibitions, media in space like this. We have interactive installations, this kind of stuff. But my focus today is shifting from these kinds of things. So media that is programmed in software that is moving pixels on screen into these kinds of things that are using the same kind of processes but are actually physically present outside the bounds of the computer screen or projection or LED matrix or something like this. This is a journey that we actually, I would say for me, it started in 2006. We did a small project in Tokyo where we combined mechanical actuators with LED matrix on the floor. But when it really became kind of mainstream in some way was a commission that we were working on at the BMW Museum in Munich. So they were revamping their kind of their history, so not their showroom of the future stuff, but their history. And we did many installations there, but the opening for this whole museum, when you enter the space, more or less the first thing you experience, we were asked to create some sort of a representation, kind of artistic intervention of design process. Now, design process, what does that mean? You can tell the story, you can interview the designers and so forth. We wanted to create something that would embody the values and qualities of our client. So, and this is kind of the moment, the iconic moment when a new product comes to the market. You unveil it with this kind of a fabric and you pull it off and you see the new thing. We kind of used that as the starting point, then thought of different kinds of things. How could we create this sort of structure in physical space that it could become a medium? So we did lots of software modeling. This was the sort of a more or less the final form that we ended up with, some 714 spheres that would be moving up and down, and the number was so that something representational in the world of cars would be possible to present. But of course, this is now pixels on screen. To really understand how this would work and how it would feel, we quickly proceeded in creating this kind of a physical prototype, 25 metal spheres hanging from stepper motors and then controlled by software. Now, you could say that this is like a hardware prototype with which you can test if it works or not. But for us, this was much, much more. I mean, and since it's a prototype, you have to, first of all, try to get handle of how things work. So you're designing the tools with which you end up designing the story. Now, since you can't afford the full 700-odd motors, we mixed the software prototype like this with the physical prototype. So you could look at the close-up, the individual movement, the kind of feeling that the motor, the physical movement in space can create together with seeing the big picture on software. In the end, this was also like, so really like getting the hardware in control, understanding how it would work in space, helping us design the kind of a larger choreography, but in the end, and also understanding the mechanical constraints, running it for half a year so that we know that it doesn't break. But in the end, it was also very much a communication tool. It was only after the client had seen this physical thing, they had lots of doubts about if it makes sense and if it's too expensive and all these kind of things. But when they saw this, they realized the impact because it was undeniable reality. It was physically there. It was in front of you. So this was kind of the go-ahead for us. So the prototypes are extremely important for communication within your own head, within the team, but also towards the clients, because it makes so many things implicitly clear that you don't need to talk about them anymore. So then, but this is still a creative medium, so we spend lots of time choreographing and creating the actual storyline that I'll get into a minute. But before getting there, hardware is hardware, and you don't have undo button if you have some issues with the software the same way if you write software alone. So this was a few weeks before the opening. We had the full grid operating, and then there was a little bug in the software. So suddenly the undo, instead of Apple Z or Control Z, became manually coiling many wires onto the drums before the whole thing could run again. But in the end, it all went well. We had enough time, and this is now a short video clip of the result. So, what does this have to do with process of design? So we kind of start with chaos. So there's lots of ideas floating in space. These ideas are not really formed, they are abstract ideas. And then in the design process of all this inspiration, you start then kind of sketching different, more concrete ideas, like, you know, these are kind of particular features, some concepts that you then try out and test in different constellations. And once you have kind of worked enough and you have these different core ideas, then you start comparing them, you try it and how they might work together before you then end up with the kind of desired result. So even though this story might not be visible to the average guest who comes into the space, so he doesn't think of comparing different design ideas when he sees this kind of forms morph there, it's extremely important from the point of view of the design process because it gives us some sort of a frame of reference to create a kind of a dramaturgy and a narrative arc for the whole installation. So even if the audience doesn't necessarily explicitly experience it, I'm convinced that the kind of the intuitive perception of there being a bigger story is absolutely necessary to get the kind of quality in the work. And this quality, it was actually, so it was surprising. And in the end, I feel like kind of misleading, but it also shows the kind of power of shifting from screen into the physical space. This happened the year after the opening, and this has in the end nothing to do with us anymore. So the BMW marketing team were obviously at the museum and they saw the sculpture and they were very inspired by it. So they took that as the mascot for the launch of the new Series 5 BMWs in their global campaign. Now the thing is that if you haven't been to the museum or now heard me talking about it, this looks like 3D rendering, right? And if it's a 3D rendering, you could do so much more than move things up and down on fixed grid. And it kind of loses the elegance if you lose the physicality of it when you are making a marketing clip like this. But at the same time, once you have seen it live once, you cannot take it out of your head anymore. You don't see these things moving up as abstract things. They are real. They're real in the physical space. And I think this is very powerful about this kind of when the media shifts from the virtual space into the physical. So it kind of really, you cannot see the world the same way anymore afterwards. And in the end, it wasn't only the marketing team from the BMW who got inspired by it. There were many other people who were also inspired by this thing. And I mean, you could say that this is kind of a okay, it's copy plagiarization. But in the end, I mean, having motors, it's also part of how technology develops. I mean, nobody's asking a painter, oh, you're using a painting, like a canvas and a brush. I mean, like other people have done that before. It becomes kind of part of the culture, and I'm glad that we have inspired people to do things that, in the end, of course, it's not so easy to have the balance between creating sort of hardware that is expensive and difficult to do, but still keep the kind of creative focus that what you do with that has the quality that the effort that you put into making it justifies. So you don't want to end up doing test patterns with very expensive kit. Okay. So then we also copy ourselves. So that's what I mean is that it was so we ended up doing another piece that used the same technique because it was very fitting in the context. So if you ever fly over Singapore airport, you will see this in the Terminal 1. This is kind of inspired by the tropical theme of the whole airport. This is the tropical rain in these copper drops that are... In the end, we thought that we're doing the same kind of technical... we use the same technique, but in the end, because the context is different, the dimensions are different, the motors are different, the software control were complete. So basically, it was a completely new project, even though to the sort of unsuspecting eye looks like, okay, this is one of like the same thing again. But it's in the end for us, it was a completely different process. Okay. So this was, yeah, so that's the starting point. Now, now I'm shifting, kind of getting more and more involved in the meaning in the physical side of the material and not so not using only the digital methods to control the physical space, but also leveraging the physical properties of these objects even more. Not just having the limitation of you can only move it up and down, but taking advantage of the physical presence. So this is now some 6 years ago, Shanghai Expo. Did anyone go? No? This is what we expected to see there. So we decided that we are probably not in position to compete with making a bigger screen. Our client for this, this was a German medical technology company called Otto Bock. And what they're famous for, they are doing prosthetics. They're prosthetics and kind of body technology like that. And we, ART+COM, we are a communication company. So we put those two things together. We use a traditional way of communicating. You know, sunlight and a mirror. You can communicate very fast from the top of a mountain to the top of the next. So mirror in the hand, sunlight, and 100 of their products. We painted them white so that they don't look quite so creepy and stuck a mirror on them. But the mirror was carefully aligned in a particular way, and we then put a single axis motor behind the wall and pointed a badass spotlight onto this grid, so that by turning the hands, you could then spell very little, but appropriate in the context, this one Chinese character denoting mobility. So a small installation, 100 by 100, so 10 by 10 grid of prosthetic hands rotating around single axis, but so that the individual mirrors were aligned so that in a particular moment of time, the pixels would align to spell this one word. And since you have like 50,000 people running through every hour, you don't really need to show anything else. So this is a projector that can show only one picture. So often what we are doing in our work, people want to defer the decision of the meaning and therefore saying that, okay, digital media is very good because it's a screen and you can then decide later on, you can change it all the time. But the more you leave things for change for future, the less you have impact at the present. So this is kind of the extreme case of that, where the projector can only show one picture. But in this case, it's the picture that is relevant for the context. So lights and mirrors, this was a very, so this was like, okay, mechatronic control and then lights and mirrors as the medium. We kind of tried to work further on these themes. We felt kind of empowered and okay, now we know how this works. We were commissioned by another big German company. Maybe you recognize this logo. This is Deutsche Bank, and they were doing their kind of new headquarter communication platform. And our exhibition design partners decided that they would use the logo, kind of classic Stankovsky, as the space core of the space design element. So we took the diagonal bar of the space element and sliced it into these polygons, so that when you are moving through the space, there's the vantage points where you kind of take your position towards the brand. This is a kinetic sculpture that tells the kind of the story of the values in very, very abstract way of Deutsche Bank. Now the core elements are the physical movement, the lighting, projection mapping, and the shadows. So it's kind of leveraging much more of the physical properties. It's not just pixels in space. Now, when you shift from moving things up and down on wires as individual pixels to saying that, okay, well, we would like to make it into like a kinetic projection mapping 3D plane, how hard can it be? You just need 3 motors and you can tilt and move, right? It ended up being extremely more difficult because you end up, like the precision that you need to do this kind of a tilt control together with the movement ended up creating endless problems with all sorts of jitter and resonance that were unwanted results. But in the end, it all worked well, and we got this sculpture built together. But in the end, for me, it felt an overkill. So this projection mapping into a moving object and having this high precision control meant that the time to kind of solve the technical problems were kind of eating into the time that you can spend on reflecting and designing the experience. But with lots of blood, sweat and tears, all things came to a good conclusion. There would be many other anecdotes that I would like to tell, but maybe I leave it for another opportunity in terms of the kind of content-wise. Oh, maybe I'll have that moment. So when this installation, we did many. This installation was supposed to be telling the story of the CEOs of Deutsche Bank over the years. Now, because it was an important story, we could afford making complex and impressive thing. But since the story was what it was supposed to be, we had like pictures and text describing the characters. And we used those as the material for the video mapping and this kind of stuff. And then a few weeks before the opening, the current CEO finally, after we having struggled a lot to get the physical system working and operational on site, he came to see it in the kind of a preview. And then just a half an hour before, the last tweaks were done so that it was finally working properly. And everybody like, oh, wow, yes, we got it in time. So now it looks beautiful and it's perfect. Then like just few minutes into the choreography, then the boss says, no, stop. This is completely wrong. And of course, heart will sink at that moment. And so his feedback was to say that this work is way too beautiful to waste into these mugshots and this kind of narrative, formal story that would be better to read in a book. So the kind of feedback from the top in the end, after having seen the impact of the piece, was to say, get rid of the stuff that is better communicated elsewhere and focus on the essence of what this medium can do. So then we had a couple of weeks' time to completely revamp the software to create the animations that really play with the form. So, and this is maybe important when you are working with commercial clients, is that there's always politics, and if there's new technology, if you do these kind of things, there's this kind of, the motivation is also very often to say, we are innovative, and we are looking into the future. And this story is very easily overriding the focus on what you can tell, the kind of experience and the impact what you can possibly do with this kind of work. So it was great that we had the time to then go back and look more closely of the potential. Much less hassle and much kind of, more elegant process was the entrance to the same space. We wanted to create this kind of a static kinetic. The idea is very simple. We have a mirror on the wall, mirror that is fragmented in such a way that when you're standing in the right place, a picture comes together. So as you enter the as you enter this space, you take the steps up into this exhibition, and at some point, these fragments fall into place into a recognizable picture. So here you can also appreciate that the geometry is already very much kind of based on the geometry. So the mirror geometry and the picture that it shows, the logo, is already part of the same. But I mean, once you calculated this once in software, you glued the mirror, then there's no debugging, there's no restarting, it works because it's in the physical space. Now, okay, so kinetics and then light as a medium and then lots of gray hair because of the kinetic means that laws of physics are not always your friends, and then the pleasure of saying you do the lights, you design mirrors, and once it's done, it works. With this experience, now we got very lucky and got a very, very nice commission in South Korea, in Gwangju, to create an artistic installation referring to the refurbishment of the 4 main rivers of South Korea. That was the brief. Do something that has some relation to the river. It was a 7-year project. They did like new weirs, cultural areas, cleaned the rivers, and so forth. And in one of these pavilions on side of one of the rivers, we got the space to create an artistic installation. So I was inspired by the way the light plays with the water surface, the kind of caustic reflections that it creates. So we wanted to create a frozen moment of time as a river in a way, but then encode meaning into that in this kind of a calculate once, run forever way like the Deutsche Bank mirror was. Now, doing that, we first did very quickly software prototype to get a sense of how many pixels might be necessary, in what kind of size surface, and how would the movement feel like if you had a single point of light. So the white dot over there, this is now representing the flashlights that the user would have in his hand. And as you would move and find the focus plane, all the different facets of this computational surface would focus the light to creating something legible. So that's the idea. So you shine a flashlight onto a sculpture, and then the flashlight spotlight focuses into a picture. So software prototype to say, okay, it might work, was then the obvious next step was to say really, really rough and tumble prototype to say, well, could it work? So we just 3D milled a rough geometry with the alignments of the pixels roughly there, and then started gluing small pieces of mirror into it. Turns out the accuracy was absolutely not there, so you couldn't really see anything. But what you could see was the beautiful way the pixels would move in space. And this was really nice, so that kind of gave us the focus that it's not only the picture that we want to get, but it's also the movement of the pixels that is very powerful. At the same time, looking at the surface, if you make a sculpture, the sculpture should not feel like a projector, but it should also be meaningful and aesthetically appropriate by itself. So we started, again, very quickly, how could we then manufacture this? Because gluing mirrors is not the option. So this is a 3D milled surface, spray painted silver. You can imagine that this doesn't work. The surface is absolutely not optically enough. And also it doesn't feel like water. It doesn't look like water. So Voronoi to rescue. So this is a common kind of geometry processing algorithm to slice to slice a surface into kind of organic-looking planes. And this was something that gave us the possibility to then create this kind of overall geometry that would look like water, and then microgeometry where we could align the single pixels to create the desired effect, and that it would be manufacturable with the milling machine. So this was the first, not the first, but maybe the 5th milling test on hard foam block of 10 centimeter thickness of round about a couple of thousand pixels. So this is now the raw geometry, and then the next iteration of prototyping was to find out how can we coat it so that we get the optical quality on the surface. And on the left side, you see kind of blobby, non-planar, lots of filler before the silver coating. You lose the accuracy and resolution, and then the picture on the right, you see basically the final solution. So we did lots and lots of testing on the material side. So first, purely software prototyping, then software prototyping leading to kind of rough hardware mirror gluing thing, and then shifting into the milling machine production prototyping, how to do the coating, how to create the final surface, so that in the end, this was then the final parameters that, after again lots of blood, sweat, and tears, was legible as characters, but also ended up being like a 3D rendering engine hard-coded in material. So this was really nice that you get this kind of almost like a feeling of a galaxy by moving a flashlight towards and away from this panel. Suddenly the pixels, after having formed the shape, then they kind of expand and explode like some sort of star field. But in this case, again, like the design process was absolutely not the creative designer says that I want to make this sculpture and I draw it like this and then you do that and this happens. But it was a very, very, like, this looks actually a little bit like the neural network graphs that we saw yesterday. This was the parameter space and how all the different input parameters would affect the output focus and shape of the installation. So LED lamp size, light brightness, field of view, light cone shape on one side, then the size of the sculpture, the distance to the wall, the distance from the viewer, the angle of incidence. I mean, like, if you're pointing straight down and you have like, you need to tilt the polygons a lot, you end up losing lots of light in the in-betweens. This became like really this kind of like optimization of this, not a neural network, but still like this parameter space that in the end, that seems like an elegant final solution, was really this continuous negotiation between experts who knew of these different aspects that then together kind of pulled the solution. But this is then how it looked like when setting up the installation, and this is the final thing on site. So you can kind of see a little bit of the big ripples and then the reflections then from the light. So actually the user manual is this seesaw flashlights that are hanging in the middle that spell the words "river is" on the wall. And then when you pick up the flashlight, you then complete the sentence and then you tell what the river is. The river is the beginning or whatever it is. So we encoded different meanings that you go and discover what is the meaning of the river to you. Now, this was the sort of, you could see that this was quite a tedious process. And in a few years back, I talked with Kyle MacDonald. And it was very beautiful, his kind of summarizing thing. Like, so we were working on these things roughly at the same time. And he was saying that, okay, so you did it the German way. And we did it the American way. So this is basically just a pile of disco balls and a projector aligned, or several projectors aligned to the disco balls, and then using computer vision where you could then calculate where the lights end up so that you can kind of reshuffle the pixels, and again, you can then start controlling the projections on the wall after having kind of figured out where all the different rays go. So this is like, yeah, beautiful kind of, so much simpler and less hassle as a team, but probably so much more hassle for individual head to figure it out how to do this. Anyway, so that was the German way versus the American way. Now, all of these things kind of, these are now, so for us, the way we are doing development is we have our own, so hopefully you could see that this is a trajectory. So it's not that these kind of things come out of the blue. They are part of a design process that kind of transcends the different individual installations. So every project tells us a lot about how to do things, what work, what are the different parameters that we can tweak, and they range from timing to money to material to software, everything. So for us, we try to have this bigger picture, and right now what I'm wrapping here is the kind of a shift from computational processes controlling stuff on screen to computational processes controlling stuff in space. We do this in project basis, so we rarely have the possibility to reflect and kind of do something that you would normally do in product development, where you iterate. So we have a project and we iterate with prototypes, but when it's done, it's done. And then we end up doing something different that looks something very different, even though the mindset might be the same. We had a special opportunity in Berlin in this temporary art space called MADE, where they kind of look at interdisciplinary artworks where different artists from different fields are put together to create something new temporarily. So we took this as an opportunity. So we were put together with Olafur Arnalds, an Icelandic contemporary composer, to create an event for a couple of weeks. So we took this opportunity as a way to look at, like, introspect with what we have been doing. So what you see here is 5 different prototypes that maybe you recognize, the first one on the left and one in the middle, and then the third one with these triangles. These were prototypes that we had built to get things done for client projects. Then we put those prototypes in a box and forget about them. Since the prototypes are there to try things out and figure out what things work and what not, we rarely have enough time to really reflect on the qualities of these new kinds of forms of expression. So these were prototypes for these things, and now we gave them new life as kind of dancers on stage or actors on stage for temporary performance. They are very fragile, so it couldn't be a permanent installation, but it could be sustained for a couple of weeks. And then we created kind of a overall choreography where these different actors would have their solo moments and they would play together, and the whole thing was composed as one thing together with Olafur. And here's a little glimpse of how it looked like. Collaboration was that we would give the movement data to Olafur, and he would use that as MIDI signal to compose the music. And for this one dialogue, he would be like doing inspirational or like ad-libbing by looking at the movement. And here you probably can also see a little bit of how, I dare say, this is much more powerful by being much simpler, because it really kind of takes full advantage of the physical presence and the digital control at the same time. So instead of trying to overcomplicate things with the extra projection mapping and the custom software, suddenly we have this ray tracing calculations built in by having a spotlight shining into a reflective surface, and then you just use the physical movement that is anyway there to compose the light animations as well. Now this was really, for me, it was a huge thing, like understanding that by taking even more time reflecting on how to do things and kind of getting the fine nuance of these new interfaces and new media, what you can do with it. So we've learned a lot from that and then continued on this path to combine the kind of more like a performative presence in space. So this is a performance, me talking here, and there's something fragile, things could go wrong, that makes it special. And it's something else than what you have fixed and hard-coded somewhere else. So the kind of, this human communication that takes place in physical space is something that I found very, very powerful in this choreographed performance and not a permanent installation that people can come and go. So this work, RGB CMY Kinetic, this is something that we were commissioned by Sonar. If you know the music festival, Sonar, started in Barcelona. So Sonar, and then it's all over the place. Sonar is a kind of electronic music festival. It's a huge thing. Sonar, together with Fundació Zorrigues, which is an arts collector based in Barcelona. They commissioned us to do a site-specific artwork for the duration of Sonar Festival for 4 days. And since it's a huge space, we couldn't create something that we build in 2 days or install on-site in 2 days that has hundreds and hundreds of motors. So we used this principle of having 2 wires connected to a single element and have several of them moving in space. But then we created it into a performance, again collaborating with Olafur with the stage. So it feels like an act, a theater piece, a ballet, something like this. The actors here are red, green, and blue. So red, when you mix red and green together, you get yellow. When you put them red, green, and blue, you get white. So you get red, green, and blue as the additive colors, and subtractives, the cyan, magenta, and yellow. And that's the kind of that's the core of the work. So we have white light, and then the primary colors and the in-betweens as the elements. So this is the technical setup. But in the end, the technical setup, if you do test patterns, is only so much. But if you then start thinking of this as a ballet or as a performance on stage, it can become something else. We also did like a live performance set where Olafur and string quartet played the music on site. But for the overall duration of the show, of the festival, it was a looping story. And here you can get a kind of little glimpse of how it felt. I find it really kind of, very inspiring with this work is that in the end, the way you compose the music, with the electronic music, you are using a lot of the same sort of signal processing methods that we then developed in our software of controlling the physical movement. We have like 5 stereo channels, if you will. So 5 objects with 2 motors, left and right, and then we would run different oscillators, sine waves or sawtooth waves. We would crossfade them. We apply a filter. All of the things that are very common in making music, and then we exchange the music data with the composer, and the composer gives us his composition, and it becomes this kind of a play where the making of the music and the making of the movement really blend together. This was also, and then suddenly again, like the kind of interaction with the movement, with the light in space and where people are standing around, it again gets kind of completely new dimension that you cannot plan for. And therefore, for us, it's always like, when doing these kind of installations, we try to maximize the time on site to tweak. And this is very hard for client projects because the tweaking, like you want to know what you get. And what you can get the best is something that fits the space the best, which is that you need to have the space ready and you need to kind of feel the space, you work in the space to get the best result. So this is a kind of a continuous struggle where you kind of try to promise that no, it will be great, but we just get it finished only the last day before the opening. And it's of course also a lot of emails and talks that I need to then conduct to convince that this is indeed the best way. Yeah, the artwork had a second iteration in ACT, ACT Center in South Korea, where we got a little bit better lights and different form factor, and we ended up adding the key component. So those of you coming from print, CMYK is of course including key, which is the black channel to get the printed graphics kind of pop out. So this is the key. There's one light that is not RGB, but it's white light creating the black shadows. Okay, so this was now the first part of the talk. So this was now the kind of a one tangent of what ART+COM Studio is doing. We are doing many other things, but I thought that the kind of exit theme, exiting the bounds of the screen, would be kind of a relevant story, and how making the machines with which we make these is as much of the making as the choreographing and then the designing with those things. And the kind of a reflection that takes place between making the machine and figuring out what it's good for and reflecting on what are the best ways of using it and leaving and giving time for that, and not just saying, okay, somebody else has done this, we use this, and we use what it's used for ourselves as well. So every technology comes with the baggage of what it was originally designed for. So lots of computer games, graphics come from military, and there's a little bit of the kind of uneasy balance from the source of that. And here we have lots of kind of hardware that comes from like factories and conveyor belts and this kind of servo motor controls. They are factory equipment, industrial factory equipment that then here becomes something quite different. So this was the first part, and now I still have 15 minutes for the second part. I jump to the university, and those of you here who are coming more from like a product design world, maybe this is kind of closer to your world. So over the last 3 years, we ran this research project called Rethinking Prototyping, and this was a collaboration with the University of Arts and the University of Technology in Berlin. Interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, all those things that are inherently always supposed to be, better because they're trans and inter and all this kind of stuff, but often these are also giving you expectations of something else. So transdisciplinary doesn't mean that it's better. It means that it's a space to explore different kinds of things, different ways of doing that should be given the possibility to fail. It's not necessarily that better things come out of something that different disciplines mix together. This part out of this bigger project that was the rethinking prototyping my part was called Beyond Prototyping, and what I tried to do with the project was to look at the kind of gray space between mass-producing objects and making one-off things. So the digital fabrication, the rapid prototyping tools, how are they used in the creating of the final thing and not the prototype, not the model, not the mock-up. So between mass production and making one-offs, between the atelier service and the copy shop, and then between something that is functional and something that is emotional. So that was the space that I wanted to look at. What are the things that we can do with these new methods, algorithmic design, digital fabrication, that kind of is somewhere in between these extremes, because 3D printing is more expensive than injection molding. It takes more time, but at the same time you have more control to fit it to your foot or to your, I don't know, other physical dimensions, or it can make, you can choose the color, but what are the things that really make sense to configure? So the kind of physiological optimization is clear, but then you choosing a color is very arbitrary. So we tried to find what is the narrative, what is the story that makes sense to to design and to leave it to the algorithm versus then explicitly choose. So I'll show you 3 concepts that came out of this research project. The first one, 3 concepts and 3 websites. So I made 3 websites. One is ciphering.me, which is basically 3D, like generative 3D jewelry. So basically, the way it works is that you have a sweet spot. So these are the rays in OpenSCAD. If you use OpenSCAD, this is very, very nice, solid modeling scripting language with which you can create 3D geometry. So there's a point in space that if you look through that point, the rays kind of penetrate through this ring, and then the ring becomes encoded with the message that you project through it. The message is not legible before you align it correctly. So this whole thing is a website. On the website, you as a user are not you as the designer. So you as the user decide 4 digits. And then the physiological parameters like the size and then the material. And then with those four digits, the algorithm calculates a geometry that encodes those 4 digits as pixels so that when you align it right, they become deciphered, they become legible. But only then. So it's like the stuff that is normally inside the ring, it becomes the ring itself. And so me as a designer decide the language, the thickness of the ridges so that it's mechanically solid enough so that it doesn't break, that it's 3D printable in this kind of a lost wax cast method, meaning that it's 3D printed in wax and then cast with real silver or gold so that the resulting thing is manufacturable. So I decide all the parameters that are about the function and the aesthetic, and you as the user decide what you want to say with it, or what you want to hide with it. Okay, and the whole thing runs as a web service so that then you do the ordering online and then the product gets sent to you. So once I designed this, I never really, nothing ever comes to my door and I never do anything with it. Different way of looking at this digital fabrication is to look at the kind of a network of makers together, because oftentimes 3D printing has the shortcoming of the material quality. You can't mix materials, you're quite limited to the size. They're small things, they're plastic, maybe they're rubber, but so you don't have the kind of full gamut of material haptic quality that you have when you're making things traditionally or industrially. So Locatable or Locatable, it's another service that is basically using OpenStreetMaps as the starting point, where a geocoordinate, so the user defines the geocoordinates and that's it. What the whole idea kind of started with this kind of realization that the street network is it's a useful thing to understand where you are in space, and if you had it in instead of on the wall as a functional map, if it was like an everyday product, it could become it could feed everyday conversations in a peripheral way. So what we did, we spent a lot of time in the workshop, in series of workshops actually, and the workshops were, even though this is a university project, these workshops were not the university workshops. These were small studios distributed in Berlin, because we wanted to create something that is feasible as a real service. So this one guy, Mason, today he's got a 3D milling shop, and we worked closely with him to find the parameters, the right milling bits, the speed of operating the machine, so that we could create street map engraved tabletop within 20 minutes or less. Then we spent lots of time with Laurentiu about how to cast those grooves carved into the table with transparent resin to get the physical haptic quality of a tabletop as a high-end product, so that it feels right, that it feels good, and it looks appropriate. And then integrating that with the sort of a final polish, sanding down, oiling, and all this kind of stuff, so that it's really like a high-quality, handmade product, but coordinated through software and a website that results in a tabletop that has your area of choosing carved as a street map on the tabletop. So I took this screenshot this morning. If you know this area, you might recognize the picture. But it's not a functional map in a sense that it doesn't have any of the street names. It gives you kind of a context. If you know the place, it makes sense, but if you don't, it doesn't. So it's looking at the kind of how traditional design, this is now super simplified. Traditionally, design process would be designer does the design, then a producer liaises with the factory and makes all the industrial manufacturing parts. The stuff gets delivered to the shop, and then you get it as a consumer. Whereas in our model, the designer creates the DNA of a design, and the DNA of the design gets distributed between different service providers that then, together with the feedback from the consumer, create a product. So the design process is suddenly much, much bigger. Actually, it probably should also include the consumer in this graph. Okay, and then the last thing, this is a third website, just a website. I made 3 websites. The third website is called Highlight, and the Highlight is a service that, well, I just showed the video, this makes the most sense. It's a service that first you get this custom 3D scanner sent home. You screw it into the lamp socket, into the place where you want to have the lamp. Then you flick the light switch, and then the scanner scans a 3D model of the room. You then load it into your computer, and then in the 3D model, you as the user, you don't design the lamp. You design where you want the light. So you're painting the light into the room in the places that you would like to have it, and then as a result, the algorithm decides how the lampshade is supposed to look like to yield this desired result. And then you get this funky, spiky thing. And this spiky thing is then only meaningful in that place where you screwed the scanner in the first place. Yeah. So this is how it then looks like in space. And this is again like you cannot do this. So the meaningfulness stays with the user. Now, of course, the kind of a shortcoming of this project was that this a custom hardware with some Arduino and stepper motors inside that you screw into the 220-volt light socket in the ceiling. It's slightly suspect. So this was certainly not CE certified, and the fact that you need this device is suboptimal. Now, in the end, what we do with this kind of design, we realize that actually we don't need the 3D geometry. It makes it easy to manipulate, but 360 pictures do the same, because all we need to do is just, because we have the point of view where the light is, so it's like we see everything that the lamp can see if we take the picture from the point of view of the lamp. So this way you can just take a 360 picture and then paint the light and download the 3D model. So 3 websites and 3 products. So I think maybe I could try to, so I loaded it here on my screen. Let's see if I can you switch the computer screen on? Yeah, okay, so so I think, so these 3 surfaces, I think this one is the interesting one. So this is now a hotel room, but yesterday 2 days ago, I went to this most fantastic space called Fab Cafe, and I took some pictures. So let's see how so if we make a new lighting for Fab Cafe, so this is now the Fab Cafe, and I could say that, okay, we want to have maybe light over there, and actually the coffee tables, they definitely need light. I don't know, where else? Maybe we hang some artwork over here. And these tables as well, up over there and here, and now, thank you very much. So then here we have our lampshade that would be hanging in one of those lamp sockets. So Anyone who's got a 3D printer could maybe, so maybe one day we'll see this at the Fab Cafe. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jussi Ängeslevä. That was fantastic. I love all your websites. ก็ตอนนี้นะคะ so this is the Q&A time ตอนนี้ก็เป็นช่วงเวลาการถามคำถามกันแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวมิจะขออนุญาตรับคำถามจากท่านที่นั่งอยู่นะคะยกมือแค่2คำถามแล้วหลังจากนั้นจะไปที่ Pigeonhole สำหรับคำถามที่ส่งเข้ามาในเว็บไซต์ของ TCDC นะคะก็ใครที่ยังอยากถามอยู่ก็ยังสามารถถามเข้ามาในเว็บไซต์ได้อยู่นะคะก็ตอนนี้นะคะโอ้โหมียกมือรอไปแล้ว ใครอยากถามว่าถามบ้างมาตรงนี้หนึ่งท่านค่ะยกมือสูงๆเข้าไว้นะคะเพราะว่าไม่ค่อยเห็นกันนะคะขอบคุณนะคะ So we're going to take 2 questions from the audience and then we'll go to our Pigeonhole.
Good morning. First of all, I really appreciate your work. I would like to ask you 3 questions. Is it okay?
Up to you. Is it okay? Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
Since your project is new and needed many exploration process and unpredictable. First, how do you convince your clients to buy your design? Second, how long does it take to develop a project estimately?
Okay.
And third, how do you manage to make your projects finish within deadlines?
Okay. So in reverse, how to manage the deadlines. We are 50 to 100 people, and we have very capable project management teams as well. So they manage, I don't have to. In terms of the, so in terms of like, how do you convince the clients about our designs? It's, I mean, I think the bottom line is, first, we have to convince ourselves. You know, like, if you trust and believe in what you're doing, that comes across. And so, of course, it is then like a dialogue with the clients, what they are looking for, but it's also, it's fundamentally is that if you believe in what you're doing, with the track record of other things that you can point to from the starting point to what came out, you can show the process instead of saying, we do that thing that we did there. Because oftentimes clients come to us with this mindset of saying, okay, we saw this thing over there, can you do one for us, but make it blue, please? And then that's a starting point that we kind of then, and then start kind of rewinding that actually this is probably not what you really want, because there's so many special considerations that make sense in that context that make that design elegant that wouldn't be elegant in your case. So it's like starting the dialogue and then having this open conversation and then inspiring yourself. Those are the kind of main features. The second question I forgot. How long? Oh, 6 months to 4 years.
4 years?
It really depends. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the 6 months to 4 years.
Thank you. So we'll take one more question from the audience. เชิญท่านนี้ค่ะยกมือสูงๆนะคะ Put your hands up real high. Okay, there we go.
Do you have any particular book you would say that have great influence over your mindset as a designer?
Well, great mindset to a designer. Well, I hope that what I showed today is kind of, yeah, that's what I tried to say. So that for this mindset for designer is that instead of taking things for granted, so that you use predefined ways of doing things or systems, if you think of the systems for making as part of your design, so whether it means that you create your own medium like a kinetic sculpture, and then you design with it, you have completely different position to think of what it's good for, where the elegant solutions are. Or like with this digital fabrication things is that you can think of the design process, how to come to the result as a bigger thing. So I think that's the mindset that I have. I mean, maybe it's not generalizable, but this kind of an open-ended look of outside the boundaries of what you are doing to think of what other people traditionally in this chain of making are doing, and if possible, bring those involved into the design. That is very powerful. The other thing is also to understand the kind of a political situation where you're designing. Design is not, it's not realistic to have this kind of a superstar designer who scribbles something on paper and then do this. Like everything is this kind of a complex parameter space, kind of a different fitness function criteria filling system. And some of them are more aesthetic or cultural, and others are financial or mechanical or timeline, these kind of things. But all of these things are essentially part of the design. So the more you can be aware and understand those different aspects, the better you are as a designer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go straight to the questions from our website, from the Pigeonhole. Our first question is, can you give us an example of a project that did not work?
Well, I could talk about all of these projects how they didn't work. So for example, so this Four Rivers, this kind of or River Is installation with this the German way of making reflective sculptures is that it works beautifully, but in order for it to work, you as a visitor need to understand it. If you don't understand it, it's like, okay, pixels flying through the space, big deal. So if you don't have the time, which is often the case that people come, okay, interactive installation, what do I do? Do I wave my hands? Where's the button? Do I make a sound? Where's the microphone? If you don't kind of bring the people to the right mindset, they don't see the work that is in front of their face. So that didn't work in that sense. And what else could I say? So then there was in Singapore airport, there was a situation when one person decided that the drops are so beautiful that she decided to try to get one. And yeah.
Oh no.
So that also was a bad idea, and it didn't work.
Okay, we'll take one more question from the Pigeonhole. The world has become more and more virtual, i.e. social networks, CG movies, AI, personal assistant. Will there be a place for physical presence in the future?
Yes.
That's it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take one more question then. Yes. One last question from the Pigeonhole. How you influence customer about change the static installation art to interactive installation art? They think the interactive use much more money than static. It's a waste to invest. How to change it?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really changing. You could see, I mean, I showed that marketing video from the result of the BMW installation. Like when you get this kind, like more and more these kind of cases make the point that the impact of doing something different is hugely more impactful. So I think that is, yeah, so, and it's happening everywhere. So it's really like, it's not just us, it's many studios and that are doing like this. And now more than ever, it's possible to think outside the kind of constraints of a single discipline. So like things have become much more modular and easier to connect together in new ways. So that's definitely happening. Yeah. I had another line of thought, but I forgot. Sorry.
It's okay, I'll come back. When it comes back, you can tell us again. So we still have a little bit of time for one more question. Have you ever tried using magnets with your kinetic sculptures?
No, but I would like to. Actually, I realized. Can I show one last picture?
Sure.
This is not really from the presentation, yeah, connect. Good. Nope. So
Okay, there we go.
you get this screen for the last
Screen
50
computer.
seconds.
Okay.
So this is maybe like a little bit of a moral of the story. So musicians in the room might recognize this. This is Yanko keyboard. It's a turn of the century invention. We all know the piano keyboard at the bottom. Piano keyboard came about in the kind of right point of time and space. Big concert halls bought it, composers designed for it, musicians started playing it, and there was like industry of art, making music for piano keyboard. Then poor Paul von Janko came about, and he was an engineer, and he invented much better keyboard. What is amazing with Janko keyboard is that you can transpose without moving the alignment of your finger. So you can like go from C major to D major to E major by just moving your hand. You can reach many octaves in a way that is not possible with a traditional keyboard. This result was the hammers need to be far apart. You can't stack things vertically. He came up with the solution that you can stack the mechanical part of the keyboard in a better way. What happened was that the art critics, because the industry was there for this, they started kind of arguing like, Janko keyboard, it's so easy, even child could play. So it's a children's toy. And so suddenly the kind of technical innovation could not really become mainstream anymore because there was already existing kind of political movement for something. So all of these kind of things, whether it's internet, VR, kinetic sculptures, these kind of things, they are part of this kind of a bigger picture of culture, ever more global so today. And you cannot separate the design process from this kind of understanding. So people come to us because they want to represent innovation in their organization. So we are then kind of, so it's not what we are doing, but it's what we are doing in this kind of a political or cultural kind of movement. And understanding that in what you're doing is fundamental to not being kind of drawn by or drifting by the movements, but kind of steering through it. I mean, yeah, so that's a kind of, it applies to every field, and I think design is especially important because there is no right or wrong. There's different possible futures that you then push into. And the Janko keyboard could have been reality, but it wasn't because of all the other reasons. So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Jussi Ängeslevä. Now we would like to present you with a little memento of appreciation. So we would like to invite คุณเกิร์ก วณิชกุลนะคะ Board of Director Office of Knowledge and Management Development up on stage ขอเรียนเชิญคุณเกิร์ก วณิชกุลนะคะ กรรมการผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิสำนักงานบริหารและพัฒนาองค์ความรู้ค่ะเรียนเชิญค่ะสวัสดีค่ะขอขอบคุณนะคะค่ะก็อยากจะขอบคุณคุณเกิดวันนี้คุณมากๆนะคะ Thank you so much Thank you Mr. Jussi Ängeslevä Thank you so much That was a wonderful talk and a lot of things to see that was really inspiring ก็หวังว่าทุกท่านคงจะชอบมากค่ะกับวิทยากรท่านแรกของเราแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวพักสักครู่นี้เราจะได้เจอกับวิทยากรอีกหลายท่านนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นคุณ Joris Malta และคุณ Daniel Gross จาก Catalogtree นะคะคุณ Jessica Brillhart หัวหน้าฝ่ายสร้างภาพยนตร์ VR ของ Google นะคะแล้วก็จะมีคุณ Khailee Ng นะคะผู้ร่วมบริหาร 500 Startups ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็อยากจะขอเตือนสักนิดนึงนะคะสำหรับใครที่อยากจะดูคุณ Jessica Brillhart นะคะก็อยากจะเตือนนิดนึงว่าอาจจะมี presentation ที่ทำให้เมาภาพเคลื่อนไหวได้นะคะใครที่ sensitive หรือว่าเวลาดูหนังผีที่มีพวกกล้องติดบนหัวแล้วรู้สึกเมาก็สามารถขยับไปนั่งด้านหลังได้นะคะก็นั่นแหละค่ะขอเตือนไว้นิดนึงแล้วกันนะคะแต่ว่าคงไม่เยอะเท่าไหร่ค่ะแล้วก็อีกเรื่องนึงก็คือก่อนที่จะไปพักทานอาหารกลางวันนะคะช่วยกรอก แบบสอบถามนิดนึงนะคะกรอกแล้วยื่นให้กับพนักงานตรงทางออกแล้วเราจะมีของรางวัลเล็กๆน้อยๆให้นะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเรามาเจอกันอีกทีตอนบ่ายโมงครึ่งนะคะจะเริ่มงานแล้วก็อีกเรื่องหนึ่งนะคะห้องน้ำของเราค่อนข้างมีจำกัดก็สามารถไปใช้ห้องน้ำของ Emporium Complex Shopping Mall นะคะได้ทุกชั้นเลยนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวเรามาเจอกันใหม่ตอนบ่ายโมงครึ่งค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ So, we'll see you guys again after our lunch break. So we'll start again at 1:30 p.m. And our restrooms are limited, so you can use any floor of our Emporium Shopping Complex for your bathroom needs. And we'll see you again back here at 1:30. Thank you.
ตอนนี้คนยังเยอะอยู่ไหมครับ
น้อยลงทำไงให้คนเยอะขึ้น
นั่นเลยครับ
อยากได้ถนนนะมันแคบอยากให้ถนนดีๆครับ
This area of Bangkok is a destination for leisure, for local people to come and relax, and also for tourism, international tourism.
อยากให้อนุรักษ์ไว้มากกว่าเดิมๆอย่างเงี้ยคือเราจะเห็นตึกเก่าๆจะเห็นอะไรที่มันภาพเก่าๆจะรู้ว่าเอ้ยนี่นะยุคสมัยก่อนที่เรายังอยู่อยากว่าให้มีคาเฟ่แมวจะดีสุดอยากจะมีที่ไปออกกำลังกายแบบไม่ต้องไกลไม่ต้องไปถึงสวนลุมเพราะว่าคนเจริญกรุงส่วนใหญ่จะไปออกกำลังกายสวนลุมเลยใช่ไหมคะซึ่งมันไกลออกไปอยากมีสวนสาธารณะ
การนำเรื่องของความคิดสร้างสรรค์ไปพัฒนาหรือฟื้นฟูเมืองถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งบทบาทแล้วก็ภารกิจสำคัญที่ TCDC กำลังจะทำต่อไปในอนาคตนะคะเราต้องทำงานร่วมกันกับผู้เชี่ยวชาญหลากหลายสาขาแล้วก็ดึงเอาส่วนผสมที่ดีที่สุดของทุกคนเนี่ยมาร่วมกัน
โหวตปัญหาที่เราคิดว่าน่าจะแก้ได้ได้รัวใช่ไหมคะ
อันนี้ได้ผมว่าอันนี้เสื้อรถไม่เพียงพอปัญหารถติดแต่ลงกันได้
ไม่มีพื้นที่ที่แล้วต้องใช้เส้นนี้สายนี้ใช่ไหมเก็บขยะคะน่าจะเก็บได้จิตสำนึกได้ค่ะ
แต่จุดที่น่าสนใจนะครับก็คือพื้นที่ว่างครับโดนปิดในเรื่องในที่ทำให้ดู
นั่นต้นแยกเลยว่าตรงไหน
แต่นี้ก็ใช่ครับหรืออย่างเงี้ย
TCDC เองจริงๆแล้วเราชวนทุกคนมาร่วมกันค้นหาศักยภาพของย่านเจริญกรุงที่ยังอาจจะซ่อนอยู่อาจจะยังมองไม่เห็นเราสร้างคำถามนี้ขึ้นมาแล้วเราก็ชวนทุกคนนะคะมาร่วมค้นหาโอกาสของย่านด้วยกันโดยมีวัตถุประสงค์เป้าเดียวกันค่ะคือการพัฒนาพื้นที่สร้างสรรค์เจริญกรุงให้เป็นพื้นที่สร้างสรรค์ต้นแบบของประเทศไทยค่ะ
คุณเชื่อในพลังความคิดสร้างสรรค์เหมือนเราหรือเปล่า ถ้าเพียงเปิดโอกาสให้ทุกคนได้เรียนรู้ เข้าใจ และเข้าถึง พลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนสินค้าและบริการพลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนผู้บริโภค พ ลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนสังคมพลังสร้างสรรค์สามารถเปลี่ยนประเทศมาร่วมกับ TCDC Commons ในการลงทุนครั้งสำคัญเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการผลักดันพลังสร้างสรรค์ในสังคมไทยสร้างแหล่งชุมนุมนักสร้างสรรค์เพื่อการเรียนรู้และสร้างประสบการณ์เพื่อบ่มเพาะคนรุ่นใหม่ให้เข้าใจวิถีแห่งความสร้างสรรค์ TCDC Commons เปิดโอกาสให้คุณเป็นผู้ให้และผู้รับด้วยการลงทุนเพื่อการพัฒนาคนเพื่อคืนกำไรสู่สังคมและสร้างคุณค่าอย่างยั่งยืนเพื่อเปลี่ยนสิ่งรอบตัวของเราให้ดีขึ้นในวันนี้และอนาคต
New Original ก็คือการตีความการใส่ความคิดสร้างสรรค์ในยุคสมัยที่เราอยู่เข้าไปผสมผสานกับสิ่งที่เรามีอยู่แล้วให้มันเข้ากัน
It's a nice project to have internationals in Thailand to meet with the new creative people, to strengthen relationship between cultures.
การสัมมนาครั้งนี้นะคะผู้ที่เข้ามาฟังเนี่ยก็จะได้รับประสบการณ์หลากหลายจากผู้เชี่ยวชาญแล้วก็ได้รับทราบถึงมุมมองต่างๆทั้งจากทางสหราชอาณาจักรรวมถึงจากประเทศเพื่อนบ้านของเราแล้วก็ในประเทศไทยด้วย
คำว่าทอล์กมันเคลียร์อยู่ในตัวอยู่แล้วค่ะมันคือการพูดคุยการสื่อสารระหว่างคนที่เข้ามาฟังกับคนที่ขึ้นมาพูดต่างคนต่างได้แฟร์ๆเป็นการเสริมซึ่งกันและกันนะคะ
ตัวเวิร์กช็อปเนี่ยมันก็เหมือนกับเป็นสิ่งที่นำความรู้แบบของบ้านเล็กๆอะค่ะหรือว่าความรู้ของชุมชนหรือว่าความรู้ของหน่วยที่เป็นหน่วยจุลภาคหน่วยเล็กที่สุดอะเอาไปขยายต่อให้กับคนอื่น
คำว่า installation เนี่ยผมมองว่าในมันจะพูดถึงประโยชน์ใช้สอยแต่จะ art installation หรือ design installation หรืออะไรเนี่ยก็อยู่ที่นิยาม
ป๊อปมาร์เก็ตนะคะเป็นพื้นที่ที่จะให้ดีไซเนอร์และคนที่รักงานดีไซน์มาพบปะกันมีการแลกเปลี่ยนรวมไปถึงการตกลงซื้อขายกันส่วนคนที่มาซื้อก็จะได้เห็นว่าสินค้าที่มันมีอยู่ณตอนนี้ของเชียงใหม่นะคะมันมีการพัฒนาไปถึงขั้นไหนในเรื่องของงานดีไซน์
ในช่วงดีไซน์วีคเนี่ยจะเป็นช่วงเวลาที่ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดีไซเนอร์หรือคนทั่วไปก็ตามใช้โอกาสนี้ในการทำงานร่วมกันคนเองก็มีปฏิสัมพันธ์กับเมืองด้วย
คุณแน่ใจได้อย่างไรว่าสิ่งที่เห็นคือสิ่งที่เป็นแน่ใจหรือว่าความเป็นไปได้อยู่ใต้ขีดจำกัดเสมอแน่ใจไหมว่านั่นเป็นเพียงทางออกเดียวถ้าแน่ใจเราขอให้คุณลองเปลี่ยนเปิดมุมมองใหม่ๆใช้ประโยชน์จากศาสตร์ที่หลอมรวมพลิกแนวคิดเพื่อต่อยอดสิ่งที่ทำแล้วคุณจะเห็นว่าทางออกไม่ได้มีแค่หนึ่ง ทางออกไม่ใช่แค่จุดจบแต่อาจเป็นจุดเริ่มของสิ่งใหม่ที่ยิ่งใหญ่ร่วมค้นหาเส้นทางที่พาคุณไปสู่ความเป็นไปได้ไม่สิ้นสุด Exit สู่ความจริงรูปแบบใหม่ CU2016 ตุลาคมนี้
สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีอีกรอบนะคะ สวัสดี วันนี้ก็กลับเข้ามาสู่ในช่วงภาคบ่ายนะคะของงาน CU2016 นะคะซึ่งในช่วงบ่ายนี้เราจะมีวิทยากรมาพูดทั้งหมด3ท่านด้วยกันนะคะแต่ก่อนที่เราจะไปพูดคุยกับ2ท่านแรกมิตรขอรบกวนนิดนึงค่ะเครื่องสื่อสารทั้งหมดที่เรามีอยู่นะคะกรุณาช่วยปิดเสียงให้ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็อย่างที่บอกไปเบื้องต้นนะคะภาพวิดีโอห้ามถ่ายเด็ดขาดห้ามถ่ายเด็ดขาดห้ามอัดวิดีโอเด็ดขาดเลยนะคะส่วนภาพนิ่งถ่ายได้ตลอดนะคะแต่ว่ารบกวนงดใช้แฟลชตลอดเวลานะคะแล้วก็ถ้าเผยแพร่ภาพนิ่งออกไปในโซเชียลมีเดียฝากรบกวนแฮชแท็กให้ด้วยนะคะ #CU2016exit นะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวขอรบกวนพูดเป็นภาษาอังกฤษแป๊บหนึ่งนะคะ Well, welcome back everybody to the afternoon session of CU 2016. Before we get started, we're going to have 3 speakers for this period of time. But before we start with the first 2 speakers, I would like you to help me with turning off your communication devices, not turn it off, but turn it to silent mode and no video recording whatsoever. If you want to take pictures, photography is allowed, but please no flashes. And if you do post any of the pictures onto social media, I would really appreciate it if you can help hashtag CU2016exit. And so I would like to introduce you เดี๋ยวจะแนะนำนะคะอีกเรื่องหนึ่ง one more thing about the Q&A ก็ใครที่อยากจะสอบถามคำถามกับวิทยากรไม่ว่าจะท่านใดนะคะคือสามารถถามได้ทุกเมื่อก่อนที่วิทยากรจะพูดจบนะคะก็สามารถเข้าไปในเว็บไซต์นะคะ www.cu-tcdc.com นะคะแล้วก็เข้าไปสอบถามในอินเทอร์เน็ตผ่านอินเทอร์เน็ตก็ได้นะคะ so if you guys want to ask questions during any of this time you can do so by going to the internet website www.cu-tcdc.com and you can ask any questions through that website as well ตอนนี้นะคะขอแนะนำนะคะ2ท่านแรกที่จะมาพูดคุยกับเราวันนี้นะคะก็ชื่อคุณยอริสมาลธาและคุณแดเนียลกรอสนะคะจาก Catalogtree Studio ค่ะซึ่งก็เป็นสตูดิโอนะคะที่ทำงานออกแบบหลากหลายสาขาจากเมืองอาร์เนมประเทศเนเธอร์แลนด์และกรุงเบอร์ลินนะคะประเทศเยอรมนีซึ่งก็จะเชี่ยวชาญนะคะด้านการออกแบบข้อมูลและสนใจระบบการจัดการตัวเองของคอมพิวเตอร์โดยเชื่อในความคิดที่ว่ารูปแบบเท่ากับพฤติกรรมค่ะ so Are you guys ready to start off this afternoon session with our first 2 speakers? If you are, please welcome Mr. Joris Maltha and Mr. Daniel Gross from Catalogtree.
Hello. Let me put my bottle of water down first. First, I'd like to thank the TCDC for inviting us. It's been a wonderful stay so far, and especially we'd like to thank you for taking such good care of us these past few days. So we're Catalogtree. We're a very small graphics design studio based in Arnhem in the Netherlands, and we have a second studio in Berlin, which is led by Nina Bender, our third partner. And we specialize in what is called information design. We often get asked the question what that actually is. You know, isn't all graphic design information design? You know, if you design someone's business card, there's usually information on it, or if you design a poster, there's information on it. So what is the difference? When you work with data, something else comes in play. Because data is not information, and information in turn is not knowledge. We try to get to that later a bit. But when you want to get from data to information, you have to take certain editorial steps. You have to, let's say, reorganize the data. You have to filter it and make choices, editorial choices, in order to draw a story out of the data. In other words, we're not only concerned with the tone of voice of a project, let's say the stylistic aspects of it, you know, what is the colors that are being used, or the typefaces, or maybe the composition and things like that. But we're also concerned with what it is that we are actually saying. So our studio usually gets into projects where we get real early into a project, working together with other people, not only discussing about what the end product might be, but also what is the content of the project. We will, of course, show some examples of that. But first, let me briefly explain what is flickering here on the screen. About a year ago, we were in Sao Paulo, in Brazil, and we quickly learned that Sao Paulo has the highest density of helicopter landing platforms in the world. There's more helicopter landing platforms or helipads in Sao Paulo than you have in the entire United Kingdom. There's a lot. And people told us that there's a whole new class of the super rich that fly into the city from outside and land on their office building, whatever. They go do a day's of work, then go into their helicopter again, fly to the next building and go to the gym or do some shopping or whatever, what super rich people do at the end of the day, and then they fly out of the city again. So they don't touch the ground anymore. They're not actually not on the street, never, because they just fly in with a helicopter. We were really interested in this. Well, we thought it was a fascinating story, so we thought maybe we can see a glimpse of that life, and we wanted to draw a map, and we couldn't find any maps or any lists of where these places were, and so we wrote an algorithm that can detect helipads from satellite footage, because we thought helipads are always square, and they're always blue, and they always have a white triangle. At the end of our talk, we would like to share our conclusions from that research. But cities are very interesting to us, and the urban landscape especially. More than half of the people on this planet live in cities, and this number is growing rapidly. And to accommodate that massive migration that is taking place in the past 40 years, we've built as much urban fabric as we've done in the past 10,000 years of human history. So this is really complex. This is a huge issue that is going on. If we want to find answers to big global problems, like climate change or poor distribution of wealth across the globe, maybe the best place to look for answers is cities, because that's where everyone is, So recently, in recent projects, we've been able to work together with architects and city planners and researchers who are looking for answers in this direction. So one project that we'd like to start off with is this here. It's a part of an exhibition of the International Architectural Biennale in Rotterdam in 2014, where we looked at the city as a metabolism. So not so much as a place where there's buildings, but as a place of flows. People flowing in and out of the city, food flowing in and out, water, waste, air, cargo, energy, and try to create visuals around that. What does that actually look like? We designed a great many maps and infographics that show this a little bit, and it was part of this exhibition.
This was a book which accompanied the exhibition, and basically it's a selection of all infographics we did, and again with some text to explain these a little bit better. But the main challenge we faced here was the fact that all the source data was completely different, and still we had to make some choices due to that they communicate with the same tone. So, but in our opinion, it's one of the main challenges of information design in general, which is often forgot, that the data which is sourced to the information design is often completely inconsistent, incomplete, vague, fuzzy, or messy to the core. So this is a fact which is often forgotten if you look at the end on the infographic. So, but sometimes data is so complex and so complicated that it's not able to bring the message across. But as soon as it's clamped up, it's a little bit easier to understand. So this is one graphic we did for them. This is the Netherlands, basically. It may not look like, but it's it. So these are all energy flows through the Netherlands. So the thickness of the line is directly related to the amount of energy. And then there are different energy sources. So you have these fossil fuels, like oil products and crude oil. And the Netherlands are importing all this stuff. But at the same moment, they export it. So most of the oil is just floating through the Netherlands and crossing the border again. But if you take a closer look, and you look at these more sustainable energies like biomass, waste, geothermal energy, solar energy, and wind energy, and you follow their path, and you compare it here, in the Netherlands, we throw away 9 times more energy by throwing away still heated cooling water than all these sustainable energy sources added up. So this is quite a nice thing to know. But it was completely hidden underneath the data in start because scientists are so used to communicate based on numbers and figures. But our task is really to visualize these, that they are able to tell a story. So these are some pages of the book where parts of the Netherlands are explained. And again. And here, so basically it came down that we are not doing only the infographics or the info design for the book, but to develop a kind of a language where all these different data sources can speak with the same tone, that they are understandable and capable of telling a story.
Right, so another book that we recently designed together with the curator of that exhibition, Dirk Simons, is about the transition of the generation of energy from fossil fuels to more sustainable sources, and the way that might impact our landscape and the urban landscape. This book has a very nice cover because it's very unsustainable glow-in-the-dark ink. It's a nice effect, isn't it?
But it really glows in the dark, right?
It glows in the dark.
Yeah.
So when we got it back from the printer, we instantly ran into the toilet, sort of closed the door behind us, and ooh, look at that. It glows in the dark, you know, it's fantastic. Anyway, so this, yeah, you can tell me the joke later, yeah? The idea behind this book is that that Dirk Simons and his company, H&S Landscape Architects, had, is that they wanted to see what might happen to a polder in the Netherlands. The image you see there is a polder north of Amsterdam. If we were to generate energy in that space for 1 million homes. And they created these photo montages to show that. So what you see here on the left is the impact of nuclear energy on the landscape. And it's really not that much. It's really difficult to detect, but there's a little white plume. Yeah, can you point it out on the screen, Daniel?
Here.
Make the people of the lights nervous about whether to switch on or off the light. So there's a little dot in the landscape that indicates that there's a nuclear power plant. Of course, the geographical footprint of a power plant is not that problematic, but the waste that comes from it is problematic for many, many years. So maybe it would be better to switch to solar or wind power. And this is the image that you see on the right. From this height, you don't see any turbines. But there are other sources that have a huge impact on the landscape. Like here on the left, you see what the landscape might look like if you were to grow biomass to burn, basically, to create energy. You know, if you make a wood fire, you're burning biomass, and you need 9 times the size of that polder to generate energy for 1 million homes. And on the right-hand side, it's tar sands. It's sand that is saturated with oil, and then after a very polluting chemical process, the oil and the sand are separated, and then you have fuel to burn. But as you can see, this completely ruins everything. We added graphic to that because 1 million homes isn't the same across the globe. You know, there's big differences between cities. As you can see here, the biggest circle is 1 million homes in Los Angeles, where the middle circle is 1 million homes in Istanbul, and the smallest is 1 million homes in Mumbai. So this means that, well, of course we know that population density differs, but what is interesting to think about is that to generate energy for this population, sometimes you need much more space than these people actually occupy by living. And this is not only true for the generation of energy, but it also counts for growing crops, or maybe getting water, drinking water out of the ground. You need much more space than just a place where you're living outside. And then we work together with Nicolas de Monchaux. It's another atlas, the last one that we're going to show. It's actually a city atlas of 3 major American cities, New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And the book shows research by Nicolas de Monchaux, who is an associate professor at Berkeley in California, and associate professor in architecture. The book was very recently, only 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, was published by Princeton Architectural Press in New York. And what Nicolas de Monchaux has done is not to come up with one big design that could change change these kind of issues for the better, but to look for very small spots in the city where you could make little changes. He looked for places that are underused, basically are abandoned by the city. No money flows there anymore for maintenance, so they're basically just left to ruin. He did this by collecting enormous amounts of data, not only geographical data about where those places might be, but especially demographic data and social data. Because as it turns out, these underused sites in cities are often embedded in the most vulnerable neighborhoods. So if you look for places where crime rates are high, or unemployment is high, or health figures are low, you're likely to find places that are underused. One example of that is spots like these, owned by billboard companies. This is in Los Angeles, a street scene in Los Angeles. And what the billboard company does is they buy a little plot of land next to a highway or a train line or something like that. And they fence it off, and they place a billboard there. And you know, so many people can see it, but it's not used for anything else. And of course, this is only a little plot of land. If you look at that from above, it's really not that much. You can turn to the next. It's really not that much. It's just a little plot of land. But because de Monchaux collected so much data, he could identify thousands of these places. And not only, these are locations in Los Angeles, but he also detected thousands of heat islands in New York, for instance, and flooding areas in San Francisco. And because he knew so much, he knew so much about the surroundings, you know, what kind of people live there and what are their needs, he could also predict or design a possible scenario for these locations. You know, maybe there should be a public park there, because it might be a site in New York that is actually a heat island, you know, a place that would never cool down anymore in the summer, and where temperatures get so high that it actually has a really negative influence on public health. Or maybe there's educational issues or something like that, and it should be a public library. So all of these scenarios were generated dynamically, and now we have all of a sudden thousands of micro solutions for very small places. But because they're they're in such vulnerable neighborhoods, they can have a really big impact on these communities.
So for the book, de Monchaux made a really small selection of all his plans, about 4,000, and then asked us to design the book. But we only had 240 pages, so it was quite a lot to put on these pages, and he wanted to reserve about 100 pages for his own text, which give a more broad insight on the subject. So we decided to program the rest of the book, because otherwise it's a little bit too much work also for us. We are kind of lazy somewhat. And so we wrote an algorithm that is able to design the spreads automatically for us. So it's putting maps of sites where the impact is high, where the pressure also is high to change something, bigger on the spread than other ones. So it's making not only a selection, but it's also adding some weight to it. Because if we would have placed these with the same size each, it would be a very boring story to tell. And the algorithm also sorted these from west to east. So you can browse through the book, and by browsing through the book, you browse through the sites in a geographical correct way. So this then was automatically implemented, and this is how the book looks. At least the pages do look like with the maps on it. So maps where the pressure was high or it's a pressing problem are getting bigger, and other ones are getting smaller. So if you zoom in, you see these, and the captions are placed automatically, and we had different captions according to the size of the maps. Then these are the introduction pages Moncho wrote to give a broader view. And the book is published right now. So it came out a month ago, right? It's on Princeton Architect Press. And it's still an ongoing project. So it was also featured in Architectural Biennale, Triennale in Portugal. And there's a website we made also for this project, and it's going on right now. What we want to show next is a picture we really do like. It's the Netherlands. It's the southern part of Netherlands, and it was shot around 2006. So it's an older picture. But what you can see here is it's a nice piece of design, but it's not designed by a designer actually. It was designed by a young man who has led the sports car of his dad. And then he drank a lot of alcohol.
And cocaine, don't forget
took
the
a lot
cocaine.
of drugs. And then just drove off, which is not really a good idea, of course. But and quite soon because of his driving style, he was followed by the police agents. And then the man had this almost ingenious idea to try to escape the police agents by entering a cornfield. So cornfields are quite high, so you can hide a car in it. And the man just drove on the cornfield and tried almost frantically to escape the police agents there. But what he didn't know, and what the policeman knew, was that there was only one single exit. Oh, it's exit. But there was only one single exit, and they just stood there and wait. So actually, no person was purchasing or following the man anymore. But still, he drove there for about half an hour, and then came here, sweating all over, and drove the car into a ditch, caused total loss to his dad's car, was arrested by the police, and they drove off. But what remains was a kind of quite drastic damage to the field, but also, in our opinion, a really, really nice infographic. Because if people talk about infographics, they always quite fastly think about pie charts and bar charts and all these things. But there's an interesting thing about infographics. So as soon as you have correct data, if the data is reliable and well sorted, it's really easy to make an infographic. So you basically draw a pie chart. But if the data is randomized, if it's fuzzy data, if it's unreliable data, it's really hard to find a fitting translation for that kind of data. So how would an infographic for paranoia look like, for example? That's a really hard answer to a question to answer. And we think this is a perfect infographic, for example, paranoia. So it's made by, and even better, it's made by a non-designer without knowing that he's designing anything. So it's,
get the designers out. That's
So we knew that picture, and years later we were asked to do an exhibition design for Vitra Design Museum in Germany. And they had the idea to make an exhibition and to ask Dutch product designers to collaborate with German firms. And at that time, when the project started, we imagined basically chaos. Because if you ask a Dutch product designer to collaborate with somebody else in Germany, for example, and it could end in chaos, and we were proven, right. So it's so we tried to come up with a fitting translation of chaos, basically. So we didn't want to make them a kind of nice-looking logo, but we wanted to have a nice translation of chaos. So and we also did some.
Do you want to do the honors?
Oh, yeah. So
and we want to have more of Yuri in this room because we're very sorry that he's not here. And so
we also did some really rapid prototyping. So it's so because we knew about a nice experiment to show chaos, and I want to share this with you right now. So where's the camera? Oh, I showed you. And so this is a pendulum, right? It's really easy. So if the pendulum swings, even for us, it's quite easy to predict where the pendulum will be in the next second. So because it's harmonic and so on. It's quite easy. But if you attach a second pendulum to the first one, you get a double pendulum. And then you get a kind of it doesn't work at all, but it's showing the principle. The movement gets chaotic, so you're not able to predict even the next second of the movement of that pendulum. It's because it's complete chaos. But the good thing about it is that you're not able to predict it, but you can program it. So and this is what we did. We made a You have to go away.
Oh, we have to wait for the slide.
Could we switch back to the
hang on.
So if you imagine these two red dots you see right now as these two euro coins here and here, you get a pattern like this. But every time you start this animation again, it's creating a completely different pattern. But the nice thing about that one is that all these patterns kind of look like the same, but they are not. They are family of each other, but they are not the same. And these patterns we used for all their print campaign. So every time they had something to print, we used different logo. So because it's not one logo, there are thousands or more than that. But because it's Vitra, and we were a little bit dissatisfied that they asked us for the exhibition design because we wanted to do something, we also started to make a mechanical device which is showing that principle. So we made this clock, and it's a normal gear clock basically, and you have to wind it up. So we have these Swiss Zig bottles, and they are filled with lead. And you have to wind up the clock. So it's, as you can see here, it's the upper part of the clock. And then if we take a look at the film, so here you see the double pendulum, the next pendulum, and the weights. But the interesting thing about that clock is because the pendulum itself is moving chaotically, and the pendulum in every proper gear clock is synchronizing the clock. You never know if this clock is running right or if it's running wrong. So every time you look at the clock, you can read the time, but you do not know if it's right or wrong. And
handy.
Huh?
Which is really handy.
Yeah. It's a little bit the same than when the refrigerator. So if you open the door, the light is on inside, but you do not know if it's on before. And and when we this was the because we also did the exhibition design for their show, we made this the centerpiece of all. And you see here it's a pendulum, and here's the second one. And we are not really interactive designers, but this was by far the most interactive piece we did ever, because the clock is always running wrong, right? But maybe it's running exactly right. But there were always men standing here fiddling the clock hands to make it run right. So it was damaged after a week. But still, we really do like this this device because it's nice to show that kind of principle.
Okay.
But
So,
we also do
yeah,
some print design we want to show now.
Yeah, and also we want to have a little break ourselves. So let someone else do the talking then.
Hey everybody, I'm Trish from Fold Factory and welcome to the 200th episode of Fold of the Week. I cannot believe I've been doing 50 episodes a year for 4 years. It's hard to believe. It's kind of gone by in a flash. You know, it's very funny, much like my 100th episode, there's a lot of pressure to do something really exciting and interesting for my 200th episode. Do I throw confetti? Do I go platinum blonde and surprise everybody? I don't know. Well, I decided to just keep it real and do what I do best and show a really amazing format for my 200th episode. And this one is epic. It's off the hook. It's one of the neatest things I've ever seen. I'm going to give you a few quick stats and then I'm going to tell you all about it. This is for University of Toronto's School of Architecture. This was designed by Catalogtree in the Netherlands and also produced in the Netherlands. Paper is Pioneer 80-pound text. And they did about 3,500 of these. This folding style is called the Mura Ori. I have never seen it in commercial application. I've only seen this as concepts in white paper, basically, mock-ups and things. So I was absolutely floored to see this in application, and it's fascinating. So here's how it works. So this is what it looks like when it's closed. Okay, and the nature of this fold, I'll give you a little history, but is that it opens in one smooth movement and closes in one smooth movement into a poster, basically. So watch this. Take a look at that. I'm going to show you the back because it's a little easier to see the folded, where the folds are and the scores. But it's wonderful, too, because this was for a School of Architecture, and that was part of the concept behind why they used this format. So it just closes up in one movement as well. So cool. So a little bit of history on this. This folded format was created by and named after a Japanese astrophysicist. It was developed specifically for solar panel arrays on Japanese satellites. And it's actually called rigid origami when they use rigid materials and hinges to mimic the movement of paper. And so when you apply, they applied this to solar panels, but then they also can apply it to paper. So just fascinating. So these were printed, scored, hand-folded. As I said, they did 3,500 of them. Just amazing. This is part of a poster series, actually, that they produced at the University of Toronto. I just think it's one of the most amazing formats I've seen. So I hope you like it. That is your 60-second super cool Fold of the Week. I want to take a moment to thank my longtime sponsors of Fold of the Week, Sappy Fine Paper. I don't know what I would do without them. They're a wonderful company. I also want to thank all my Fold Factory sponsors for supporting me and for all my viewers who come back every week and share my videos. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for watching. So 60-second Fold of the Week, Mura or Re. Forward this to your friends and colleagues. Keep the dialogue going. And viewers, please send me your folds. If I use them, I'll send you free stuff. Visit foldfactory.com for more ideas and inspiration. Remember, think finishing at the beginning. I'll see you next week. Bye.
Yeah. Maybe invite her next time. Yeah. Not at which episode is she now? At 362, right?
67.
67. It's incredible. That's Trish Witkowski. She's doing this forever. Sorry to the translator. She were not prepared for that little add-on. All right. Geez, we're really fast, huh? We're already up to our last project that we want to show.
Talk really slow.
Yeah, we will talk really slow. So this video was taken by a friend of ours, Hans Gremme, very nice graphic designer from the Netherlands, and he was traveling by car in the U.S. and he told us that he was in Mahwah in New Jersey, which is up north from New York City, and we said, oh yeah, if you're there, can you go and film the New York Stock Exchange for us? Because it's there. The building that you just see over the greens over there, that's actually the New York Stock Exchange. There's no plate saying that. There's nothing that indicates that the New York Stock Exchange is in Mahwah in New Jersey. Even if you would call the New York Stock Exchange and say, what's your address? They would never give you this particular location. It's not so much classified, but they're not really open about it. And we wanted to, or we were interested in this because we were working on a project at that time about high-frequency trading. We were working together with a documentary maker, Marije Meerman from the Netherlands, and she's working there for Dutch public television. And she had been working in the field of making documentaries about the financial world. And her next project she wanted to do on high-frequency trading. We thought, Daniel and me, not completely being oblivious about the financial world and what stock trade actually is, thought that this is what stock trading is. This is Wall Street, an image of Wall Street, and that stock trade goes as follows: you put on a funny colored jacket, and you're full of testosterone, and then you start shouting your orders and be really stressed and make a lot of money. But we quickly learned that Wall Street is actually a museum. There's hardly any trading going on there anymore because all the trading is being done by computers. Right? There's algorithms that decide when to buy or share or sell stock. This has major consequences to the way things work in the world, because the computers that run these algorithms aren't your everyday PCs. They're really, really expensive big machines that literally only a handful of companies in the world can afford. And this means that the majority of trading is controlled basically by a very, very small amount of people, which is a bit of a disconcerting thought to us. Another thing that is changing because of this development is that when you hear about emotions in the market, like there's uncertainty or there's fear or something like that, it's only partially true because the algorithms don't care. They just figure out or try to figure out when to buy or sell stock. They have no emotions. Another thing is that it is tremendously fast. When we were doing this project, the speed was about 3,000 transactions a second, which is 1,000 times faster than you can blink your eye. And by now, they're doing this by 6,000 transactions a second or something like that. So the documentary was to be an interactive documentary special for iPad, which was not released at that time in the Netherlands, but we still wanted to do something for this. It's a 60-minute documentary that you can download and has all kinds of add-ons. And we wanted to explain this. How does high frequency work, actually? But then, on May 6th in 2010, there was a flash crash on the Dow Jones in America, one of the indexes. And in 7.5 minutes or something, $800 billion were lost, which is like the economy of a reasonable country. Sort of in 7 minutes, it was gone. And then after 20 minutes, it sort of gradually came back. But when that happened, and we were right in the middle of this project, we thought, no, this is what we should try to talk about. This is what we should do. So Marije Meerman, the documentary maker, she went out to London and New York to interview traders and analysts and who were witnesses of this event that day. And we were giving the actual tick data of all the trades that were going on, or not all of it, because then you would need one of those gigantic computers. But from specific shares, we were given the full data of the entire day, so we could make visualizations about this. And this led then to this app that we created. We want to show a small clip to give you a bit of an idea of the atmosphere of the documentary.
Where are you on May 6, 2010?
Here working. May 6, 2010. Yes, I was here.
One eye on the market, one eye on my own profits and losses, and then my ears and mouth doing whatever else they have to do.
It was the first really down day that we had in a while.
And the market's basically looks like it's going to go to hell that day.
It wasn't just minutes later. It was Armageddon. Oh my God.
Here you go. I'm told it's 835. The Dow ticker. Wow.
I feel like when the Dow hit nearly down 1,000 points, you're like, really?
87 even start trading. 86 even start trading. 85 even start trading. Here now, guys. All the
I saw that panic. You know, then I started watching CNN or one of those.
What we're seeing right now, I mean, I believe may be unprecedented. You're not didn't talk about capitulation. Let's take a look at P&G.
They're going to probably halt trading. We can't stop the selling.
So you've got the general picture, the big picture, although it's still over a very short time scale, and then you've got the detailed picture of the individual trades. See, there's a little bump there. That's almost the more natural scale, whereas even here at this level, it's something that seems to be quite big. So there are some trades that are kind of normal, and then there's yeah, it's funny, these big, you're right, these are really big, aren't they? Because this one it starts off at 42 and it goes all the way down to 1 cent. Lord above, it's amazing. Oh my gosh, I turned away when that happened. So who is it selling Accenture at 5 cents?
It has to be a machine, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, they're just rocketing back and forth between.
Yeah.
Only a machine can do those, right?
Any thoughts of what's going on here?
Steve Jobs didn't die. There's no reason for Apple to be falling to zero.
Right.
And so they start trading, and then, I mean, the back up in, 7.5 minutes or something, it was incredible. And that couldn't have been people not reacting that quickly and not in that kind of volume.
Well, one key thing is how automated is all of these trades?
And that's when the delay started, a few hundred milliseconds, and then a few seconds, and then 5 seconds, and then 10 seconds. Some of them went all the way to 36 seconds.
So the delay in the data was 36 seconds.
Right, but the way that the timestamps occur is it hid the delay, so you couldn't see it. The Dow Jones, should have been here. The real price was here. The delay in the system caused it to appear like it was over here. So when people were seeing the Dow dropping, this was actually really where the market was at that moment in time. We operated on this time scale where 5 minutes is pretty fast. You could go out for a cup of coffee and come back and find that you'd lost $1 billion. That would ruin your day, and yet for these computers operating in microseconds, it makes no difference. So I think it's the circuit breakers is a case of sort of imposing our time scale on the computing time scale.
Could it happen again?
The same mechanism that caused it on May 6th is still there.
Yeah, so it happens again and again, but then not at that magnitude. So every week or so or every month, you see these little dips, and what goes on is that many shares are sold very, very rapidly, causing a little delay in the system, and by that, the same share can be has different prices in different platforms. So you can buy it. If you have a really fast computer, you can buy it for a low price and sell it for a high price instantaneously. So that's someone is making money with that system. But what we did with this documentary, there's all these interviews and everything in it, but the visualizations that we created were already finished before the entire app was finished. So when Marije did those interviews, she could take them with her and have these experts discuss them and try to explain what is going on. And maybe this ties in a little bit with what we said earlier, that data is not information and that information is not knowledge, is that when you have the information, that doesn't really mean that you understand it, right? If you know that Wikipedia is full of information, that doesn't exactly make you wise. You know, you still have to invest time and make an effort to understand. And this is what we were able to do, is that we could have the experts talk to you while you were watching these animations. Another thing is on a more technical level is that, of course, we had the entire day of data, and you cannot really ask people to download an entire day of video from the App Store, right? So what we did is that we only uploaded the actual data, and any animations were created on the fly. We think that is really cool, but everyone else always says, yeah, well, you know, so what? But you know, we really like that. The fact that you can do that. So here's Procter & Gamble in turmoil.
This is an aerial view, which is a little bit older, and it's showing exactly the same location we have shown in the beginning, and it's a New York Stock Exchange in Mahwah, New Jersey, and basically it's there to provide a kind of real-time backup for all things which are happening there. So this place at that time was still empty. So you see this vacant place. And this is the location Goldman & Sachs used for their data center. So they built it right next to their data center. And the only reason was that their cable is a little bit shorter. So because if you do have a shorter cable, the information arrives a little bit earlier. So this is kind of a strange phenomenon, which leads to a strange cartography. So here you see Wall Street in the center, and the red one is Manhattan Island, and you see this black shape around it, and it has a name. It's called a data donut because it is a hole in the middle, and this is the area where all the data centers are built right now. The outer rim is about 70 kilometers away from the center, and the inner rim is about 30 kilometers away from the center. The outer rim is because the glass fiber network gets too slow. When there are data centers built outside that area, it's not really a real-time connection anymore. And the inner rim, because it's a donut, the hole, is because they have to take into account that there might be a nuclear attack happening on Manhattan. So you do not want to have your data center built inside the blast radius of an atomic bomb. So that's a reason why, which is kind of abstract to think about like that. And then there are even more things which make it a little bit difficult to build a data center. For example, if there are a lot of trees in it, if it's a swampy area, if it's flooding zones, if there are rivers nearby, if there are streets nearby because hazardous goods could be transported there, if there are railway lines nearby, if you have your data center underneath a flight route, and there are 3 major airports, so there are a lot of flight routes also. And if you do not want to build your data center next to a nuclear power plant, so there's one in the south and one in the north, and you do not want to build it in places where the crime rate is quite high. So what remains darkish or black right now inside this rim is it's sold very, very expensive. So these places which stayed black, this is a kind of digital Dubai for all real estate managers to sell these places because they do fulfill on every single aspects you want to have for a data center. And these firms built their data centers there, and then they built a second one next to it as a backup for the backup. And some firms do quadruples, so they build 4 identical data centers at the size of the one as stock exchange, where the other one can be switched on when the rest is damaged or is faulty.
But only the really rich companies do that, no? Yeah. So this is an example of a visualization that did not make it into the app. It just remained a sketch. And what we heard was that there was a rumor that this crash was originated by some bad trade or something like that on a platform in Chicago. So what you see here on the screen is all the trading floors in Northern America, and we wanted to visualize this somehow like you throw a rock in the water or something, and then the rigs spread out. And we were hoping to maybe discover some type of pattern in that. So I think that the green stands for when the stock goes up, and the red stands for when the stock goes down, or something like that. And the magnitude of the ring was the volume of the trade, or whatever. I can't even really remember. But what I do remember was that we programmed this quickly just to see, and then we were sitting at the screen, sort of, oh, that's really beautiful. And sort of looking at it, oh, this is so beautiful. Ah, it's really good. And we were so happy with this. You know, we made such a beautiful thing. Like, oh, this is really good. And then after, I don't know, half an hour or so, maybe we got a little bit hypnotized also. I don't know what it was, but after half an hour, we thought, yeah, but so where's this bad trade? You know, where's this story? And we just couldn't find it. I mean, we made other visualizations after this and tried to draw this story out. We just couldn't do it. And this is to sort of illustrate this point that even if you have the data, you can. It's not necessarily the case that there is any interesting story in it. You know, it's even if the quality of the data is very high, and we had the highest grain of data that you could get on this subject, like tick data, every single transaction with all the information that you can get. We couldn't draw anything out. And then you can stick with the beauty, sort of, and say, yeah, it doesn't mean anything, but it's really beautiful, or you have to kick it out. It's the last thing that we did, so we kicked it out. And we're still thinking about turning this into a screensaver or something like that for people to download for free. Apple trade number 900, whatever it is. So, but we're really near the end of our talk. So we wanted to go back to this helipad algorithm. And it was, of course, also detecting swimming pools and roofs that are bluish, but not helipads. We should have asked Kyle McDonald to program it for us. We didn't have the resources, Kyle. maybe next time, or you could help us out with this. Yes, there's tennis courts that are blue.
But there are a lot. There are a lot of tennis courts.
Oh yeah. There's plenty of tennis courts. Also, it was missing out on many of these things. So the only reasonable thing that we could say after doing this exercise is basically this. That there, at that time, were 2,165 bluish objects in Sao Paulo. And then we discovered that some of them are red. So thanks a lot. That's it for us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joris Malta and Mr. Daniel Gross from Catalogtree. Now is the time for questions and answering, Q&A ก็สำหรับใครที่มีคำถามนะคะอยากจะถาม2ท่านนี้ก็สามารถยกมือขึ้นได้เลยนะคะ If you have any questions for these men up here, please raise your hands. Anybody? มีใครอยากจะถามคำถามอะไรไหมคะยกมือได้เลยนะคะ Any questions? ข้อสงสัยงงมีอะไรไหมคะ No? Okay, so we go straight to our pigeonhole then. งั้นเดี๋ยวเราเริ่มจากคำถามจากเว็บของเรานะคะ Since there should be editorial process in turning information into knowledge. How can we be sure that we draw the right conclusion from the information?
Yes, yeah. This is, of course, yeah. You know, if you talk about data visualization, you often get this into a conflict with the objectivity. You know, you could say that a data set should be represented as objective as possible. We tend to not agree with that so much. It might work for a small data set. You know, if you have a top 10 of best-selling books or something like that, you might, you know, you better keep it just simply as a list, you know, like that. But if you have a really large data set, we think that line of thinking really drives at reproducing the exact data set again. And if you have tens of thousands of data points, this makes interpretation really difficult. So, you're Donald Trump.
They're talking to you.
You're sort of standing behind me. So that makes interpretation really difficult. You know, you have to take the audience with you and sort of point at certain things and say, this is really important, you have to pay attention to this. But what we try to do in our visualizations is to still keep that an open system, so that you can interact with it in a very open way, or we don't oversimplify things, for instance. So you still need a little bit of time, you still need to invest a little bit of time in it, read it, in order to draw your own conclusions. And this is really what we want to do with our work, is that you can take it in and then draw your own conclusions from that. If that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. So next question from a website or Pigeonhole. Have you found any interesting data or information in Bangkok yet?
No, can anyone send us? We take up to a gigabyte of data for, no.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. เพิ่งมาไม่กี่วันนะคะจะยังไม่มีเวลา Okay, so next question from the Pigeonhole คำถามต่อไปนะคะ Could you please elaborate on the differences of graphic design and information design, the bottom-up process of information design?
Daniel?
Your turn.
Yeah, it's a while ago we did some infographics for American Express, and we had a 60-page contract to sign that we do not mess up with the data. And because there's a basic difference between graphic design and information graphics, that you are in information graphics or data visualization, you are linked or bound to the data which is underneath. So, for example, if you make a area chart for a company for their annual report, and it's going well, but the form or the shape of the area chart looks ugly to you as a graphic designer, it would not be a good idea to change the shape. So you really get into problems with that. So I think this is one of the biggest difference, because every single element, like type maybe even, or color or shape, has its own meaning. So and once you have set the rules for the game, you cannot change these things, because otherwise it's getting completely unreadable. So this might be one bigger difference.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Daniel. Next question, อีกหนึ่งคำถามนะคะ Keeping chaos theory in mind, when do you believe you have enough data to satisfy your curiosity?
I think there's a big difference, enough data to satisfy our curiosity or our computers are capable of. So if the data is complete or not, it's a really difficult thing to tell. So it's sometimes during the process we learn that we got the wrong data. So and then we have to go back to the beginning and start again to do it. And sometimes the data which was sent to us, for example, to make an infographic or something, is faulty in some way. So a time ago we had a project where it's a really nice theory that in supermarkets products where you can get a lot of calories for a low price are placed convenient, so that you can get in a lot of calories for a low price while entering the supermarket, American supermarkets.
Especially, yes.
Yes, and it really does sound good. But and so we asked them for the data and asked them for blueprints of Walmart and different supermarkets. And then we calculated the calorie dollar ratio for every single product. And then we mapped it on the supermarket as a kind of a heat map. And it simply was not true. So it's not true, because there are products where you can get no calories for a lot of dollars, like Fuji water, which is really expensive. And there are other ones which are really cheap, but you can get no calories at all. So and then it's really complicated, because then we would go back into to start the process again. But since it was for a newspaper or a magazine, and they had no time, and the story was written already. So you said, yeah, we do know it's not right, but just make the infographic. And we said, yeah, but it's not right. So and then they mailed back and say, yeah, then just make it 3D. And and we said, yeah, but it does not matter how many dimensions we are using. It stays wrong. So and the next emails we got were with caps lock on. So and then we gave back the assignment, because it's getting a little bit complicated, because they asked to tell something which is not completely right. So it's
yeah, that seems hard. Okay, so thank you for that answer. ก็คำถามต่อไปนะคะ Next question from the Pigeonhole. You have mentioned that autonomy is an important quality in the process of your work. Any suggestions for the students who will enter the industry on how to maintain the autonomy?
Yeah. That's the autonomy of the designer, I suppose, then. I think that there's also autonomous processes within the design process itself. In our practice, we work a lot for clients, but we also do our own free work. We haven't, the clock might sort of categorize in that, or might be categorized like that a little bit. But there's other projects that we frequently do, or at least a few a year, where we work on something that is not related to, to a client or money, or we have no use for it even. We made a wooden table this last summer, for instance, because we felt like it. And we do is, yeah, it was really nice carpentry work, and the weather was good. It's really important to us, because when we design, many of the designs that we do are based on a conversation that we have. We used to work in separate locations. Now we have a location in Berlin and one in Arnhem. But Daniel was once living in Rotterdam, and we were also separate there. And we were designing over the phone, basically. So discussing a book design is over the phone is really difficult sometimes, even especially if you try to be as detailed as possible, about the kerning of headlines and things like that. So this algorithmic designing, where you basically talk about the process, not so much about what the actual the final result might look like, is easier over the phone. But you need a certain vocabulary to do that. You need to understand each other and speak the same language. And I think that in our studio we do this really well. We have our own language, but if you have only so many words, I think that there's a risk of creating the same design over and over and over again, because you're constantly saying the same things to each other, and you need to refresh that. You need to talk about, things like that you never worked with before, like wood, for instance, and try to carpent a table out of that when you're not a carpenter. So to step out of that, step out of your normal routine work. In our case, that tends to be the projects that are not for clients, because clients have deadlines and they have plans with your work. They spend money on you, so you have certain obligations, and free work just doesn't have all that. You can just do whatever you want, and this is something that we both teach in Arnhem at ART+, and we really encourage students to do this. Everyone wants to go into a job or maybe start their own practice, but we also tell them to do their own work on the side, basically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we're out of time for questions for now, so I would like to thank the both of you, but before you go anywhere, I would like to invite Mr. อภิสิทธิ์ ไล่ศัตรูไกล ขอเรียนเชิญนะคะคุณอภิสิทธิ์ ไล่ศัตรูไกลนะคะผู้อำนวยการศูนย์สร้างสรรค์งานออกแบบนะคะมามอบของที่ระลึกให้กับทั้งสองท่าน He'll be giving you a little token of appreciation.ขอบคุณมากนะคะคุณอภิสิทธิ์ ไล่ศัตรูไกล สวัสดีค่ะ Thank you so much Mr. Yoris and thank you so much Mr. Daniel โอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างคะ Catalogtree สุดยอดไหมคะก็ได้เรียนรู้อะไรใหม่ๆทุกวันเลยนะคะ2วันมานี้3วันมานี้นะคะก็ต่อไปนี้นะคะก็ถึงคราววิทยากรสาวท่านเดียวของเรานะคะใน2วันนี้ก็สาวท่านนี้นะคะเป็นหัวหน้าฝ่ายสร้างภาพยนตร์นะคะ VR ของ Google เป็นบุคคลสำคัญในการสร้างภาพยนตร์ทั้งขนาดสั้นและก็ภาพยนตร์สารคดีนะคะที่ได้รับรางวัลหลายชิ้นมากเลยนะคะแล้วก็กำกับภาพยนตร์เรื่อง World Tour นะคะซึ่งเป็นภาพยนตร์เรื่องแรกของโลกที่ผลิตด้วยกล้อง Jump ซึ่งเป็นต้นแบบของกล้อง VR นะคะปัจจุบันเธอก็ได้เดินทางไปทั่วโลกเลยนะคะเพื่อที่จะทำภาพยนตร์และทดลองสิ่งต่างๆและสร้างความเข้าใจเกี่ยวกับเครื่องมือใหม่อย่าง VR ก็เตรียมตัวพบกับท่านนี้เลยนะคะวิทยากรคนนี้ I would like to invite Miss Jessica Brillhart, the principal of filmmaker of VR at Google, up on stage as our next speaker. Please welcome. Keep your hands up for Miss Jessica Brillhart.
It's so weird to see my photo like float onto the screen like that. It's like, oh God. And to also see myself on the screen. Okay, good. Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Brillhart. I'm a principal filmmaker for virtual reality at Google, which is a small little company. Big promise, though. I think we're gonna make it someday. And just to give you some kind of backdrop, can we lower the lights a little bit on the audience, just so that you guys can see stuff better? Cool. So before VR. I was a filmmaker. I've been at Google for 7 years now. I was what I think they consider their like first like artsy filmmaker, I think. So I would actually film, our CEOs. But beyond the CEOs, I actually was really focused on trying to find the people that actually use this stuff. Kind of the amateur astronomers, the photographers, the programmers, the people that are actually trying to use technology and leverage technology in really amazing ways. This is an example of some groups of amateur astronomers from around the world. And this actually happened in real life. They actually found a way to pipe in Saturn into a hangout. And I got to catch that, which is amazing. You just be online and you can see Saturn. It's insane. And I also used, my knowledge of other films in the past that I was really into. This is from D.A. Pennebaker's Subterranean. Well, this is a Bob Dylan music video that D.A. Pennebaker directed, which was Subterranean Homesick Blues, where Bob Dylan is flipping out these cue cards, right? And some of the cards are literal, like they'll say exactly what he's singing, and other cards are not so literal. They're more about metaphor and context and things that give it a little bit more information. So I thought, well, flipping cue cards and searching, sort of similar. We do things online when we search that bring nuance and context to what we're searching for. So, $11 bills is what he sings, and you only got 10, it shows you $20 bills. And so I thought, well, you only got 10, we misspell sometimes, right? And then we actively click on what we actually meant when we said it. What is it like to introduce your new boyfriend to your dad online? What's that like? And it's also, nuances of like, how do we show gratitude? we don't capitalize words. We don't really spell things out correctly. We don't use punctuation. Sometimes, you know, that little sign, like little thing that says, you know, typing ... and you're waiting for that person to send. You know, how long that takes, what the emotion is behind that sort of thing. And what's grieving online? How do we connect? The silence is being more important than, you know, words that we say or sounds that we make. How do we pause? I got to be a Muppeteer in a hangout with the Muppets, which was pretty cool. And I really thought the technology was quite beautiful. And as a filmmaker, you know, I'm not a brilliant data artist or a kinetic sculptor, or, you know, I want to, and I definitely want to more now. But I really, when I see technology, especially old school technology, I really think about how it moves cinematically. How can I capture it so it's not like some sort of really dry science video where it's so cold and kind of weird looking and you just don't care. It's like, how can we connect to this stuff? And again, it's not just about that. It's also about the people making this stuff, the people that care about it. And so, you know, I would take the engineers and I would put them in their quantum computers that they built, which was a little awkward, but I made them do it. And, or I would explain quantum principles using pizza bagels. And this is an example of superposition. Thank you, interpreters. You know, we talked about this. So superposition is this idea that something can be in two states at the same time. So, you know, if you think about binary computing, it's 1 or 0. And the idea that you can have it be 1 and 0 at the exact same time. So you can be pizza, you can be a bagel, you can be a pizza bagel. So I explained very complex engineering principles to everyone else that were easy for the engineers to understand, but maybe more complex for other folks. And some of these people you've seen before, I'd film very brilliant people like Ray Kurzweil and Jeff Dean and Big Blue Chairs and Jeffrey Hinton, made them laugh, you know, embraced the fact that they were human, put them in kind of weirder situations, things that they weren't accustomed to, because what happens at tech companies is you see these talking heads and lower thirds. It's so boring. These people are humans, right? And they have stories about how they grew up and what makes them tick. That's very important. And it's stuff that exists in technology, but we forget it because we're very efficient beings. So I was having a pretty great time, you know. I finally was getting into the groove. It was about 5 years into it. Took a bit of time to get everyone on the same page about what I was doing there, but, you know, and I was doing okay, and, you know, things seemed peaceful and nice, which is usually a really great indication that something else is going to completely knock you off of that and destroy everything. And that's what happened. I got an email from a group of engineers, and this is the original email, about 1.5 years ago, which says, hey Jessica, my name is Dante. I'm working with a team building a next generation camera capable of shooting 360 degrees. I'd love to learn more about the types of films you're working on and see if there is a possibility for us to work together to develop some creative, immersive content, because there's an exclamation point. Thoughts? I didn't really have a lot of thoughts then, but I do have quite a few of them now. And I was like, well, you know, I'm doing this other stuff, but I mean, this 360 thing seems really interesting. And you know, at Google, again, small company, so you can imagine this must be very difficult. Certain groups don't talk to each other, because it's like, unless they work together. So as a filmmaker, I only really talked to engineers when I was you know, filming them or talking about their products or kind of unpacking what their stories were. But otherwise, generally, we didn't really converse as much. And here, out of nowhere, this group of engineers finds me. So I follow the breadcrumbs, I guess. And I went to Seattle, where these engineers were, and I found this. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, okay, you know, like some numbers are scribbled. That's actually a result of me, because we had misnumbered them and disordered them. And if you know anything about VR, which I don't know how many of you do, it's usually multiple cameras, GoPros, generally. This is 16 GoPros. And they're not synced, which means that each one works independently of each other. So you go through and be like, record, 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 record. Now, nowadays, I feel like a older person. I'm like, back in my day, they were unsynced, but nowadays they actually are synced to one camera. So you just press record once and it works. So anyway, this is what I thought it was one of the most, you have those moments, you're like, this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And, yeah. So, and this is actually another one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen moments, which is the group of engineers that were working on this camera and the software that stitches all the camera feeds together. So it's a seamless 360 environment. So if I'm looking this way and I turn, I don't see like a line between the cameras. I see something that looks very much like real life. They filmed a bunch of things, and some of them were okay. They're like outside University of Washington or in this practice space. But then they showed me this. And I gotta say, after working for at this point, 5 or 6 years at Google, trying to make stories about technology resonate, I saw this, and I was like, you did it. You just turned on the camera and you just did it. This is incredible. And it felt great. And I didn't know why. And I knew that at that point that they showed me that I had to help them. Because it felt great. I mean, it's just turning on the camera for the first time, but there's something special about this. Something about what the medium was doing that I hadn't ever achieved or felt in film, and I wanted to know why. So since then, I've been traveling like a crazy person and filming all sorts of stuff all over the world with whatever permeation of the rig was at my side. Now, the great part about having access to this camera or this rig, and the great part about filming as much as I have, is I don't go out and expect to know anything. I let what I film tell me what is happening in the medium. The medium sort of emerges and lets me know what might be working. And what's been sort of happening in the field of virtual reality is that we all want answers yesterday. We all want to, and the biggest one being we want to tell a story. How do we tell a story in VR? And it's one of the most annoying questions I've ever heard, because as someone who's making content, which you're just trying to figure out how to even run the camera, making sure the technology works. There are a lot of things that happen that as a filmmaker you expect would happen one way, and it doesn't. It completely just doesn't work, and you're filled with anxiety, and you don't know if it's actually going to work. You don't know if anyone's going to care, which is like any medium, I guess. But there's a lot going on. So I'm going to talk about that today. I'm going to talk about how story is something that kind of comes from having a deeper understanding of things that come before that, and to give you some insight in terms of what is happening in VR from my perspective, and to give you some sort of platform. So if you do want to work in this medium, you have something to latch onto. Not pragmatics, not, you're there. It's about, what does this medium want from creators? What makes it tick? So to start, Carl Sagan, because why not? If you want to bake an apple pie from scratch, you must first create the universe. If you want to create something specific, you got to know what you're working with. You got to know the scope of what this stuff entails. So if you were to change it slightly, if you want to tell a story from scratch, you must also first create the universe, which is kind of Carl Sagan, but not so much anymore. So let's talk about the universe. As a filmmaker, the frame is that's the thing, right? Your job as a filmmaker is to craft the frame. All the information, all the things you're trying to relay, all the emotions, everything is contained there. But in VR, if you thought of it as a frame, you'd sort of be doing it wrong, because you generally do this, right? The frame changes depending on which direction you happen to be looking in. So this is a very odd visual for something which embraces this idea that you can have all these possible frames that could exist. So instead of this, it really should be more like this. Worlds of potential frames. And so for a filmmaker, it's like, oh my gosh, my frame is gone because it's everywhere and it's chaotic and I don't know what to do. But as we heard today, consciousness can come from chaos. Chaos is actually quite a beautiful thing to work with. You can start to really evaluate the possibilities and potential of things. And I think as a creator, you know, yeah, I lost a frame, but I gained a whole world of frames. So have at it, you know. And so the visual becomes this. It's this more sphere-like actually, but this at least keeps me somewhat sane in terms of evaluating things. And editing in film also shifts. Again, editing in film is frame to frame to frame. But again, when you think about worlds, it's different. You know, it's this idea that some worlds change over time. It's not what they appear to be. They have different elements that resonate with one another. There's a coordination. We interact with elements that exist. You know, and some worlds are very similar. They have different kind of cadences, you know, lighting being one of those things. And really, again, your job as a creator is to sort of understand how someone may move between these worlds, guiding someone through kind of this universe that you're creating. And so editing in VR isn't frames at all. It's world to world. And your job, again, is to guide someone through this universe. But if it was just about worlds, you'd just set up a rig in the middle of a place and film, and everyone would follow up in VR, and you'd be like, I did it. And that's not what happens. There's actually a lot of bad content out there because this is as far as people generally go. It sort of goes off of this, you know, the saying, if a tree falls in a forest and no one's there to hear it, did it actually fall? And furthermore, does the forest even exist, right? So let's talk about existence. In film, you know, again, you have your frame, and you have the viewer. It's like being on stage. You have me, and then you sit objectively to me. And that's sort of the relationship that exists. You're safely over there, somewhat. But when you have a world, it's different. I wouldn't go to my mom and say, hey, Mom, you know, I went and I viewed Thailand. You know, I went and viewed Machu Picchu. I went and viewed the concert, right? When we're present somewhere, when we exist somewhere, we visit it. And so much like anything in real life, you know, you go somewhere, you visit it, so you should be called the visitor. And a lot of folks still call the people in these experiences that put on these headsets the viewer, which just seems very surface. Because when you're trying to convince someone that they're there, then they should be visiting that space, right? So two very specific language shifts here. And they're simple, but they're extremely important. You go from frame to world, and from viewer to visitor. And again, that's still kind of surface. Because if it was just me kind of, you know, existing with stuff, be a very kind of bland existence, right? Bland life. So we experience things. And experiences enrich what we do. Now, again, this is not new. This is, you could apply this to a lot of stuff. But for VR, it's very important because experience is the thing that drives how we craft this stuff. Experience is how, when someone is actually present in a space, how we engage with that space. How do we have meaningful lives in a place? How do we validate our existence, right? We all want that. Artists for sure want that. So again, we're going to talk a little bit about the craft here, but the idea that you could be looking, depending on where you're looking, you're actually determining the frame. So if the visitor is looking this way, that's the frame. If, you know, she's looking this way, that's the frame. If she's looking that way, that's the frame. So really my job as a creator is to understand the potential of where those frames will fall, which also means I need to understand the visitor. So we think about things like attention. Glacier climber again, if I'm looking here now, if I really love ice, like just flat pieces of ice, I might not really be looking at that guy. I'd probably be looking over here, but I could make a bet, and a pretty good one, that if you are in this experience, if you're visiting this world, you're most likely going to be looking at the person, the only human being that exists, and the only person making a sound, which is that guy. Oop. Focus, Jess. And I can use that to my advantage. If I can place bets, if I can use kind of the kind of loose probability on where someone might be looking, I can then acknowledge that in the next world where I meet that with something else that I would like for that visitor to see. An example of this is a film that I did with the Montreal Canadian ice hockey team. And I'd never been in an ice hockey game before, so this was an interesting one. Where I use the thing that's on fire as the thing that's probably the place that they're going to be looking the most. This is what I do. Now, I could have just rotated the next world to just be the ice hockey rink, right? Because that's the point. But then you would never have seen that guy, right? And that's the craft. That's like the good stuff. That's when I can evaluate that world and say, okay, if I know that you're probably going to be looking here, I can make sure that you most likely will see this lovely fan right there. And you know, it's not a new thing. I actually sent this to my friends over at Retinad. They also happen to be in Montreal, and they did a preliminary heat map test of the film to see if what I was thinking was going to happen happened. And here are the results. Each of those, it represents viewership there in that map. So there's the torch ceremony, there's the disgruntled fan, you have a couple outliers, and then he turns his attention to the rink, and they follow where he's looking. And see, that's a journey for someone. It's not that they get the rink because they're following this guy's gaze. And so again, there's this coordination and this cadence to the actual, that world and the situations going on in it. This actually comes from a game designer who helped create a game called Myst, which maybe some of you have heard of. It's one, I'm obsessed with it. It's one of my favorite games. And he said every time he's in this headset, he'll look in the direction that the creator wants him to look, and he'll just turn and look in the opposite direction. And he said at the time he was talking, he's like, it's shocking how little people use that space. So I think about rebellion a lot because, you know, it could very well be in a 360 environment, you don't want to look where I want you to look, and I should be okay with that. In fact, I should embrace that as part of the craft. So here's an example. This is Kennedy playing violin semi-poorly in a room, and that's the entire point of that room and that scene, is that you're in a room with her playing violin. That's it. If you're looking that direction, cool. If you decide you're going to look in the opposite direction, you see her parents. And you hear her still. Something that's really important is I'm talking about the visuals, but the audio is also very important. You hear her still playing semi-poorly behind you, and it contextualizes her parents watching from the doorway. I'd argue that's probably more cinematic than the very literal interpretation, which is watching Kennedy go without ever knowing that her parents are there. And so it's important to think about crafting in the space in the 360 environment. Think about all the other quadrants that exist. Think about what happens if someone decides, I see what you're doing, but you know what? No. Or maybe they just are wandering around having their own swell time, and they're fine with that. And you should be fine with that too. And once you understand where someone may be engaging, and what you want to do as a response to that, you start to create a cohesiveness, which was said in the prior talk. Even if you don't necessarily get the exact pathway or the exact point, it brings some sense of cohesion, some sense of belonging to the universe that you're creating in this space and in the individual spaces. And suddenly you have this path, regardless, that you can pull someone through. And that's really exciting because that actually makes editing possible in VR, which is something that wasn't when I started, apparently. So, you know, this is easy, right? One guy making a noise, one human, it's fine. Life is complex. It's not that easy. Otherwise, my job would just be really simple. It's not. So in a case like this tram, there are multiple points of interest. There are multiple places to place attention. And these rocks, which is just utter chaos. I have no idea where you're looking. And so, you know, help someone. But again, you go deeper. What's engagement? Engagement being how do we actually interact with the space? How do we mentally connect with the spaces that we're in? So going back to this tram, I'm going to place bets because no one's looking at you directly, but they're looking out the windows mostly. That you're going to eventually, much like the ice hockey game, turn your attention towards what everyone's turning their attention towards, which are the windows. And this is where it gets really fun. I came up with this system, again, if you ever play games, it's something that you probably see prevalently in those, which is this idea of extending and responding with the engagement of that person. So let's talk about extending. If you engage with the front or the back windows of these trams and look through the windows, I match it with looking down an alleyway of a horse stable. So it doesn't break how you're engaging. You're looking this way. It continues it with the next one. But you can respond to it too. If you're looking out the side window of the tram, the left or the right windows, I meet you with a horse face. So you're just sort of mind your own business, and suddenly this horse is just like in your face. And it's my way of communicating, you know, with the person that's there. Spatial awareness, it's important, you know, to if someone establishes in a room where something is, and then you, in the next shot, turn it, it causes a great deal of discomfort and anxiety. If that's what you're going for, great. That's how you do it. But if you want to keep things comfortable and you want to keep things feeling okay for somebody, you have to be aware that if you're moving someone in a space, you kind of keep things pretty similar. Identity, which, you know, existential crisis everywhere, but who am I and why am I here? Thinking about the physicality of someone in a space. Again, with Kennedy, as a child, if I was myself and Kennedy was here, and if I were in a VR space and I looked down, looking down is immediately changing the dynamic I have with this child. I'm suddenly the adult and it's the child. But if I'm her height, suddenly the parents are the ones that are the bigger giant folks, and suddenly I have to look up at them. And that changes my dynamic with them, but it keeps my dynamic with her, my relationship to her and her environment on par with her. I identify with her, I can relate to her more. In an orchestra, am I the conductor or am I the musician? If I'm the conductor, why is there another conductor? You know, like, the world has to respond to who you are. You have to be careful about that. You have to make sure you don't do something sloppy or inconsistent. You have to think about these things. I don't know what to call this other than enrichment. It's all supposed to be enrichment. This slide, this presentation literally changes every time I do it because that's how fast this stuff is moving. But for now, enrichment. You know, you think about experiences and why they matter to us, right? Why do we remember them? We don't necessarily remember the sunset. We remember, you know, the people we were with, maybe what we were eating, maybe the dog that was just laying there kind of staring at a bug. You kind of remember these really small nuances of things, and that's what makes, you know, stuff special. Not to sound sappy, but it's true. So it's also these things that we catch at the corner of our eyes. We don't necessarily, when I present something to you, I'm like, you know, hi, I'm Jess, I work at Google and VR and stuff. But if, you know, you were to like wander through a building and hear me talking and catch it, it might be more memorable for you. It might be something that resonates with you a bit more. And so I try to interact with it a bit in this space where I don't just put stuff in front of you. I put stuff just at the side of your vision, at your peripheral. Here's an example of that. That's me falling on my butt. And, you know, it'd be nice if you didn't see that, but the idea of the fact if you do, it's because you caught it. If it's not something that I'm gonna, as a creator, say is an important thing. I want you to find it. And it cuts, the film ends with my producer at the time, Nick, reaching down and grabbing my hand. So otherwise you're just in this beautiful beach landscape with glaciers and it's wonderful. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. But if you do, there's an Easter egg. There's something there for you. We, as designers, I'm not a designer, but I play one on VR, in VR. We love clean, beautiful things. So when you think that in film, you know, the composition being clean is great. But actually what we'd rather have in VR is something more like this. And honestly, something more like this. Like if I'm actually hiding and talking to you right now, that's far more interesting because you're wondering where the hell did she go and why is she doing this? But if I'm right here, you're like, oh, there she is, and she's talking, and I can go back to my phone or fall asleep or something. You know, there's an interest in the mess of things, in the depth of things in your way. Your mind engages more when there's mess. VR loves mess, which is, talk about anxiety, it freaks me out. I'm a bit OCD, so I'm like, ugh. Perception. And this one's huge, and I do emphasize human or otherwise, and it's great that Kyle and Stefan were talking about this as well, and everyone actually. AI is very much a part of the stuff that I'm interested in as well, and we'll go into that in a second. Oliver Sacks has a really great book called Seeing Voices. Something I've been thinking about a lot is how we barely understand how each other experiences things. VR currently is built for, you know, and it's the unfortunate part, but it's the common denominator in the field is, you know, 30-something-year-old, predominantly male, healthy, good eyesight, good hearing, can move fine, everything's great. That's not the world. That's not how we are. And so one of the things I'm really interested in, along with the idea of accessibility, is how can we relate to everyone else who sees the world differently than me, than us, than you. And here's an example of it was a test done with Chinese children, with students, deaf Chinese children and ones who could see and hear. And what they did is they took a flashlight in a dark room. You sort of do that with your phone, right? You like draw characters, and they drew these Chinese characters out. And the deaf children totally saw everything, while the hearing Chinese children did not. In fact, one of them drew a 2, and that was not one of the characters. So it was, it's this idea that actually deaf people generally have far better visual perception. Their brains just adapt and become better at seeing in order to compensate for the fact that they don't have the ability to hear. And there's this thing called motion parsing, which is, you know, in sign language, they actually see every step, much like a long exposure on a photo, of someone doing, you know, signing a phrase out. And it's remarkable how we can actually visualize deafness if we looked hard enough. There's a VR experience that's very, very good called Notes on Blindness. It's, let me see if I can actually, whoop, that's too late. Anyway, let's see if it plays. Stand by. I'll just let it go for a second. But basically, the idea of Notes on Blindness is this guy, John Hall, who kept these audio recordings of like a diary of him going blind and what he was experiencing. And the VR piece, which you can check out, is all about the audio, and the audio itself drives the visuals.
21st of June,
I'll let him talk for a second.
1983. Sitting in the park with the children, I hear the footsteps of people walking past me on the footpath. Further out to the right and behind me, there's the car park and the sound of people starting and stopping their cars and driving off. Way off to the left, there's the main road and the noise of the heavy traffic roaring past in the distance. The strange thing about it is that it's a world which consists only of activity.
I mean, I encourage you to see it. It's really hard to show VR on a screen like this.
Appreciation of weather.
So anyway, it's beautiful. It's phenomenal. And you basically go through this experience of different chapters, and you get used to this visual, and the visual begins to degrade over time. So suddenly your visual perception becomes something that you're liberated from, and you just gotta see it, experience it. But this is another part about perception. We never see the world as it actually is, but only the world that is useful for us to see. Humans have a very limited perceptual ability. Like we barely see the frequency of light and radiation. We barely hear. It's a very small sliver of what the universe holds. And so, back to Deep Dream again, how can we leverage machine learning and artificial intelligence and the art that comes from that, more specifically, to then give us some idea of maybe other ways we can see the worlds that we live in, that we inhabit. So this is a research blog back in July of 2015. And I don't know if you noticed those rocks on the blog, but those are my rocks. And they actually wanted to use some of my VR footage to dream on. And that was a bit of a result of when one of the software engineers basically did this for fun, saying, hey, I took one of the stitches, which is the footage you get from VR capture, and I put it through Deep Dream, and I got it, and I was like, well, I don't know. The thing about this, though, is because, the rig that I have captures in stereo, which means when you're in VR, things have realistic depth, meaning this row is closer to me and that row is further away, and I can handle that, I can sense that. But because the left and the right eye, if you close one eye and you close the other, there's a little bit of a shift. In order to achieve depth, you need that shift. So the top is a little bit different than the bottom. But the system then registers the top as a different image than the bottom. So if I were to see this in VR, the two images wouldn't match. It'd be kind of messy. So this got me thinking, being like, well, could we do this in VR? And so I worked with a group that Kyle had mentioned, the Artists in Machine Intelligence team at Google, and a really talented engineer, Doug Fritz, who dealt with me pestering him about doing this. And we found a way to do it. So this is Deep Dream in VR. And the great part about this, and this is how brilliant he is, he managed to find a way to map the dreams, to dream up the different layers. So depth becomes more, you're more aware of depth because of the way that the dreams are kind of attaching themselves to those layers. Here's another example. This is on Arecibo, which for all you science nerds, tech nerds, now I think it's the second largest radio telescope in the world, but this is, I think these are snake ropes. And it goes through these various stages where we go in and out of the dream. And it's really just tests. They're just experiments just to see what's possible. It's going to get creepy in a second, if it's not creepy already. But so these are birds. That's nice, right? And then that's going to go out in a bit. Here's where it gets, yeah. Right? And then it resolves to happy pandas. Hold on, let's get there. Pandas. Great. Okay, moving on. But the thing about this too, even in when you think about machine learning has filters, or something like Deep Dream. Deep Dream has filters too. It has parameters. You have one software engineer who did this, and then you have the other software engineer who did this. So you really have the ability to treat it and to work with it in a really nuanced way. It's not something that you have to slather on everything either. It could be something that could be a result of maybe there's, someone's actually asleep, and suddenly the world becomes a huge dream with puppy slugs or with pagodas or whatever. And you can decide what that is. As an artist, you still have the agency to decide. What are those parameters? What are those filters? Where does this happen? When does it? And that goes into the whole idea of this journey. The overarching, what is the overall thing? How is a visitor going through this whole experience? And back to the rocks, chaos isn't a bad thing. We've learned that. There's something really beautiful in chaos. It can resolve in really wonderful ways, but beyond that, it's a way for us to just relax. It's a way for us to just not have a purpose for a second. We can just sort of experience things. And so one of the ways that I've been thinking about VR is this idea of levels, much like video games or computer games. You don't just immediately enter Mario Brothers and fight Koopa. You'd freak out. You don't even know you can jump. You don't even know what the fire flower is. You just what? So you go into Mario Brothers, and the first thing you do is you hit a question mark box, and you get a coin. And then you get a mushroom, and then you grow, and then you stomp on a little mushroom guy, and you realize you can kill things like that, and you should. And you start to learn things along the way. You're not, it's my job as a creator to understand where you're coming from and understand how I can pull you along. So one of the things I use the rocks for is this idea of like a landing pad. It's like a demo world. It's like the first level. I'm in VR, oh my gosh, is usually what people do. So giving them anything specific would be a terrible mistake. But the second level I can do is give them a sense that it's 360. Introduce spatial audio. So they go from a very calm situation, they just sort of hang out, to suddenly they're in this new spot, they hear something behind them, and the general thing we do when we hear something behind us, because we freak out, is to turn. And suddenly it opens up the entire world. Suddenly we understand audio is something that we can pay attention to, and we have a tool. We have our mushroom, right? And so what I did in World Tour was this. You start with the rocks, which is just, onboarding. It's 360 spatial audio. You understand that this is a 360 experience, because people do need to be reminded of that. You're on the tram, where you have the windows. Then you have the horse stable. You got Arecibo, which is where you actually get to relax for a second. You've been sort of following things. You can just chill out and be there. I reorient you in this. There's some chess players actually at the bottom there. I reinforce it on a boat that's moving towards the shore. I surprise you. Here's the thing. People get bored. Like, maybe some of you are that way now. You eventually just want like some sort of massive thunderclap or something to make someone remember, oh right, I can turn. Because sometimes people just sort of relax and they just sit there. And you just need something that's gonna knock them out of that. It happens to all of us. And then again, I reinforce it with this geyser in Iceland, and then me falling on my butt or not, just beautiful black glacier beach at the end. So that's sort of how I think about the journey. Energy and atmosphere is another thing that's important. The energy of a space drastically shifts depending on culture. Like my mom is Singaporean, very different when she's in a room with people than it is if my dad's in the room with people. Different shift. The same thing goes with engineers. You have a group of engineers at Google I/O. This is like our developers conference. We release Jump, release the camera. I turn on the camera right afterwards, and this is what happens. He doesn't have time for you, and you just feel so, objectified, but you're a piece of technology, right? And that's the thing. We think of it as, okay, a person shows up as soon as they put on a headset, and that's wrong, fundamentally wrong. As soon as you press record on a rig, that person is there. It is a human being in that space. So if people are treating you like a plastic rig with 16 GoPros in an array, it's because that's how you are, that's what you are, So it's important when you build these worlds to consider that. This is the energy, this is what's going on. Compare that with the first stitch that I showed you, which is also a group of engineers. You are also a piece of plastic with 16 GoPros, but they love you. And they are so glad that you work. What a feeling. I felt so good because of them. I felt so good because that was the space I was in. That was the kind of energy that was being directed at me. And it's vastly different. And it's very important to understand that that will resonate with somebody, and that is an important part of this craft. Yeah, they do a lot of walk around. In real life stuff. Okay, we are not at the point where VR just exists and we don't do anything with our bodies. We wear things on our face and we walk around and we move. So to completely ignore that fact is wrong. But there's something really kind of interesting about how there is a kinetic sculpture possibility right here, which is really what's the coordination of someone in a physical space? What's the what am I doing in real life? What's going on? What's the space around me when I take it off? What happens when I MIT. And so something that I do really consider is what are you doing physically? Because I do not want you to be like, oh, I'm not going to turn around because I'm too tired because I turn around all the time. You want to have, it's like dancing. I need to have the understanding of the dance, and what is it? Is it a waltz? Does it get boring? Is it like I don't care, and then you're just confused? Or is there some moments where I let you go and do your thing, and sometimes when I bring you back? And so this is World Tour. It gets vastly more complicated than this, but this is generally what it is. I know the red means that I'm expecting you to turn around 180 degrees. I do not want to do that all the time. That's just it physically isn't comfortable for most people. So if I see a lot of red, I'm like, okay, I gotta go back and reevaluate what I'm doing here. It gives me a good understanding of what's going on in the experience, and it gives me a sense of the universe. So the last thing I want to talk about is the apple pie, which is the story, which is the thing that, we try to skip to, but again, this is important that we get to it now after having heard everything else. It's not storytelling. That's the thing. It's different. And this is why. In storytelling, we have an experience. The experience affects us. We leave it, and someone comes along and says, what happened? And I filter the experience I've had, and I present a thing to that person or persons. And that's the story. And the medium in which is the way in which I do this. And I myself am the storyteller, because I have filtered out that experience. VR is different, and here's why. And suddenly, it doesn't matter what story I've got to tell, the person's in the experience, right? So I can't be like this, and then I look and the person's already doing their own thing. So I can't really be the storyteller, and the medium suddenly becomes a bit wonky. It's not really what it was before. But what happens in this situation is that a person goes into your experience, they're affected, they leave, someone comes along and says, what happened? And they said, I went and did notes on blindness, and there was this, these blue lights, and it was crazy, and the rain happened, and I saw everything. And suddenly, I find myself removed, but in a good way, because suddenly the medium has become end-to-end the experience to the conversation that happens there. And the storyteller is the person who visits the experience, the visitor. So I'm trying to enable storytellers. I'm creating storytellers by creating these experiences. And there's two story states that really exist. The first is kinetic. And again, if you think it's because I got it from science, it's because I did, and I don't know what else to call most things. But kinetic story is what film and books and music and theater and game design, all of that is because it's filtered experience. I, as the creator, am actively telling you something about what's happened to me or something that I'm thinking about in my brain based on experience. But there's also potential story. And potential story is the understanding of how experiences will affect someone and then create other stories that they will then tell to someone else. It's a magnitude out. Again, you think you lose it by not being a storyteller, but you gain a whole new perspective. And it suddenly becomes three-dimensional. So really, VR is potential story. And it's not even a little nugget either. It's something that kind of looks like this, I guess. It's this idea of this kind of a mash between, what I think is acceptable as a possible story and what you will what you will tend to experience. What are the permeations of stories that exist? Again, not to use my parents, but my mom going into an experience will be very different than my dad, and different than me, and different than my sisters, and different than Kyle, probably. Sorry, Kyle. But the idea of that story, there's not just one story. We go into an experience and there are variations of stories, and I have to know as a creator what those variations could be. And it then becomes even more complicated, because why not? But the idea that it could be completely visitor-driven, just experiential. No expectations, no real story, just go and have at it, have fun. It could be a collaboration where there's an ebb and a flow, where sometimes it's about experience, but other times it's about something more specific. Again, the dance becomes more complex. And then creator-driven, which is more like film, which is where I kind of don't think it's not the best area, I think. I kind of like the middle. But, it's creator-driven. It's like I decide that you need to look here, here, and here, and I'm going to do everything I can to direct your gaze. It becomes more film-like, though, the closer we get to that. So something to be aware of. So to work backwards, story validates our experiences. Our experiences validate our existence, and our existence validates the universe. Now, I'm still thinking about this, because there's a lot more to think about, But like, I'm using pure circles, but I mean, if you look at Alexander Calder's, mobile work, it's phenomenal. You start thinking about, well, maybe, these shapes aren't circles. They're more anamorphic, and they morph and change depending on where the interactions are. Could I potentially work with that? And some of them may branch, but others may go in different directions. Do I create other universes, multi-universes, for there to be story to exist? And again, AI and machine learning come into that as well. And how do they all fit if they're so different? Studying kind of varying natures of things and seeing how they're still part of a cohesive whole is very exciting. That's something that I'm interested in as well. And it's interesting that, Calder makes something like this, and this is the latest visualization of our universe, right? This is the universe. So there's a lot of things within science and research, stuff that actually exists that we're learning more about our own physical existence that can then in some way inspire the way that we see something as powerful as VR. Because VR is really, beyond experience and existence, its presence, it's all about the things that make us tick as humans, and why we're here, in the first place. And so as I learn, I'll keep you informed, I guess. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Jessica Brillhart. That was amazing. I love your invention. So now it's a Q&A session. So we'll be asking people questions. They'll be asking you questions, you'll be answering. ก็ตอนนี้ก็ถึงช่วงเวลาที่เราจะถามคำถามกันแล้วนะคะ เดี๋ยวมินจะเริ่มจากยกมือก่อน ถ้าใครอยากยกมือถามคำถาม มีไหมคะ Anybody have any questions? Please raise your hands. We'll take about 3 questions from the audience here. มีไหมคะ มีใครมีคำถาม อยากยกมือไหม ไม่มีนะคะ งั้นเราไปที่ Pigeonhole เลยละกัน Okay, so we'll go to the questions from the website. You explained capturing the viewer's attention and focus, but how would you transfer emotion through the screen?
So a lot of what I think about is unpacking what elements are doing. So if you think about, I used a bottle of water as an example the other day. I kind of use like various things, and it's like, okay, either I direct your gaze towards a bottle of water, or maybe a bottle of water, what I'm trying to get at is thirst, or wetness, or plasticness. And in which case I would try to, we have a phrase in film, mise en scène, which is really just how do you craft the space, and you would basically try to craft the rest of the space to reflect the elements of that bottle of water that I think are important for you to gather. But it could also, again, it could be energy, love, anger, excitement, maybe insanity in some cases. Like you can really start to, you think about emotively how an environment and the tension in an environment helps to translate those more complicated things.
Thank you. So next question from the Pigeonhole. If VR films become more popular, do you think there will be a big shift in filmmaking practice?
No, I think filmmakers, what's happening is that most filmmakers are going into virtual reality thinking that it's going to be filmmaking, and that's the biggest problem. It's more, I think VR is going to turn off a lot of filmmakers who aren't really wanting to change. And you'll find that a lot of the best VR creators won't probably be filmmakers, although they'll be the first at the gate because that's what we're most comfortable with. We were talking about it yesterday a little bit. It's the idea that, we unfortunately, for better or worse, it's nice to have familiarity with the equipment, but the equipment asks to be treated as a rig and not as a person, because we're used to using cameras as cameras, and not used to, carrying around people with us, unless you're a mom or a dad. And I think that that's an important differentiation, and it's something that's going to take some time. I think film will always be around because it's an important, it's an important medium, and it has a place, and it's very powerful in its own way. One of the things, it's actually, one of the things that we also do a little bit wrong, but I think it will change. We always expect that, VR is going to be the thing that you come home after a long day and you're going to sit back on your couch and do VR. And you don't. It's like, the last thing you want to do is put on a headset and do anything. You just want to kind of, watch TV and just like tell me things. I don't care. But what I actually do, VR is quite meditative, actually. It focuses our attention on specific things. We somehow are able to, we block out the rest of the world and we're able to focus on a particular thing. So I actually find VR better to do, this sounds weird. I find virtual reality better to do during the middle of the day because it actually it causes me to be more conscious of things and to be more pointed about things, and I feel much more energized. So I think that films will serve their purpose and their way of escapism, but I think that VR isn't so much escape as it is reflecting also on how we interact in real life. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that makes sense. Next question from the website. Do you think that VR can be applied to other fields like anthropology, market research, etc.?
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing a lot of, there's a project from the Cultural Institute that works with some museums actually to, there's one on a dinosaur who, the name of the dinosaur escapes me, but they basically build out a CG rendering of a dinosaur on top of the bones. So you see the dinosaur build, and then it suddenly floats in the water that fills up the museum and like floats down the museum. So you're thinking about ways of generating real-life dinosaurs from bone structures. Additionally, you can also set certain parameters to then build on certain artifacts or bone structures and maybe find things that you didn't know before. Like, oh wait, for instance, like the American Museum of Natural History. Maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it. There's a dinosaur in the, like the dinosaur that's rearing back in the front. There's like a dinosaur that's like this. It's a Barosaurus, and the Barosaurus actually can't do that. They found that out not so long ago. And to change a dinosaur of that size to be like standing up, it takes a long time. So they haven't done it yet. And it's so it's just this dinosaur rearing back, and during the holidays they cut bushes that look like the dinosaur rearing back, and T-shirts have the dinosaur rearing back, and it's wrong, but it's because it takes a long time to fix those things. So you can imagine what about making places more organic, changing, correcting ourselves when things like that happen. Medical research, brain surgery has been affected by it, which has been great. You can focus attention somewhere else, and part of your brain while they work on the other part safely. Yeah, lots of stuff. Education, yeah, especially.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to see something like that going on in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so for our next question from the audience, what parts of the VR experience are you trying to develop through new theory to understand? And will new tech beyond 360 video require new theory?
What parts of the VR experience are you trying to develop? Basically, all of that. I think in terms of the actual like tech, I guess it's editing. I think could be more dynamic. Interactivity, being able to gaze tracking is something I'm interested in. Unlocking branching potential stories, I think is cool. There's every time you add another layer, though, it's good to have the basics down because otherwise you start to overcomplicate things too early. So one of the things is like, you add interactivity and suddenly you have to think of, do I give them interactivity right away? Do I slowly build up that knowledge? Do I just give them all the tools outright and then hope that they find them? It becomes a different thing. Positional, which is moving around a space, also like, I think movement it could be a narrative layer, but it doesn't necessarily have to exist all the time. So do you always move? Can you stand still sometimes? Does that give you anxiety? It's a lot. So it's just important to at least have some grasp of each step as you move forward. Yeah.
Cool. Next question. Do you think VR could desynthesize face-to-face human interaction?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I also think, I think that I think that social is a bit literal also. We think of social as I'm on video, like there's an avatar that sort of looks like me, but also kind of doesn't, and it's like kind of human, and it sort of fits in this idea of the uncanny valley, right, where things are meant to be human, but they just don't quite look it. So I've always thought it'd be interesting to experiment with avatars that are much more ethereal or nebulous looking or more abstract, And also this idea of, you know, if I'm in this space and my mom, I don't know why I keep using my mom, maybe because she's from around here, but she would come in and say she comes in and the lights start to dim and like a sound starts emitting. This idea of the space and the world shifting and changing through weather, through elements, through whatever, birds fly, or I don't know. But changing social to be more like that, more deeply affecting in that way, instead of a literal person walking into the room, I think there's something very artful and very beautiful about that. Some people are experimenting with some of that stuff. I think it's gonna be really interesting stuff in that space. Yeah.
Be interesting to see in the future as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so next question. We have a few more minutes here. What's your favorite part about making VR films?
Oh my gosh.
Where do you start?
What's my favorite? I know. Where do I end? It's the fact that I'm kind of constantly unsure of myself, which is both horrible and awesome. I feel like I'm able to have a conversation about what's happening, and it relates to so many other things. Like, I'm learning about mediums that I wouldn't have learned otherwise. I'm asking questions I never thought I would be asking. I've been able to connect with people, both people who've been filmmakers for a very long time who are just interested in this space, and, you know, creators, you know, technologists, composers, conductors, you know, theater folks. I mean, it's just like all these various people trying to figure it out. And I think it's just kept my mind open. And what a thing to do as a filmmaker. We generally just go, you know, throw ourselves in a room and say, okay, we'll make a film, we'll be out in a few months. But this is much more active. And I think that that's good. I need that.
Okay, so more questions? Pigeonhole, has VR changed your view of the world?
Yeah,
definitely.
Totally. You're like, yes. It's just because we think that whatever we see, we ignore this part. And this part's, you know, it's okay, but it's, you know, got some stuff. It's nice. But I mean, like, you know, we don't listen really the way that we used to. And it's not, you know, I don't mean to be pragmatic, it's just true. We're never present really anymore. We have a lot of things going on. And I think I've learned to listen a lot better. I've learned to look around a lot more, to think more about the nuances of experience. I think it just brings us back to something that we've sort of been blocking for a while. And it's funny because the thing that's been blocking us has now gotten to a point that it's actually asking us to get past it. And I think that's a great thing, yeah. Yeah, finally, yeah, totally.
Yeah. Oh, somebody wants to ask.
Oh, no. This is where I go hide. This is the best VR. You have to stand. You can't just sit there. Nah.
No. Okay.
Is it about my soul or someone's soul?
Yeah. Like, what do you think about the soul? No. No, Actually, I was really, I was actually really impressed by how well I could identify with looking at within the VR without this being VR. I mean, this was a presentation, and we saw somebody else's perspective as they were looking around in the VR setup.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's always been kind of a little confusing with this. Yeah, so why is it called VR? Why not spherical film? You were explaining about that it's a very different kind of storytelling style, but then I remember from studies back in the day, like things like sort of the rule of thirds, the eyesight, following the movement, all these kind of things kind of resonates with what the filmmakers were doing back in the day within the constraints of the screen.
Yeah.
So how like transformatively different do you think it is in the VR, or how much of this is more just like a evolution of the things that were taking place before? And you happy with the word VR?
What?
And second question, are you happy with the term VR in this
I'm going
context?
to answer that. I'm not sure, actually. I kind of go back and forth between being like, yeah, because I don't think anything that's happening now is VR, really. I think that it's all steps towards that, but I don't think it itself is that. But we're going to call it that because it's sexy, you know, VR. Because you say, oh, positional, which is also, I guess, kind of weird. And anyway, so it's like, ignore all of what I just said. But no, it's like, or 360 video to me sounds like plastic, like a plastic monkey, like banging some cymbals. Like it doesn't really resonate either, which is why I avoid that too. I call it 360 film, like some elitist. But it's, I think what's important is it's more mental engagement and what it does to the brain. I think that's the thing that I think is transcending. I think the fact that, film, we're safely removed from it. We're not there. We're not trying to be convinced that you're there. It's like, here's a window to this world, and if you don't like it, you can turn. And I think that, or if you love it and you want to know where he's going, you can turn, and you can't turn and see him, but that's fine. Like, just use your imagination, maybe. Or maybe it's just not, it's like, I think from a creator standpoint, like, I have to identify more with the person that's in the space. I have to understand the person that's there better, understand how engagement may work in a way that's like, okay, if I do compel someone to move this way, are they going to follow that person or this person? What does that do to the space? But I think presence and existence in a space, both because of the evolutionary psychology notions of what that does to somebody, also what potential visuals will do to somebody. How that feeling of, do I make them feel safe? Do I make them feel a little unsafe? Do the things that I do make them drastically unsafe or feel unsafe, and is that a problem? I think it just opens up this whole, like, when you're convincing someone that they're there and they have the agency to be there, that permeates other things. And I think that those other things are what I feel is the evolution of not film necessarily, because then otherwise you just see filmmakers give a crap, but it's like also theater people and game designers and so on. So I feel like there are other mediums that are kind of coming together to sort of figure out what's the collective version of VR. I just happen to have the filmmaker mentality because I'm a filmmaker, but it's much more than that. Yeah. Does that answer your question, or sort of? Oh, good. Oh, God. And the soul is still there. The soul is...
All there?
Soul is all there.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Okay, well, I think that's a great talk we had there. A lot of good questions.
Yeah.
We're glad that you're here today. You're our only female talker this year. Yes. I know, right?
Where are my ladies at? What's
up? So that's awesome. So right now I would like to invite somebody up here, Kun Pichit Wirankabut, to come up and give you a token of appreciation.
Thank you.
And he's the director of exhibition and events here at TCDC. ต้องขอบคุณนะคะ Thank you so much Jessica Thank you คุณพิชิตโหสุดยอดเลยนะคะแต่ละคนนี่ไม่เหมือนกันเลยที่มาพูดคุยกับเราตั้งแต่เมื่อวานจนถึงวันนี้นะคะแม้กระทั่งวันศุกร์ก็ตามไม่รู้สึกว่าโลกของมิตรได้เปิดกว้างขึ้นมากมายเลยนะคะก็หวังว่าจะไปกระตุกต่อมความคิดสร้างสรรค์ของทุกคนด้วยนะคะก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมีท่านวิทยากรอีกท่านหนึ่งนะคะเป็นท่านสุดท้ายนะคะชื่อว่าคุณไคลี่อึ้งนะคะซึ่งก็จะมาพูดหลังจากที่เราพักครึ่งชั่วโมงข้างนอกก็จะมีนะคะเครื่องดื่มที่ TCDC เตรียมให้จากร้านโรสนะคะสามารถไปดื่มได้ส่วนห้องน้ำอย่างที่เคยแจ้งไปนะคะมีจำกัดก็สามารถไปใช้ห้องน้ำของ Emporium Shopping Complex ได้ทุกชั้นเลยนะคะ So we're going to take a 30-minute break until we have our last speaker come up and talk Mr. Khailee Ng and there's complimentary beverages outside from TCDC from Rose that you can go and get some coffee or water if you like or orange juice and after that we'll see you here at 4:30 เจอกันใหม่ตอน 4:30 นนะคะรบกวนเอาของทุกอย่างของท่านไปด้วยนะคะกันหายนะคะขอบคุณค่ะ
คุณแน่ใจได้อย่างไรว่าสิ่งที่เห็นคือสิ่งที่เป็นแน่ใจหรือว่าความเป็นไปได้อยู่ใต้ขีดจำกัดเสมอแน่ใจไหมว่านั่นเป็นเพียงทางออกเดียวถ้าแน่ใจเราขอให้คุณลองเปลี่ยนเปิดมุมมองใหม่ๆใช้ประโยชน์จากศาสตร์ที่หลอมรวมพลิกแนวคิดเพื่อต่อยอดสิ่งที่ทำแล้วคุณจะเห็นว่าทางออกไม่ได้มีแค่หนึ่งทางออกไม่ใช่แค่จุดจบแต่อาจเป็นจุดเริ่มของสิ่งใหม่ที่ยิ่งใหญ่ร่วมค้นหาเส้นทางที่พาคุณไปสู่ความเป็นไปได้ไม่สิ้นสุด Exit สู่ความจริงรูปแบบใหม่ CU2016 ตุลาคมนี้
สวัสดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะก็มาถึงช่วงสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะของงาน CU2016 International Symposium นะคะก็เหลือวิทยากรอีกท่านหนึ่งเป็นท่านสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะใครที่อยากจะถามคำถามอย่าลืมนะคะสามารถกดเข้าไปถามได้นะคะในระบบ Q&A ของเรานะคะ Welcome back to our last and final session for CU2016 International Symposium. We have one last speaker left that a lot of you are waiting for.ก็เดี๋ยวจะขอแนะนำเลยนะคะว่าท่านนี้เป็นนักลงทุนผู้ประสบความสำเร็จในการทำธุรกิจนะคะเป็นผู้ร่วมบริหารบริษัท500 startups หรือภาษาอังกฤษ500 startups เป็นบริษัทธุรกิจลงทุนด้านการเงินนะคะแล้วก็หนึ่งใน VC จาก Silicon Valley ที่น่าจับตาดูมากที่สุดนะคะในขณะนี้ที่เอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ค่ะก็เดี๋ยวจะประกาศชื่อเขาเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนะคะ For our very last speaker please put your hands up for Mr. Khailee Ng
Yeah, I know it's a bit different look from the photo. The real Khailee Ng couldn't make it. I'm the stunt double, the twin brother nobody cares about. Yeah, but yeah, this is me. Good afternoon. So, two nights ago, I was having a dinner catch-up with two of my closest friends in Bangkok, Kun Krating and Kun Mu of Ugbi and Disrupt University, respectively. Now we were catching up, just catching about life and everything. And Kun Krating shared with me a bit of a sad story. His father had been working with the Thai king for 30 years, going around the country setting up schools, putting up education programs. And of course, with the Thai king's passing, naturally, Krating's dad was very, very sad, as with most of Thailand. Now for Krating, he was also very sad. But he told me that it gave him a certain energy, what had happened. He said that he spent his life trying to make his family proud, trying to make him do things that make himself proud. And he says, right now with the king's passing, he wanted to have some ideas, some new ideas, which was so bold, he didn't even dare to say it, but ideas that would even do something for Bangkok that would even make the king proud. Now, when I heard this, and when he shared his ideas, I was taken by a certain energy which he had. I mean, what a bold idea to do something with his life, not just to make himself proud, his family proud, but also to make the king proud. That's like a very bold idea. Now, Krating's ideas, of course, if you want to know what it is, you have to talk to Krating. But I wanted to share that with you because that's the kind of stuff that I want to talk about here today. I want to talk about the very nature of having ideas, which are so bold, and how do you actually translate them for them to become real? That's what this presentation is about. I want to talk about how designers and design thinking and the very nature of ideas you could use to design your own future for your life, as well as the future of Thailand. And I will tell you in the next time slot, which I'm given, 30 to 40 minutes, which I'll use, I will promise to give you everything I have. This presentation here is very, very personal to me, and it's a big honor for me to be here. I'm going to give you everything I have. Everything I've gleaned from everything I've done, I'm going to give you everything. All I want you to do is just one thing, is you tell me that you're ready to hear it. Are you ready to hear this? Say yes. Well, it seems like maybe 60% of you are ready. Come on. Who's ready to hear this? All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We'll see how ready you are. So, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Khailee Ng, managing partner of 500 Startups. I'm glad to be the closing speaker here for this CU2016 exit. And it's, like I said, a great honor to be probably the last set of speakers here before TCDC moves to its new home, into its new chapter. So I'm really, really excited. And how I'm going to kick it off is I'm going to show you the boldest, biggest ideas which have taken the world by storm that's happening in the world today. I want you to have a look at this little chart with your binoculars, with your laser eagle eye vision. Basically what's up here, I'm just going to walk here and point it out to you guys. So what's this black thing over here is that in 2001, the top 5 largest market cap companies in the world, 4 out of 5 of them were non-tech. They were like banks like Citi, and they were like oil and gas like Exxon, and retail like Walmart. Microsoft was up there in the top 5 as one of the very few tech companies. 2006, nothing has changed. There's only one company out of the top 5 biggest companies in the world. 2011, that's like 10 years later. Nothing has changed. But 2016 is special. Everything has changed. 5 out of 5 of the largest companies in the world are all tech companies. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook. There's no oil and gas. There's no finance, there's no retail, there's no industry, there's no old industry, it's all tech. So the little ideas that people who thought were new and cute ideas just a few years ago are now the biggest ideas in the world. Today, in the realm of finance, people talk about fintech. This is a screenshot, a very famous screenshot from CB Insights. They put together this image, where it's a screenshot of the HSBC website. Each and every single button on HSBC's website is a new startup that is funded by VCs. Every little thing a bank is doing, there is a startup out there with a new idea on how to do it better. And they are funded, and they're going after banks. Same thing with automotive and transport. Every other part of the car, there are new startups looking at these parts and how to do these things better. Same thing for logistics. This is a screenshot of the FedEx website. Every button you can click on, there's a startup trying to do it even better. Consumer goods are not spared. This is no longer tech for tech's sake. These are just consumer goods. You go take a walk down Walmart, you see that each and every product out there, there's an online version of it, which is cheaper and better. And a lot of them are funded. 2016 is a very special year for big ideas because this is the year that everyone has woken up to them. Now, again, in the previous years, all the billion-dollar tech company exits were bought by tech companies. It was companies like Google and Yahoo and Rakuten and IBM and LinkedIn. All these are the biggest exits year after year. But 2016, the biggest tech exits were bought by non-tech companies. Walmart buying Jet.com for $3 billion. Unilever buying Dollar Shave Club for $1 billion US. I'm telling you, man, this year is the year of big ideas. Big ideas powered by tech. And it makes some people feel a bit uneasy. It makes some people feel afraid. Some people's jobs, they feel threatened by it. I mean, if they weren't already afraid of Dr. Weiss's AI coming to eat them alive, there's more to be afraid of. Governments of every country, they're waking up to this and they're reacting, especially oil-dependent countries. If you spend the past 50, 100 years of the wealth of your country supplied by oil, what happens when the oil price drops? Here we have a picture of, also known as MBS, he's the Crown Prince of Saudi. He's here pictured having dinner with 10 of the most revered and respected Silicon Valley venture capitalists in the room. There's Mark Andreessen, there's Dave McClure of 500, there's Peter Thiel, all of them, they're just having dinner together. And he's talking about his bold vision of investing in tech. After this dinner, he put $3 billion US into Uber, and he committed to do a joint venture fund with SoftBank for $100 billion US to invest in tech. $100 billion US to invest in tech. These are oil and gas companies, the biggest in the world, a lot of them state-owned or non-state-owned, and this is a map showing little startup investments that even oil and gas companies are doing. State-owned enterprises, government-linked companies around the world, around Southeast Asia, they're all going into tech because they have to. How does that leave Thailand? Thailand is no different. Thailand's government also has a vision. Last year, they announced $570 million US venture fund for startups. It's a good start. Me and my partners, Krating and Mu, we've got the 500 Tuk Tuks Fund. We've been doing a lot of investments here. But I'll say that Southeast Asia, for all its good intentions, it's still behind Southeast Asia itself. What do I mean by this? This is a chart of VC dollars as a percentage of GDP. So GDP is how much the region is able to produce, right? It's a proxy for that. And Southeast Asia, 0.04% of the GDP is allocated to VC money. That's 3.4 times less than China. That's almost 6 times less than India. And it's almost 10 times less than the US. So in a lot of ways, Southeast Asia doesn't actually believe in Southeast Asia that much. And what's even scarier, if anybody wants to take market share of VC and tech, they've got to first beat Japan. Japan's been investing in all the VCs for years, and then Singapore. This is a map of all the money in Southeast Asia from idea stage to product and customer stage, growing, scaling, and dominance, from 5K checks all the way to 10 million plus to $100 million checks. Very few of these VCs are funded by Thai money. Most of them, I'm Malaysian, not a lot of them are funded by Malaysian money either. It's mostly Japan money and Singapore money. And this is a very scary thing, to think that a country can spend all its money on roads, on education, on hospitals, seeding the very potential of Thai people. And the moment the Thai company becomes a big company, which needs $100 million US, Singaporeans and Japanese come in to buy it up. So how does that affect you and me? If you're not a policymaker, maybe you're like, well, I'm a designer. What does it matter to me? That's the government's job. Well, I'm here to tell you that you and me were already affected. Whether you're in design and whatever aspect of design or not, tech is here. It's influencing what designs actually get created and get funded. This is a breakdown of successful campaigns of Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Art, comics, dance, design, fashion, film and video, photography, music, games, technology, food, theater, writing. Whatever kind of creative aspect you're in, tech is already influencing what designs get created. Tech is influencing how designs get sold to the world. From Etsy, the biggest marketplace for handmade stuff, to Blissbee, which is a local marketplace for handmade stuff in Thailand. Tech influences how designs evolve. Everything a graphic designer would design, you can tell your client about taste, about what's good. But once you show the analytics, you show the heat maps, where people are touching, how many people are pressing on different things. That's like real feedback for your designs to evolve. Now, tech does not only influence how designs evolves, it influences how designers themselves evolve. Let me tell you two stories from my portfolio of investments. Over there on the right is a jewelry company called Aurori. They have $35 million worth of jewelry listed on their website, except that none of these rings are even created yet. All these rings are just simulations of the actual ring. And they will show all of these designs, hundreds of designs. If, let's say, a visitor were to click on a design, then Aurori's algorithm will know that someone's interested in that ring. If they will show like 100 designs and no one clicks on any of those 100 designs, the next day, those designs aren't even there. They're no longer shown. So what you see in Aurori, it keeps getting changed. It keeps getting changed just by how people are reacting to the rings they click or the rings they buy. And the moment somebody buys a ring, that design immediately goes into a just-in-time production method for the ring to be produced and delivered to you within 2 weeks. And so as a ring designer, you're sitting there and you're designing rings over and over again, and you're learning your style of designing what kind of rings and jewelry the world wants. The same thing for Pomelo Fashion. Like those of you who shop online in Thailand, you may recognize Pomelo Fashion because they're a Thai company. Now their clothes up there is the same thing. They learn from what people are clicking on and what people are buying, and even the choice of models, modeling the clothes. So I'll tell you that the designers themselves who work in companies and businesses themselves are already influenced by how tech is helping them. So I'll say that whether you think this has anything to do with you or not, you either ride the wave or you drown beneath it. So maybe you want to get involved in tech. Maybe you've caught the startup bug. Maybe you've been to Krating's Disrupt University class and got inspired to do something involved in tech. Then you ask yourself, what if I'm not a business person? What if I'm not a programmer? What if all my friends aren't programmers? What am I going to do? I mean, I'm just a designer. So for this next section of my presentation, I'm gonna have to tell you a very personal story. And again, I'm gonna need your permission for this, okay? Just get extra personal, right? So just tell me yes. Do I have your permission to get personal with you? Yes? Did I hear yes? Okay, all right. You guys asked for it, all right? Okay. Before I tell you the personal story, okay, I forgot one slide I wanted to share with you. Okay, and this is a slide which is not my story, but a story of other designers. This is a slide showing designer-founded companies, and collectively, this selection of companies is worth $35 billion worth of valuation, and they serve about 3.1 billion unique users. A lot of you may not know that YouTube, Android, Flickr, Etsy, Instagram, Tumblr, Vimeo, SlideShare, Kickstarter itself, Behance, Path, and so forth, well, a lot of them were founded by designers. And even the Airbnb itself, they had an industrial designer, Brian Chesky, the CEO, he's an industrial designer. So before you think that you're not a business person and you're not a programmer, you can't start companies, you can just count how many companies, most influential companies in the world were created by designers themselves. They weren't programmers, they weren't business people, and neither was I. Now, I started out, people ask me, say, hey, Khailee, have you always been an entrepreneur? You built and sold 2 companies, you're investing in companies. Have you always wanted to be a VC or be an entrepreneur? I tell them, no. You know, I still wake up sometimes and wonder what the hell am I doing in my life? And because for the most part, I've just been trying to find my place. I've just been kind of reacting to a world which doesn't feel like I fit into the world at all. A lot of kids were good at sports. I tried every sport. I played basketball, football, running, all kinds of things. I was crap at all of them. You know, I just like to draw. My friend was Microsoft Paint. I love drawing with computers. You guys ever use Microsoft Paint? Yeah, man, it's OG, man, original gangster shit. I spent so much time on Microsoft Paint, so much time. I draw things like birds, right? I draw things like turtles. Maybe because that's how I felt about my life. Just like getting by, trying to avoid peer pressure. And for the most part, like my entrepreneur journey, I had a lot of story of pain. So the first touch I had really with the web was because I felt really bad about myself. I felt very worthless. All my friends, they had this phone. It was a Nokia 8210 at the time. It was like a small, like a really small handset. It's cool. I had the Nokia 3210, which in Cantonese, my friends called the Dai Tao Jie, which is like the big-headed phone. They say you can like stop robbers with it. You can, all kinds of stuff. You know, if your car is reversing backwards, you just put it there just in case. That was my phone. And I told myself every day, I'm gonna get that small phone. I'm gonna get the 8210, and then I'll be cool. I'm gonna be like everybody else. So I did some math. I'm like, okay, this is my allowance. This is how much the phone is. I'm taking about 8 years to buy this phone. I'm gonna negotiate with my mom and dad. So I said, Mom, Dad, I want this small phone. This is how much it costs. They're like, but you already have this phone. It's a good phone. It works. I'm like, yeah, but it's not the small phone. You don't get it. You don't understand. Well, okay, I lost that negotiation because they didn't understand. So I had to understand it for myself. I did some math. Okay, I was 15 at the time, going 16. School holidays was coming. I could get a job. I could get a part-time job. Start do some math. My friends are getting part-time jobs. Barista at Starbucks. All right, $4 an hour. Okay, folding clothes at this at G2000 or something. Okay, this is how much it costs. Again, I did some math. I need 6 months of holiday to buy the phone. I don't have 6 months of vacation. I'm gonna waste my vacation away. Now here's an idea. I thought that, what if I did something which my friend's older brother did? He designed a Flash intro. He used Flash to design like a fancy intro before somebody went into the website, right? Some of you who are like old enough in the crowd would remember that. You had to torture yourself for about 30 seconds if the skip intro button didn't appear, right? You just sit there and watch these stupid shapes annoy you till you could actually go into the website. Yeah, that stuff used to cost like 60,000 Sing dollars, right? So my friend's older brother was 17 years old. That's what he did. He designed Flash intros, and he charged people 60,000 Sing dollars for 2 weeks of work. I did the math on that. Wow, I'm gonna buy a phone shop. That's what I'm gonna do. So me and my friend, we sat down. We're like, all right, let's learn this Flash thing. Just go on Google. Let's learn it out. 2 weeks later, we still don't know how to do it. Like, okay, all right, let's learn HTML and CSS, and let's learn Adobe Photoshop. Okay, that's what we did. So we go and learn. Then we mastered the art of just downloading themes and hacking themes. Yeah, right? Just hacking some themes, okay? Hosting it in GeoCities, you know, getting it on. And now we needed customers. All right? When a mom and dad, you want to pay me to build a website for you? Lost that negotiation. So I did what I thought was a good idea at the time, right? I thought one idea is that I could just flip through newspapers. I would look at companies, and if they didn't have a website, maybe they needed one. So I'd flip the newspaper every day and see an ad, see a number. I call, doot, doot. Hey, put my low adult voice. Hi, saw your ad in the newspaper today. I was looking for your website. I wanted more information. Oh, you don't have a website. I see. And so that's how I tried to get clients. Eventually, we got a little bit of work, and I saved up enough money. I still had my vacation, and that was my first touch with tech, my first touch with the internet. And it is a strange feeling, I'm telling you. The moment you create something and you put it online, and you look at your analytics and you discover that 10,000 people have interacted or seen something you built, you feel a sense of significance. Someone's heard you in this world. And that gets pretty addictive. So I spent the rest of my 10 years just doing freelance design, print design. I designed for theater productions. I designed all kinds of stuff while I was in school. Now the second take I had with internet business and startups was again in high school, but it's a different story. It's a different idea. It's also wrought from a very painful situation. I found it really difficult to talk to girls. Really, really hard. I could code websites, but I couldn't decode girls. I still can, okay? I'm not saying I can, right? This is a lifelong journey. But I did the math in my head. I was like, okay, if I were to hang out with enough girls, some of them would like talk to me more, and then I can like practice, right? And so me and this other friend who had the similar conundrum, there was this one club called the Leo Club of SMK Damansara Jaya, which is my high school in Malaysia. they had, everyone's joining scouts and other kind of manly boy kind of clubs. But this Leo club did 160 girls and like 10 guys. I'm like, wow, that sounds like good odds to me. I'm going to join that club. That club was such a dorky club. They had this vest, and you wear this vest and these badges, and you collect badges. So you go around clinking around with badges. It was dorky ass. I'm like, no wonder nobody joins this club. But so we were in that club, and being one of the few guys in that club, the girls who ran the club gave us all the work. So they're like, all right, now that you've joined the club, you're going to need to help us with fundraising. Go out and raise us this amount of money because this is what we need. And we're like, but what are we going to do? They're like, you go figure it out. And so that's what I did. For 2 years in the student organization, all I did was fundraising. I just make up random stuff that people would buy. Oh, Valentine's Day, hey, let's sell roses. Hey, let's create a bake sale that people buy each other's stuff, but indirectly you're just making parents pay for fundraising. That's great. Bake sale, sell roses, let's put on a little concert. Oh, man, that got really fun. At its peak, I did a charity event, which I mobilized 250 volunteers. I was 17. We made about 14,000 ringgit, which is about 3,000 US dollars. We profited about 80% on that one. And the school took all the money away and created curtains and air conditioning for the teachers' rooms. Yeah, I did good. But it was at that time where I started to learn by age 17 that little ideas that you pay attention to, little ideas that you say yes to, you just don't know where it'll lead. The fact that I listened to the idea of creating a Flash intro, I still didn't design Flash. Thank God I didn't become a Flash designer, you know. I picked up something more useful, right? Something didn't go obsolete. And then and when I listened to my need to practice talking to girls, you know, I ended up learning how to fundraise and learn how to lead teams. And so these two skills combined, I can build any product on the web, and I can get people together, and I can raise money. I think those are pretty cool skills to pick up by age 17. And so sorry, can I have the slides back on? So by age 17, it's a very difficult, I mean, on one hand, okay, I've learned a thing or two. But on the other hand, I think it threw me in a state of uncontrollable mania, actually. I think that was what it was like. So by age 18, when I went to college, I'm like, oh, nobody understands me. Look at the potential of the internet, man. It'll change everything. My friends were, you know, sipping drinks, late night, they're playing snooker. They're really into snooker. I was crap at snooker. They were really good at snooker. I was there in the arcades and I say, hey guys, let's build an internet business. Let's make some money. Look at all, let's go look at Google. We can be just like Google. They're like, whatever, man. So it was a very lonely period of my life. I'd be consumed with ideas. And I know a lot of you are creative people out here. Have you ever had these moments where you had an idea which infected you? Maybe you're showering, maybe you woke up from your dream, and you have an idea that is so exciting, it starts in your head, and it goes down to the rest of your body. You almost feel the idea in your fingers. You see the way the idea is going to flow, the way the idea is going to evolve, the way it's going to spread, how one thing leads to another, and how the whole world wants it, how history has led itself up to today just so that idea could be born. And you put all this energy into idea, you can't control yourself. You take paper, you're taking paper, tons of paper, and you're writing down, you're sketching, you're moving things around. You go out to your laptop, you whip up PowerPoint, Keynote, or Photoshop, or whatever it is, you start doing things out. You call your friends. You say, hey, come on, I got an idea to share with you. And you share your ideas. And you talk all about your idea, and you see all the colors start flowing out of you. The whole world is great. And your friend doesn't even know what you're talking about. You look at your sketches, you're like, see, look at this. Look at this. What the hell is that? It's a bunch of sketches. Doesn't make any sense. Every time you get consumed by an idea and it totally takes you over, you go out there and you want to share it with the world. And often enough, a lot of people don't really see what you see. How come this person is not seeing what I'm seeing? Why don't they see it the way I see it? How come they're not seeing it? Happens too much. The next time you have an idea, maybe you'll say, it's not worth it. The next time you have an idea which is so powerful, so bold, that you gave birth to it, you delivered that idea of your own hands, and you would take it and you would crush it. Your mom didn't tell you to kill your idea. Your friend didn't tell you to kill your idea. The world did not tell you to kill your idea. You killed your idea. That happened to me at age 18 and 19 and 20. It happens over and over again. Just like all of you creative people in the room, it happens to you every other day where ideas get killed by yourself. One fine day, after killing a graveyard of all my own ideas, I decided to humor myself again and said, what if I listened to just one idea? What if I just listened to an idea again? What if I gave it a little bit of attention? Attention which would nurture the idea. Would nurture the idea and help the idea grow. And maybe if it's nurtured in the right way, it would grow and it would grow and it would grow. And that's what I did. That's what I did. I had small ideas from organizing. I was like into music at the time and, you know, organizing gigs. I took a lot of indie bands and put them in mainstream locations. We staged about 70 bands. Yeah, little ideas, you know, it made some money, brand sponsors, just little ideas that I said yes to. They started to grow. They started to take shape. They started to become real. It gave me the strength, the courage to listen to bigger ideas. Listen to and stop killing my own ideas. Slowly enough, right, I started to build on a lot of design and web ideas all over again. This is a website I have. I built this myself. I designed this myself. It's on Khailee.com. You can check it out and see my broken CSS all over it. I said yes to bigger and bigger ideas. I had 2 ideas at a time. I had one friend, okay, just one friend who was like me. No other friend was like me at all. One crazy guy, his name is Joel Neo. Like, he listened to ideas. He wasn't killing his ideas. He said yes to ideas. He said yes. And since we didn't have many friends, we had this stuffed tiger as our 3rd co-founder of our companies. So we had 2 ideas at a time. I wasn't really, like, from the days of like flipping newspapers, I realized that I didn't want to read the news. The news is just a whole wall of text. It's not exciting at all. I said, what if I could create news to be interesting? Then maybe cat gifs and listicles aren't the only thing that will get consumed in the web. Maybe real news would. And so I said, maybe I could just redesign the news and make it more consumable. So that was says.com. We had another idea, which was more of Joel's idea, actually, where given we had a lot of traffic from our Says news portal, maybe we could sell stuff. Maybe we just clone Groupon and just launch a Groupon clone. Next thing you know, says.com becomes the largest English millennial audience for news in the country. And then we merged with a few other Malay portal and a Chinese portal for the 3 languages to come together. We're the biggest online news portal in the whole country. Today, it exists listed under Ref Asia Brillhart in the stock exchange in Malaysia. For Group Smart, within 3 months, it became the 2nd largest e-commerce operations. We sold it to Groupon, and the team continued to run Groupon for all of Asia, turning it profitable. Groupon US was the one in trouble, actually. So with all of this stuff, right, it took me 4 years. Because I finally believed in my own ideas. I finally said yes to ideas. I finally gave it the attention it deserved, and that's why they grew. Now, at this point, I've shared with you the nature of ideas and the feeling that you get with ideas and what normally happens to ideas and what if you said yes. But I'll tell you that building and selling 2 companies or whatever it is that you guys are doing with your career, for a creative individual, it never ends. If you read the autobiography of Ang Lee, the filmmaker, it's called The Never-Ending Dream. Every film he made, he'll make another one, because he's living a creative dream. If we're creative souls, we're here to create. It will create again and again and again. So at this point, I was doing a lot of angel investing in Malaysia. Other friends who had said yes to ideas, I gave them money, we built companies, it was a lot of fun. However, this photo, it was taken from a restaurant in Malaysia, in my home, right, in Petaling Jaya, this district in Malaysia. When I look at this photo, I see that my entire life can be taken in one snapshot where, number 1, house I grew up. Number 2, the 2nd house I moved to. Number 3, the 3rd house I moved to. Number 4, my primary school, then my secondary school, the first office I was in. I was like a village kid, man. I was like a nobody in the world. Yet again, having done some Malaysian startup stuff, like, I was nobody. I said, if I was really listening to a big, bold idea, I said, how about Silicon Valley? Silicon Valley was like at the time the Hollywood of innovation. It is like the Mecca of innovation. You know, I had to go there. I just had to touch Silicon Valley to be legit. That's how I felt. Okay, as long as I just landed there, you know, maybe I'll be significant. So okay, let's do this. Silicon Valley, here I come. I hustled. I tried to make friends. Try to like spam people, famous people. I spammed Dave McClure, 3 different connections, trying to get his attention, all kinds of things. I managed to get an audience with him, and he allowed me to volunteer as a mentor at 500 startups in batch 5. I discovered 3 things, which was a big disappointment. Number 1, when I landed in Silicon Valley, most people there weren't even from Silicon Valley anyway. You know who I met there? At some point, I go back to Silicon Valley, I met Patai from Bilk. He was at 500. All these accelerator companies, you hear accents from all around the world, Lithuania, Russia, you know, Japan. Silicon Valley is a really international place. People just like me go there to chase our dreams. There's some stats to this as well. A friend of mine, Vivek Wadhwa, he wrote The Immigrant Exodus. In his research, 60% of Silicon Valley-based tech companies were founded by immigrants. 60% immigrant co-founders. So I was let down. I thought I'd meet Silicon Valley people, but I just met randoms just like me. I felt I was like the International Student Exchange Club or something. And number 2, they weren't much smarter than Malaysian entrepreneurs I knew. That was a real big letdown. I thought I'd be soaking up a lot of knowledge, but they weren't. They weren't, and neither were they much smarter than the Thai entrepreneurs. Like, the people there weren't any much smarter. Number 3, though, something that is a huge surprise is I never could imagine how much helpful friends people in Silicon Valley had. You could walk into a bar and talk about an idea, someone who had a friend who worked at Facebook, or someone who built and sold a company, a friend who was a VC. Like, people have helpful friends over there, friends with advice and money. In Malaysia, I talked to my friends. They knew a lot about snooker. They couldn't help me. I mean, I love them, okay? I love them. I'm not hating on them or anything. But, you know, I need money, man, you know? I need some tech ideas. And so people in Silicon Valley, they do have a lot of friends. And so that's where I had a new idea. I told Dave McClure, the founding partner of 500 startups. At the time, a lot of people would look at people like Dave and other folks as Silicon Valley folks, right? PayPal Mafia, ex-PayPal, worked for Peter Thiel, made 60 times money for Peter Thiel at Founders Fund, went on to create his own fund, 500 startups. I told him, I said, dude, here's an idea. What if we take the 500 story and the brand and we bring it through the rest of the world? And he's like, Khailee, I'm already on it, right? I've invested in Vicky in Singapore, sold to Rakuten for $200 million US. You know, I've done about 12 investments in Southeast Asia. I flew down there on my own to Haji Lane in Singapore to smoke shisha with the founders and to cut checks, okay? I'm on it. So you and I were thinking the same. I'm like, great, you got a good idea, because that's my idea too. So why not let's work together? And we created a new fund called 500 Durians for Southeast Asia. Fast forward 24 months, we've invested in 119 companies. 34 of them have continued to raise more than $2 billion US. So this set of companies over here, like, raise money from Sequoia, SoftBank, Tiger, so on and so forth. World-renowned investors that come in to invest in these companies. Well, if you take away Grab, because we're early investors in Grab, if you take away Grab, 33 of these companies have continued to raise $300 million US, which is still a significant amount of money. In terms of companies who are dead or dying, there's a lot of them who are chugging along. None of them are officially dead yet. One of them seems pretty close. But so far, so good, right? And from this, I start to see a unicorn pattern actually emerge. So on seed level, 119 companies, how many of them go to A, B, late stage, and then to a unicorn? It started to get more and more predictable the more and more deals I've done. And I'm continuing with this new fund I launched called Durians 2, very creative name. So 500 Durians 2 will be $50 million US, and we're gonna go find 200 more ideas to put money to. 200 more ideas we can say yes to. Now with this, I've given you an example of how saying yes to little ideas may take you places you would never imagine. And today, as I stand over here, there are ideas which scare me. There are ideas which are so bold that I get afraid, but there are also a lot of ideas I say yes to. So with this third part of my presentation, I want to share with you ways you can accelerate your ideas after you say yes. But before we do that, again, right, I want to know if that you guys are going to say yes to your next idea or not. Will you say yes to your next idea? Will you say yes to your next idea? Then you can hear this, okay? This formula is very simple. You take your idea that you just said yes to, you spend 1 day to sketch it out. Only 1 day. Don't you spend 2 weeks, 3 nights, or whatever, right? Just 1 day. You go get your membership pass to see TCDC's new location. You go into that library, you sit down, and you sketch out that idea. Sketch it out 1 day. That's all you take. Next thing, you ask one friend to help you out. Okay, just one friend. If you don't have one friend, look beside you right now. There's so many friends that you have here in TCDC. You make a friend, okay? No excuses. You take 1 day, you grab one friend to help you create this idea. And you produce one product. Whatever crappy looking product you have, create one product that you can sell, right? Minimum viable product or mediocre value proposition, up to you, right? Create something that you think you can sell. You take that one product and you make one sale. Okay, that's all I can sell it once, okay? Sell it at a discount, sell it for a favor, one sale. You make this one sale, then you get one feedback from the customer you sold it to. That's all I ask. Simple idea acceleration method. 1 day, one friend, one product, one sale, one feedback. And then you repeat. You guys want to make this happen even faster? I need your yes again. I know this is. You know what I'm going to ask you for. Do you want to make this happen even faster? Okay, let me tell you about speed. Let me tell you about speed. Okay, let me tell you about speed. The biggest enemy of your ideas is time. It is speed. The longer you take to find 1 day, to find one friend, to make one product, to make one sale, to get one feedback, the longer you take, there's an exponential increase in probability of your idea dying and never amounting to anything but disappointment. You need to be really fast with this. So I'm going to tell you 2 stories. The first story was when I was working with Joel, my business partner and co-founder before. We were talking to another friend wanted to talk to us about ideas. He said he wanted to create a t-shirt printing company. And so he was talking about his ideas about how most t-shirt printing companies make shirt cuts which are too big. They end up becoming pajamas, you know. He wanted to make really good fit, well-fitted shirts, t-shirts, and printing. And he was going on, getting all visionary on it for about like half an hour. I was like, yeah, you know, and just listening. And so Joel, he was totally uninterested. He was just like on his phone. He just made a phone call. And I thought it was a bit rude. I said, hey, Joel, man, hey, look, Shannon here is like talking about his idea, man. Like, maybe we should listen to it. And so Joel was like, okay, I just called 3 different like t-shirt suppliers. Like they're charging this amount of money, 16 ringgits. You know, the cost base is about 14 ringgits. So if you can sell 100,000 shirts this year, you're only going to make about 200,000 ringgits, you know. So that means if you spend a year on it, that's like 12 months. So it's roughly about, you know, 20 grand, less than that, 18 grand a month. You got 2 partners, each of you making 9 grand a month. You're currently working as an auditor in PricewaterhouseCoopers. You're probably earning more than 9 grand a month. Is this idea even worth it? So while Shannon was talking about the idea, Joel was already working on the idea, qualifying, working on it, while the idea was being talked about. And it was at that moment I realized that, okay, that's the kind of person that I want to do business with. And that's the kind of people I need to surround myself with. You know, you talk about something, you're like, hey, you know, oh, that's a really cool photo. Yeah, can you send it to me? Instead of, I'll send it to you later, you're like, what's your email? Put the phone in your hand, key in email, boom, photo sent. Immediate people. The only thing which is faster than fast is now. Right now. So that's the first story. Next story. Next story is a time where I've started already doing my news company. We didn't want to sell banner ads because we knew banner ads were shit and they're going to die and nobody's going to buy them. And Google's going to take over all banner ads if Facebook doesn't. And so we're like, okay, we're not going to sell any banner ads. We got a ton of traffic, no banner ads. We're going to sell branded content, sponsored stories, that's it. But the trouble with sponsored stories and branded content, this was 4 years ago. It was so new. Like BuzzFeed wasn't even like selling that either. You know, we were just selling it at a time because we thought it made more sense. We thought it was a good idea. So naturally selling it was really hard. We had to discuss with the client over and over again, back and forth, proposals, just to make one sale. So me and my sales team at the time, I had 2 other people in my sales team, and we're trying to hit a goal. We did about 150K ringgit a month. That's about 1.5 million baht. 1.5 million baht in sales every month. And I told them, I said, look, we're going to have to do 10 million baht. 10 million baht in 1 month worth of sales, in 1 quarter worth of sales, right? That's like a stretch goal. And they're like, no, it's impossible, it takes too long, we need more salespeople. I'm like, yeah, but I don't have any more money for more salespeople. So it was a really tough negotiation with my own team for them to believe in a bigger, bolder idea. So I sat down and I said, okay, I can't have more salespeople. I can't really make myself even more convincing that quickly to turn, maybe I can, but I couldn't change their minds that quickly. If they're not ready to buy, what can I do? So I sat down and I thought about it. When I go to a client's office, I sit down with a media agency and talk to them. They'll listen to it and they'll want a proposal. They'll say, hey, send me a proposal in a week. And then after they receive the proposal, I'll need to schedule another meeting, which may take another 2 weeks. So I may need a month's time before I get the next meeting. And after I get the next meeting, there could be another round of proposals, and it might never amount in a sale. So the enterprise sales cycle is very long. So what I thought to myself, I said, hey, wait a minute. There's probably only a finite set of ideas which a client might buy. What if I created like 10 templates of ideas, sponsored content ideas, and I already created all the logos of all the clients beforehand that I'm pitching, just create all of the stuff beforehand. So I walk into the office one day, into the media agency's office with a morning meeting, and we talk about it. I pitch it, they said, hey, great, send me a proposal. I'm like, all right, I'll send you a proposal. I walk out, I go to the lounge, I sat down, and I just like copy and paste and put some stuff in, boom. And I called them and say, hey, I've just sent you the proposal. They were like, what? You just walked out of my room. I'm like, that's right. I am still in your room, sort of. I'm your living room. If you have a look at the proposal now, you can give me feedback. We can talk about it in the living room because I'm still there. And so they're like, okay, that's scary. What a freak. All right, I'll look at it. And then they look at it, they're like, oh, hey, this is not bad. It's pretty cool. Hey, yeah, we got to talk about some stuff. All right, I'll come over. So they come to the living room. They sit down and they're like, hey, let's talk about this. All right, let's make changes. I'm still in the living room. I make changes. I deliver it again. But I do one thing extra. I said, hey, do you have a colleague who's facing the same issue and they want some social media thing? Like, I can talk to them. I'm here. And I try and upsell myself on another meeting. And I do it again. And I do it again. And I'll do it again. And so much so, I'm sitting at the living room. Their living room became my office. And I recognized them walking up. I said, hey, wow, hey, what you doing here? Oh, yeah, this is your office. No wonder. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I just came out of a meeting. I happened to be here, you know. Oh, by the way, do you want to talk about this? I would clock in about 5 meetings a day. 5 meetings a day, and immediate real time, right? We hit our goal. At the peak when I sold the company, we were doing 12 million ringgit. That's 120 million baht. Yeah, about $4 million US was our revenue. We're doing about 38% net profit. It was like a cash machine when I sold it. And you know, just by speeding up, I didn't change. I didn't put any new salespeople at all. I'm just doing things faster. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger has this one quote. You guys, have you heard of this Arnold Schwarzenegger quote? It's like, if you don't have enough time in a day and you need sleep, just sleep faster. Sleep faster, yeah. You know, that's his quote, right? I mean, it's funny, but you know, people underestimate the power of speed. And when you really one day come to do a startup and you realize you've only raised enough money to fund yourself for 10 months, every day is a race against time, is a race against death. So there you have it. Idea acceleration method number 1. One day, one friend, one product, one sale, one feedback. You repeat it, and repeat it with a lot of speed. And now it's always faster and faster. Now next, idea acceleration method number 2. I assume you want to hear it, so I'm going to get right to it. It's just support somebody else's idea. Right now, there are a ton of great ideas in the world. Sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It is a lot of hassle to build a company and convince people. Like even when you see like one day, one friend, one product, one idea, why don't you just go to one company and apply for a job? You know, it's nothing's wrong with that at all. In fact, like what I'm doing, my first job was in a startup. I didn't start like giving birth to companies. You know, like, I went to get a job, and then when I became an entrepreneur, then now I'm working in 500 startups. You know, because Dave has a great idea. He's already worked on it. He's built a ton of credibility. He's built like a brand which scales. I'm like, great, I'm going to support this idea. And I'm achieving so much more because of it. The moment you can drop your ego of being the one who needs to own it, to be your baby, you know, and you channel that ego to support an idea which may be started by somebody else, but you treat it as your baby, it's no different. You can feel the same amount of autonomy, ownership, and love. You may have less control, granted, but a lot can be achieved because people supported other people's ideas. All the top 5 biggest companies in the world, Google, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, They employ hundreds and thousands of really smart people. I got a lot of friends at Facebook who built and sold companies, but they decided that nothing they can work on is as big as Facebook as an idea. That's why they're there. So you think about that for a little bit. You really want to be fast to work on a grand and bold idea? Think if somebody else is doing it, maybe you can help them. Now, I've come to the closing of my presentation, and I wanted to share with you my next idea. I know I couldn't share with you Krating's idea, but at least I can share with you mine. I've started to observe that the top 5 biggest companies in the world right now, the first wave of magnanimous internet giants, they allowed over 1 billion people to use their internet to consume a lot. And if I were to like straddle them by market cap, you'll notice that Facebook, they're primarily a consumption engine. There's way more people consuming things on Facebook than actually creating and selling things and creating economic value on Facebook. It's more often a consumption machine. Now for Amazon, more people are buying off Amazon than selling off Amazon. That's why Amazon makes money, and that's why Amazon's a big company. So they help people create a lot of business, but there's a lot of consumption on Amazon. For Microsoft, they're primarily a creation engine for a lot of the work of modern workplaces, PowerPoint or Microsoft Doc or whatever, Microsoft Word. A lot of stuff they're doing to help people create, and those creations get consumed a lot. Google, they're a huge consumption engine, but their productivity suites and Android and a lot of things are helping people create too. And then you've got Apple, which yes, we consume a lot of stuff off Apple, but every device we hold in our hand, we're creating all kinds of things with it. Every software since Apple was born till now has been to fuel a world of creators. So I've noticed like a certain balance between consumption and creation, which makes the world work. And now that over 1 billion people are using a lot of these companies, I ask myself, what if I can turn 500 startups into a creation platform? What if I can encourage the billions of people who are consuming things on Facebook and Google and with all these tech companies today, the people who consume on the internet, what if I encourage them to create? 500 today, we've done over 1,700 investments in 50 countries in the 6 years odd that we've been alive. We are the most active investor in the seed stage in the world. Since 2012, we're most active in fintech. We're most active in real estate tech since 2013. We're most active in Asia since 2015. We're most active seed investor in the world, like for the longest time. For fintech, when we believe that fintech is a good idea, that banks aren't going to move as fast as startups, we said, okay, let's invest in hundreds of good ideas. We've so far invested in over 100 fintech ideas for 15 countries. Property, we think that there are a lot of inefficiencies in property, and there are a lot of good ideas waiting to be funded. We've invested in over 30 ideas in 10 countries related to property. And we're going to do this for every single space we think there are inefficiencies. We're going to go there, we're going to fund hundreds of companies to make it work. And from this, we're going to apply the same pattern of like large portfolio theory to create game-changing companies. This is an analysis of Fund 1 and Fund 2 companies where we collectively invested in 577 seed companies. They went all the way to produce 2 unicorns. One of them is Credit Karma. Credit Karma is valued at $3.5 billion. They do about $500 million of sales and they're profitable. And we also invested in Twilio, which just went IPO at $4.5 billion valuation. And all these come from the same style of seed investing we've done. So if we can provide more people with more seed capital everywhere, not just in Silicon Valley, but right here in Bangkok, or even in Phuket, in Thailand, anywhere in the world, as long as there's smart people and good people who finally believe in their own ideas enough to actually create something, I want to be there to fund it. Not only that, we want to be the largest provider of startup services as well. We've been providing a lot of growth hacking services, launching these kind of like internet marketing camps all over the world, in Miami, in London, in Malaysia, and we're going to do more of that in 2017. We've also started providing a lot of educational content on investing. We're Stanford's first ever partner to teach venture capital. We're in our 3rd class of teaching venture capital already. It's called VC Unlocked. It's like a program that you can send yourself to. And we've also partnered with UC Berkeley to develop content on how you can do entrepreneurship in the Middle East and Asia, which is like a strange place to do business for some. So, and lastly, by funding a lot of entrepreneurs and a lot of idea people, and also providing services and providing a lot of education, we believe we're actually assembling a very valuable, I wouldn't call it a social network, but a human network of creators and a world of friends. I want to have any of us here in the room to build a company and to be able to sit down with a friend who can give you timely advice and who can give you access to money, or who might know of a friend who has money, who can fund you. Friends like Kun Krating and Kun Mu, and friends that I'm so fortunate to have made across the years. And that, I think, is a really beautiful world for idea creators. Now, if you want to design your future, if you have an idea which is so bold that it scares you, that you would make yourself proud, make your family proud, and you dare say, even think you'd make the king of Thailand proud, what is that idea? Today, I told you that tech can help you. Tech can help you make it big. I've told you today that I've done it from being somebody who likes to draw birds and turtles. I've told you I've done some stuff, and I'm not stopping. I'm going to continue doing stuff. This is cool. This is really, really fun. I like this. Other designers in the world, they've gone out to build massive, massive companies. And I was here today also to tell you that there are friends. You're not alone. There are friends who can help you. So will you design your future? Will you design your future? Will you say yes to an idea? Will you say yes to your next idea? Damn right. So your designers, you go out there and you design your future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a powerful speech. A very fun one too. Now you ready for the questions and answer, Q&A? Yeah. So ก็ตอนนี้เป็นช่วงถามคำถามแล้วนะคะ เป็นการพูดคุยที่โหสุดยอดมากเลยนะคะ ก็เราจะเริ่มด้วยการยกมือก่อน มีใครอยากจะยกมือถามอะไรไหมคะ We will start with hands up. Anybody in here who wants to put your hands up and ask any question to Mr. Khailee?
She was like, oh, for your first question, you got to speak in Thai to answer.
I know, right? Yeah. Can you do that now?
No.
We have Thai friends.
I don't offend the king. No way. I'm not going to do it.
มีไหมคะ ไม่มีนะคะ Okay, then we'll start going to our pigeonhole then. All the questions in our pigeonhole. First question is, can a startup be non-tech?
Yeah, great idea. A great question. Now, what does non-tech even mean, right? I think that's something worth talking about. I've invested in a shoe company in Indonesia, for example, sells shoes. They're called Brodo, BRO.do. They sell shoes, but they sell shoes online. And most of their sales come from Instagram. They make over $1 million worth of sales, and they're profitable. It started by some 24-year-olds at the time, with their supply base in Bandung, not even in Jakarta. Are they a tech company? They're a shoe company. But on the back end, they use a lot of tech thinking on how they market, on how they sell, how they do customer support, how they manage their supply chain. And they're seeing things that so many fashion brands across Indonesia don't see. So much so that they want to help other fashion brands also use tech to sell. Now, for the person buying the shoe, they got a pair of shoes and they've got their shoes. They don't even see the tech. That's when you know it's really, really good tech. A friend of mine once told me that says the best kind of technology, it works like magic. You don't see it. It just works. It surprises you. And you will never, ever know how it works. Right? So I would say that I invest in a lot of companies which appear to be non-tech companies. You can make an argument that Grab, as a taxi hailing, kind of ride-hailing kind of company, they're a transportation company. So what? They've got an app. And back end, they've got a lot of analytics to kind of assign which goes to where. So they're like a tech-powered transportation company. They're tech-powered logistic companies. They're even tech-powered food and beverage companies. I invested in a healthy food snack company. I invested in a superfood company for animal-based plant-powered proteins. I do a lot of stuff. But I want to make sure that they know how to use tech to help them grow. So yes, I invest in non-tech, but yes, I invest in companies which are non-tech who use tech. I know that sounds like a Zoolander quote or something, but that's what it is.
Okay, thank you. Next question we have from a pigeonhole is, how to deal with a conservative mind in a creative industry, especially in an organization where people pull rank over a potentially great idea. Do we say yes or walk out?
Wow, that question had 0 votes. I guess. No, I'm kidding. I'll answer. I don't know what went on, man. Nobody wants to question the question that questions the questioners, I guess. But look, okay, so let me break it down for you, right? There are a lot of times where even to encourage people who aren't your bosses, but people in your team, is that there are a lot of times where you have to let go of your own ideas and you give it to them. I'm not saying that you manipulate them to make them think it's their idea, but what I'm saying is that you have to share your ideas. Share your ideas in a way that you're not pushing ideas onto people. One way to do it is you try and like shove it down their throats, you try and wave it around and smack them in the head with your idea. That's one way to do it. But that way is pretty limited in its outcomes. There are other ways to help your idea grow, to nurture your idea. Sometimes you're not even sharing the solution. Sometimes you're sharing the problem. You go to your boss, you're saying that, hey, I'm struggling with this. I've tried these things. I need your advice. What else can I do? And maybe your boss will rattle off a few things. You're like, hey, that sounds like a good idea. I kind of thought about something like it, but can you please tell me more? Then maybe your boss is working on ideas. Okay, so if I were to do this, how would it work, right? There are different ways. And I think it's our jobs as creative people. It's not other people's jobs to buy our ideas. It is never their job. It is our job to sell it to them. It is our job to create it in a way that it gets to them. You can't sit there with your creative ideas. Why isn't people buying this? Why aren't people buying this? Why don't people like my ideas? You can't sit there and just wallow in your pity party. You got to do something within your own hands to help people see it. So I'll say to that question, it's actually an excellent question because we'll face this all the time.
Even though it had 0 votes.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. ค่ะอ๋อมีคนอยากจะถาม Okay, so there's somebody up in the back there who wants to ask a question. Sorry, I didn't see them earlier. Okay. เชิญเลยค่ะ
So I was very inspired by your talk. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just really want to know, like, you're a relatively young guy and very successful, but you know, when you're 30 years down the line, I just want to understand, like, how do you view your life as being a success? What do you want to leave behind? What is success to you? Yeah. Or do you have any idea of that now?
Okay. I'll tell you this. At one point, I think I was making myself very unhappy because I was chasing that question and maybe in a way that didn't make me happy. And this is a true story. Towards 30 years old, I was having this tremendous, call it midlife crisis or whatever. I kept comparing myself to Mark Zuckerberg. It's so strange. Like because I'm his age, basically. I'm born in 1984, so I'm 32 this year, and so is he. And I was like, if he can do it, why can't I? And then so I kept like, it was so stupid. I was so unhappy. No matter what I did, I felt it was shit. And so I was unhappy. So I would say that that's a very important question, but a very dangerous question. Now, I've since turned a midlife crisis to what I hope to be a midlife renaissance, where I just keep it very simple. Every day, if I can be proud of myself, if each interaction, I feel like that was an interaction that I was proud of. Sometimes you post things to social media out of love. You share something on Facebook. Maybe there's a troll or a hater says something. How do you respond to that? Do you respond in a way that makes you proud, that's out of love? Maybe there is a founder that you've invested in who calls you up and proposes a deal that kind of screws you over in a way and then makes you kind of pissed off. But how do you respond to that out of love? How do you channel that to be constructive? Maybe, like, I went for a meeting and I go for fundraising meetings, for example, and I walk out, I was like, wow, that was a really bad meeting. I think I will have 0 success from this meeting. How do I recover from that? I think every single day, how you interact with your mom, your dad, your loved ones, your husband, your wife, your kids, there are ways of this interaction that you're proud of. You're like, wow, I did the right thing. And there are ways where you interact with them and you feel like, wow, that was really bad. I really shouldn't have said that. I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe I did that. So if each and every single day I can look at my loved one at night, I can look at my partner at night, and I can feel proud that I've loved her in the way I wanted to, that I have loved my parents and treated them well, where I look at my founders and I've really helped them in the way I can, that's enough for me. That is enough. Every night I have the best sleep of my life. That is enough. And in the big scheme of things, I'm going to be unafraid of any kind of ideas because I know that I'm headed in the right direction.
Wow.สุดยอดเลยนะคะคำตอบเมื่อกี้ Okay ค่ะ so next question anybody with their hands up Okay so we'll go back to our pigeonhole then Can you share some tips about how you select the company to invest Please say yes
Okay yes 5 votes Okay Mr. Fahrenheit Mr. Worldwide 808 Okay I know that's your Hotmail address that's okay right I'm not gonna hate on it Your question about how do you select companies to invest in. From my talk, you can probably already see that if someone acts on things very quickly, it is a surefire sign. It is a surefire sign that I'm going to get pretty excited. I've spoken to entrepreneurs who've come to me with ideas or things, and then they'll be like, hey, blah, 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 and I'll be like, hey, this is pretty good, this is pretty cool, maybe we can work on this, it'll be better as well, right? Why don't you come back to me in a week or two, tell me how this goes. Now, if they never come back to me, it's good for me because I don't have to deal with them anymore, but if they come back to me again 8 months later not doing anything, it's going to be difficult for me to invest in them. If I told them come back to me in 2 weeks, and they came back to me in 2 days, and already executed on it, and instead of executing 5 things, it's executed like 28 things, and they've learned all these things and can talk really intelligently about it, that's a surefire way to get me riled up. And there are very few people who act with such speed. I will tell you this, very, very few. And which is why, as a venture capitalist, you got to look at a lot of deals to be able to stumble across deals that you want to invest in. So I think that's one tip. And there are a whole lot of other things that you can kind of read online and all that, but I'll say that that is definitely one way, a very good way to differentiate yourself when you want to get money.
I think we have time for one more question from the pigeonhole. I heard that there are so many Thai startups now, but there is a few investable ones. How can we leverage and know that it is a great one?
Okay, today on WhatsApp, I had a friend just text me, his old friend, a lot of years, he texted me with his idea, and he asked me about it. I told him, I said, this is probably not investable by venture capitalists or tech startups. And I told him you should look for an angel investor who really loves the sport. It was like a sport-related idea. Now, and he asked me, what kind of ideas will be invested by VCs? Which is a very similar question to what you asked. My answer to him, which is my answer to you, was, when you build something, you want to build something which makes money, which can make money fast, and you really believe it, you really love. Don't try and build something because investors want it. A lot of investors don't even know what they're doing. I've been investing for angel investing plus 500, maybe 3 years. I still don't think I know what I'm doing. You know, I still learn a lot from the founders I invest in. I learn a lot from which companies succeed and which companies fail. If you were to ask me at a time, oh, will Grab become a unicorn? I'll say, yeah, it's got a chance. That's why I'm investing in it. But I wouldn't know for sure. I learn every single day. Investors don't know any better than you. So you don't try and please them. You don't try to cajole them. Don't try and change who you are because of them or anybody else. You're building something because you believed in it, because you know something special about the customers you're serving, and you know they're giving you good money. So I would say build something you believe in, right? And if it happens to be investable, great. If nobody wants to invest in it, you love it, it makes money for you, why do you even need investors? That's the best kind of investment, the best kind of company you can build.
Thank you so much, Khailee Ng, for today. Please stay on stage for a moment. We have a special guest to come up here and give you a token of appreciation. We'd like to invite ขอเรียนเชิญนะคะคุณกิติรัตน์ปิติพานิชนะคะรองผู้อำนวยการศูนย์สร้างสรรค์งานออกแบบขึ้นมามอบของที่ระลึกแล้วก็ทำหน้าที่ต่อจากบิ๊กเลยนะคะ ขอบคุณมากเลยนะคะคุณกิติรัตน์ปิติพานิชนะคะรองผู้อำนวยการศูนย์สร้างสรรค์งานออกแบบนะคะเดี๋ยวจะรับหน้าที่ต่อจากมิตรเลยนะคะ
Thank you Khailee
Thank you so much Khailee Ng
presentation Thank you ขอบคุณคุณมิเชลนะครับก็สุดท้ายแล้วนะครับปีนี้ก็เป็นปีที่10ของ Creativity Sunfold นะครับในวันนี้อีก20นาทีเนี่ย TCDC จะเปิดทำการเพียงอีก20นาทีสุดท้ายแล้วก็จากนี้ก็จะไม่มี TCDC ที่ Emporium นะครับจากนี้ไปเราจะsatellite ตัวเองนะครับไปอยู่ที่หลายๆที่ก็คือเราได้ทำ co-working visa กับประมาณกี่ที่นะพี่30 กว่าที่ครับจำไม่หมดเลยก็คือ30 กว่าที่เนี่ยคงต้องไปดูกันเองนะเพราะเราจำไม่ได้นะครับก็สามารถ register เพื่อจะไปใช้งานในเชิงของ member ได้นะครับแล้วก็
แต่ต้องจองก่อนนะ
ต้องจองก่อนนะครับ
เพราะบางที่ก็มีแค่ไม่กี่ที่
ส่วนสมาชิกที่ต้องการไปนะครับสามารถไปที่ TCDC Common ที่ไม่ใช่สยามที่สามย่านนะผมยังไม่เคยไปเท่าไหร่ผมก็เลยจำไม่ได้ที่สามย่านเนี่ยจะมีตัว TCDC Common เนี่ยสามารถใช้สมาชิกของ TCDC เข้าไปได้นะครับก็จะเป็น communication design จบไม่ลงพี่ เซ็นเตอร์
และอื่นๆ
และอื่นๆก็คือสามารถเข้าไปได้นะครับแล้วก็ในช่วงเดือนธันวามีอะไรนะพี่
เราจะมีดีไซน์วีคที่เชียงใหม่เป็นครั้งที่2แล้ว
ถ้าเกิดใครสนใจเนี่ยสามารถไปที่เชียงใหม่ดีไซน์วีคได้นะครับปีนี้แล้วก็ก่อนที่เราจะปิดที่นี่ไปเราก็วางแผนไว้ว่าเราจะต้องเปิด
TCDC ที่เจริญกรุง
ซึ่งคาดว่าจะเปิดเมื่อไหร่ครับพี่ต้องครับ
ซึ่งคาดว่าจะเปิดจริงๆแล้วตามหมายกำหนดการคืออาทิตย์แรกของเดือนเมษายนนะมันจะเสร็จครับ
แล้วก็ยังไงเราอยากให้ทุกท่านตามไปที่นั่นนะครับเพราะว่ามันก็จะเป็นตัว Creative District ที่เราเข้าไปอยู่แล้วก็พยายามจะพัฒนาขึ้นมาให้ทุกท่านที่อยู่ใน Creative Industry เนี่ยได้ประโยชน์จากมันนะครับแล้วก็หลังจากนั้นพอเราไปอยู่ที่นั่นนานเพราะเดือนธันวาเราทำอะไรพี่
เราก็จะมีงาน CU แต่ว่างาน CU เนี่ยจะอยู่ภายใต้ Bangkok Design Week
โอเคก็จะเป็นประมาณช่วงปลายปีนะครับก็จะพบกับงานตัว CU ครั้งที่ 11 อีกครั้งหนึ่งซึ่งน่าจะยิ่งใหญ่กว่านี้
ขยายใหญ่ไปเยอะ
มี collaboration base จากทุกท่านที่อยู่ในอินดัสทรีนี้นะครับเราเชื่อว่าเราคงทำงานกันแบบพาร์ทเนอร์กันมากขึ้นในอนาคตแล้วก็สุดท้ายก็ 20 นาทีสุดท้ายนะครับถ้าเกิดใครสนใจที่จะไปเดินถ่ายรูปเก็บความทรงจำของ TCDC นะครับสามารถทำได้
เพราะว่าเราจะไม่ได้เห็นกันแล้ว
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็ครั้งนี้เราทำตั้งแต่ครั้งแรกนะ
โอเค
CU ครั้งแรกครั้งที่เป็นครั้งที่เท่าไหร่แล้วใครจำได้บ้างครั้งที่10
ใครมาถึง10ครั้งบ้างครับผม
ยกมือครับ
อยากรู้จริงๆเลยครับ
1 ท่านครับ
ขอบคุณมากเลยครับ
สุดยอดครับ
มีใครขอบคุณนะครับที่สนับสนุนเรามาตลอด10ปีมีใครมา5ครั้งบ้างครับดีใจจังเลยมา3ครั้งครับงั้นเราต้องมีของให้แล้วล่ะพี่
ทุกคนนะครับลองเอื้อมมือลงไปจับที่เก้าอี้ตัวเอง
ขาทางด้านขวานะครับขาขวา
ใครจับขึ้นมาแล้วมีกระดาษติดอยู่เขียนว่า CU2016 บ้างครับ
ไปสามารถไปแลกของที่ระลึกได้นะครับที่ด้านหน้าของ ตรงทางออกของติดกับโรงหนังนะครับไปดูเก้าอี้ที่ว่างๆอยู่นะครับ
มีแน่ๆมีแน่ๆ
เก้าอี้ที่ว่างๆอยู่นะครับ
ใครอยากได้ไปหาครับจะได้ถุง CU2016 ฟรีครับ
ลองไปดูเก้าอี้ที่ว่างๆนะครับแลกตรงจุดที่เราเดินเข้ามานะครับระหว่างรอยต่อของโรงภาพยนตร์นะครับ
แล้วก็สุดท้ายขอขอบคุณทุกๆคนนะครับกับ10ครั้งของ CU พวกคุณเป็นกำลังใจให้กับพวกเรามาโดยตลอดครับขอปรบมือให้กับทีมงานทุกๆคนนะครับ
ขอขอบคุณทุกท่านที่สนับสนุนนะครับ
แล้วเจอกันที่เจริญกรุงครับ
มีเดียพาร์ทเนอร์ของเรานะครับ Art4D Portfolio.net Wallpaper A Day Dude.Marketeer The Jam Factory Hubba British Council และ The Momentum นะครับขอบคุณทุกท่านนะครับแล้วพบกันกับ TCDC เจริญกรุงครับ
ขอบคุณมากครับ